Very good morning to everybody. I hope all of you have had a good night and that you are having a good morning as well. It is the 11th of February 2026, a Wednesday, and tomorrow is also a big day in terms of the state of the nation that is addressed by the current president, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. Coincidentally, the same person who's addressing he has his mentor who's appearing today, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. Very quite interesting developments as we watch and see how they are going to pan out. But I do want to say that when they adjourned yesterday, the notification or the update was that they're starting at 10 a.m. because there's still a long way to go. And the fact that Paul O'Sullivan has to really go by 7 p.m. because he has a spine problem is really a minus on their side, because instead of them pushing him as far as 9 p.m. so that they can conclude, they now have to cut it short. Hence, they had to stop him and say, you keep on talking and then you are wasting time. So we are starting at 10 a.m. so that we can be able to finish in 2 days. So looking at the updates on the Ad Hoc Committee and their stream, it says that at 11 a.m. they start, but the agreement was 10 a.m. So I would think there might be a problem in terms of them putting it out there, and they might end up starting at 10 a.m. as it was agreed upon. But then again, if it does start at 11 a.m., I think we'll still wait for that until they start. So I thought I should give an update on that, because it's quite confusing on whether they're starting at 10 or at 11 a.m. But otherwise, I hope you guys are good. I hope you are having a good day. And today is really going to be extra good in terms of the pressure on Paul O'Sullivan. And I think looking back at what transpired yesterday, you could really see that he's a man who was there to tell his side of the story and not willing to tell the other side, because he came and said that I will not answer any question that relates to my past around the 80s before I come to South Africa. I will not answer any question regarding that, or even a question on my family, where they are, what I do, more about his past. And we know that past, what he's talking about, because the MPs tried to push him on it and say that you have to answer, but he kept on saying, I am not going to answer, which tells you that he might have been living double life. There might be double identity on this person, hence he doesn't want anyone to disclose or to know about who is he really was he really before coming to the country. But anyway, I think now we should look at the clips and the things that transpired from yesterday. As you can see on the screen, there is this picture of, it says Cyril becomes weekend warrior in Fairland. A very strategic article that was made. And also the two pictures, the picture of two gentlemen, Cyril Ramaphosa, Constable Cyril Ramaphosa, because he was being trained by the other person, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. And it was quite funny to listen to the fact that Paul O'Sullivan went and studied a 3-month course. He said the course is train a trainer. After completing the 3-month course, he goes and trains Cyril Ramaphosa. But I would want to go into detail on those issues. But before that, I want to show you what really transpired yesterday when Paul O'Sullivan threatened to leave and not come back the next day because he felt that he's not being given a chance. And he was more like threatening the members that if you are going to continue like that, I'm not coming tomorrow.
I'm going to withdraw my cooperation. I'm not going to assist in a kangaroo court. I came here to give evidence about the corruption in the criminal justice system, which has resulted in the mess that we have in the criminal justice system today. And the false allegations that have been made against me will take, I don't know, a lot more than an hour to go through. And if it's going to be curtailed because people don't want to hear the truth, it means what we're actually doing is we're not allowing a witness to explain why this happened and why that happened. What I cannot contemplate is that everyone should think, oh, I woke up one day and decided to infiltrate IPID and infiltrate the police and infiltrate the National Prosecuting Authority, because that pack of lies has been peddled in this House by multiple witnesses who belong in prison. And because I've taken steps, as I'm entitled to do according to the law, to ensure that they face up to the criminal charges that have been opened against them, not just by me, but by others as well. It's imperative, in my opinion, Chairman, that the full story be given, not half the story, or I didn't come here just to defend myself against the allegations of these criminals. And if that's the only thing that this committee wants to hear, it's a problem, because the reality is that those allegations were only made against me because I took steps to hold them accountable for their criminal conduct. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to
You know, I have no problem with Paul O'Sullivan trying to claim victory on the things of the past. I have no problem with that. But what I have a problem is that this man has a lot to answer, especially on how he came into the country, on how he acquired all the things, the assets and the money, and also the position. I mean, this guy says they're asking him if he has any qualification, academical qualification. He says, I have none. So you don't have any academical qualification. You probably, your highest qualification was equivalent to matric when you were in Ireland, but you come here and then you are made, what's that position? You are made a chairperson, I don't know what. You are made a group executive of aviation security at Airport Company South Africa, AXA. You are made that, but you don't even have any degree. He says, I studied engineering, but he doesn't have any engineering degree. So it's more like he went for another 3 months course for engineering, which really gives us an idea that Paul is not really what he's telling us that he is. He's probably a different person to what we are being given. He's probably not even Paul O'Sullivan. He was probably not born as Paul O'Sullivan. But now what we are being given is that I am Paul O'Sullivan. I came into South Africa because I saw that there is a lot to give and it's a beautiful country. But they're exposing him on the letter that he sent to Home Affairs, requesting that they accept him in the country so that he doesn't get deported back. And in that letter, he was saying that I'm willing to learn Afrikaans. I'm willing to contribute to this country because it's a good country. And we're talking about during the days of apartheid. Now, when you want to understand who Paul O'Sullivan is, you must answer some questions that revolves around, why did you come into the country? What was the main aim of you coming? Because I read in his book that says To Catch a Cop, that is the title. And in his book, he says that he visited South Africa in 1978 on a break from secret mission doing intelligence for the UN police in Rhodesia, that is now Zimbabwe. But during his testimony, he says that he visited Zimbabwe for holidays when they are asking him. So somehow, Paul O'Sullivan is not really telling us the truth. He knows why he came in South Africa. And that was not to get business or to do some other things on the side. But before we go into those details, because I wrote some notes down so that I can go through them, I want you guys to listen to what Julius Malema said in regards to Paul O'Sullivan threatening not to come because they're not giving him a chance.
When we started here, you tried those things with us of wanting to tell us how we must conduct our business. You're not the first witness here. We've been running this process and running it smoothly and in a respectful way. So you're not going to come here and disrespect us and say we want to give you 1 hour to tell us your side of story of fighting crime for 36 years when we have given you the whole day and we are adding another hour the following day. The same way the chairperson is pleading with you, we're pleading with you to respect us. Treat us with respect. We're honorable members here. We're running these proceedings. You are not running these proceedings. And we are governing how these proceedings are going to be run. Today, it was you and evidence leaders. Tomorrow, the chairperson says you'll have an hour. And when members ask you questions and you think there is an issue that we have not sufficiently canvassed, you still have a right to speak to that issue in responding to a member's question. It's as simple as that. So these threats of withdrawing cooperation and also saying to us, no, I can't be made to tell a story of 36 years in 1 hour. How many days do we have? We have a limitation. We need to finish this work. Please respect us and respect the chairperson. He has made a ruling. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., we're all here. Your hour starts at 10 a.m. And 11 o'clock, you finish, and then members take over. We proceed until 7. I think that is the understanding, Chair.
With all due respect, Chairman.
So just after Julius Malema was having an interaction with him, he had a response to say that I will not allow any member to shout at me because I'm not shouting at them. And it was getting a bit intense because Paul doesn't want to finish after an hour. Paul wants to have extra time. So now Julius was saying that, well, we understand that you want an extra hour or more hours, but we don't have time. We don't have time because we have to finish. Hence, he's saying that you are not going to dictate us. And he tried to go on and on about how they are unfair and how they are not giving him a chance. But the confirmation of 10 a.m. was from yesterday. So as I said, on the stream, Parliament is still saying that they started 11. So I would think there might be a mistake somewhere. But hence I went live so that we can be able to see if they're going to start at 10 or if we have to stretch it to 11. But anyway, we wait and see what happens. So I just want to go back to my notes in relation to Paul O'Sullivan and the matter of him saying that he trained Cyril Ramaphosa. So if you look at it, Paul says, I studied in PAL and I studied for 3 months, trainer course, and I trained around 1,500 police officers, police reservists. Sorry. And Cyril Ramaphosa was one of them who came and I trained him to, he trained to be a constable, so I trained him. Now, if you go down and look at the history and how it tells us, it says Ramaphosa was elected chairperson of the Constitutional Assembly, the body tasked with drafting the final democratic constitution on May 24, 1994. Shortly after South Africa first fully democratic elections, that is when he was elected this chairperson of the Constitutional Assembly. Remember the date, May 24, 1994. Then along comes Paul O'Sullivan. Paul O'Sullivan trained Cyril Ramaphosa in 1997 as part of a South African Police Service reservist training program. Look at the time. So Cyril is busy there, nominated or elected as the chairperson of the Constitutional Assembly. He goes there to help in drafting the democratic constitution. And a few years later, in 1997, he goes and trains as a constable. He's been trained by Paul O'Sullivan. Now, I know that we cannot come with allegations, but something doesn't make sense here. This man knows that we are in the new democracy. There is a lot of work to do. You cannot tell me that out of everything that he could be doing, he then chooses to go and train and get trained by someone who has a qualification of 3 months, train as a reservist. He wants to be a constable now because we are in the new democracy. It doesn't really make sense. Hence, I'm saying this guy, Paul O'Sullivan, there's something he's not telling us. The picture that we are being given about Ramaphosa being given this training because he wanted to be this person, it does not really make sense. But anyway, we leave it at that. This is the video of what transpired yesterday when Paul O'Sullivan told the Ad Hoc Committee that he's the one who trained Ramaphosa.
Okay. And then at the end of that particular course, everybody gets what they issued with an appointment certificate, which says, okay, you are now a police constable. So Cyril became a police constable. And on every course, if you scroll up again, you can see it's gone now, there's a shield. And actually, I created that shield. I paid for it out of my own pocket. And we used to have a little thing where you engrave the name of the best student. So on each intake of students, I would invite the other lecturers to nominate a student for best student. And bearing in mind, in those days, Cyril was not involved in politics in any way, shape, or form. But he was nominated, and it was agreed that he would be the best student on that particular course. So when we gave him the shield, he keeps it for a year, then he must hand it back. When we gave him the shield, the media were there and the picture was taken. Yeah.
Honorable Nombalo.
Yeah, no,
As you can listen to our Paul O'Sullivan telling us about how he made, I mean, I hear he trained, but I'm just putting it out there, like how he made the current president, Cyril Ramaphosa. We don't know whether the training was just being a constable or what, but what the members of parliament are trying to say is that you are a double agent, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. You are telling us your name and all these things, but it seems like you being in the intelligence of the army, there's something you are not telling us. You are an agent. He has already said that I'm not an agent, but I can tell you, today when they question him, one of the questions is, are you an agent? What was your role during the 80s and the 70s, and why did you come to South Africa? Yes, you are saying you saw business, you saw opportunities, you liked the place, but what more are you not telling us? With that said, guys, it is 0934, and good morning to everyone who I have not greeted and those who are just arriving now. As I said before, the time that we got from last night was that 10 a.m. they start, and that is why we started now, and we're waiting for them to start. But I see on their stream they said that 11 a.m. So I don't know what could be the problem. You know, with Paul O'Sullivan, he probably said, I'll come late. But then we will wait until 10 a.m. to see if they are starting or not. But if not, we will continue until they do come back. Thank you very much for tuning in, guys, as we wait for them to come. It's already almost 10 a.m., just 24 minutes until 10 a.m., and then we are going to know what is going on. So this was the issue in relation to Paul O'Sullivan telling us that he is the one who trained Cyril Ramaphosa. I mean, who could believe what Paul says? Because it doesn't really make sense that Paul is telling us that, well, I trained Ramaphosa. But when he's getting pushed on qualifications, he has nothing to say. So on that part of him training Ramaphosa, Julius Malema is one of the people that really took him up on it to question further on these claims of him being a person who studied as a trainer. And then the following part that he comes up with is that, well, I did train your current president. Listen to this.
When was the constitution adopted? The one you were training them on?
In 1996.
Was Cyril not part of the people who were at the center of developing that constitution?
He was part of the group that drafted the Constitution.
So you were training him on a constitution that he helped to draft.
Chairman, Cyril had to be trained as a police reservist. He chose to be trained as a police reservist. So, ironically, that training included understanding the Bill of Rights. It didn't I think I made it clear, it doesn't deal with the whole Constitution. It dealt with the Bill of Rights and police ethics. So we had a module on that. And for that, we used to use different examples. And it was ironic that Cyril had to listen to training on the Constitution. But the good news is he agreed fully that the training that the people were getting was correct. And I was quite comfortable with that because it endorsed the quality of the training that we were given to the police students.
Mr. Paul Sullivan, are you suggesting that the president went to write the Bill of Rights collectively with others and only to be trained about the Bill of Rights after putting it into the Constitution?
Well, Chairman, I think we're playing word games here. The reality of the situation is that in order to be a police reservist, you have to go through a little tick box exercise. You have to get trained on this, you have to get trained on that, you have to get trained on this, you have to get trained on that. Even if you were part of the people that wrote it, you're now coming into a system where it has to be demonstrated that you've had that training. So, yes, it was quite a strange situation for me, because clearly Cyril Ramaphosa knew a lot more about the Constitution than I did. But the reality is that's where it worked.
Well, clearly it looks like there's something that we do not know, because what we're being told is rather different from what is being shown here. I mean, it cannot be that this man trained Ramaphosa, a man who went to help draft the Constitution, comes and say, well, I also want to equip myself and be a police officer. It doesn't matter if he wanted to be a reservist or not, but still, I mean, what explanation are we going to have that this man decided that after drafting, when we are supposed to be focusing on positions and that we have to make this country governable, next thing he goes and becomes a police officer? The identity of this man, Paul O'Sullivan, is questionable, and it should be questionable even for the rest of today until he maybe comes up with another angle that he can give us, because the one that we are getting is really does not make sense. Please listen to this one from the ANC.
Now, in the light of the question that Mr. Malema was raising about what appears to have been a level of ignorance or naivety on your part about the country that you were beginning to have a very keen interest to go and work, which is South Africa. How do we reconcile that part? How do we reconcile that with what is said in your statement? Your statement is littered with examples of how you have, over a period of time, 20, 30 years, made interventions to fight against injustice. How do we reconcile that? Because I think you becoming a proponent or a fighter for justice could not have been something that just occurred after 1994. In the early 80s, the way in which injustices was perpetrated in the country, which is what Mr. Malema was raising, should have really said something to you as you were about to decide that I'm traveling to South Africa, in a country where the overwhelming majority of the people, especially from the Black community, were major victims of a white perpetrated system of injustice. How do we reconcile that? If somebody listens to you today and the 20-year-old you then, who, as I said, by that time at 20 years, should have been already imbued with a particular value system about what is right and wrong and what to stand for. That's what I wanted to hear your comment on in relation to that question and that matter.
No, Chairman, it's quite, I would say, a good question. And in some regards, I took a decision probably in my early 30s that actually what I wanted to do was to improve the life of South Africans. And I'm not talking about the white Afrikaners and the white people, but I wanted to improve the lives of black people in South Africa, because I felt that that was the type of contribution I wanted to make. And I absolutely have some evidence of that here, which we will come to.
The man says he wanted to improve the life of South Africans. Doesn't talk about color. He doesn't mention color, just all South African, not exclusively for black or white, but all South Africans. Looking back at his career, I mean, people can judge. Did he really do what he says he wanted to do in terms of improving the lives? Because what Paul tells us is that I helped stop a lot of corruption in terms of the police and some politicians. That is part of what he came to do in the country. I mean, you come from the UK, you come all the way into the country, and then you say, well, I love the weather. I want to improve the conditions of life in this country because I think it's a good one for me. That can never happen. Remember, those days, it was not fashionable to come into South Africa. It was during apartheid. It was not fashionable. If you want to come into the country, I mean, you would have a lot of worries. Firstly, about the fights in the country, the apartheid, and also those who are in support would be fearing that if ever there is a chance that there is a regime change, we might have a problem. So why would you then want to come and say, I want to improve the lives? Again, there's something Paul is not telling us, and Paul will not tell us whether they like it or not. Paul knows who he is, and that is what he's not going to tell us. But
Now, in the
let's
light of
move
the
on
question
from
that Mr. Malema was
we are
raising,
almost 15 minutes. We are
about,
actually 17 minutes until
what appears to have
it is
been
10 a.m. Then
a
we are going
level
to
of
see if they are
ignorance
actually
or
starting
naivety
or if
on
they
your
change the
part
time to 11
about the
a.m., which
country
is
that
going
you
to be
were
interesting because
beginning to have a
their
very
worry
keen
was that
interest
if
to
we
go
change
and
to 11,
work, which
it
is
means
South
we won't
Africa.
have enough time because we have
How
to give
do we
Paul
reconcile
O'Sullivan
that
just
part?
1
How
hour
do we
for him
reconcile
to go on
that
and rant, and then
with
when he's
what is
done, we question
said in
him.
your statement?
So
Your statement is littered
it
with
remains to be seen
examples
what angle they're
of
going
how
to take
you
in
have,
regards to
over
that.
a period of
But
time, 20, 30 years,
the issue of
made
qualifications
interventions
and
to fight
getting
against
certain
injustice.
jobs is what
How do we
need to
reconcile
question in
that?
the
Because
next
I think
coming clips.
you
So
becoming
basically, sorry, I think I forgot to mute the sound. Apology for that. Let me go back. So the issue of Paul O'Sullivan and his qualification is that this man has been given jobs, he's been given positions, but he has no qualification. When you remember back in the days, they used to say that take your kids to school so that they can get degrees and they can get those jobs. Now they went and studied. They got loans and everything. These days, you get your degrees, but you can't find jobs. But back then, people like Paul O'Sullivan could get such a crucial positions without even applying anything, without even having degrees, qualifications for it. They create a position for him. Again, this guy came all the way from the UK, from Ireland, into this country for him to improve the conditions and the lives of ordinary people, but in turn, he gets such positions. He was the group executive of aviation security at AXA. He was appointed after meeting with the CSA. He was appointed after meeting with CSA Chair Mashudu Ramano and Minister of Transport Dula Omar. That is the position that was created for him. And I saw Julius asking him that, can you come with the advertisement for that job so that we can know how did you get this position that you were given, group executive? Anyway, this is the interaction.
Thanks. When the advert was taken out for this position, what were the requirements in terms of qualifications?
I can't remember, Chairman. We're going back over a quarter of a century. I didn't keep a copy of the advertisement.
Do you have a degree or equivalent yourself?
No, that wasn't a requirement.
Do you have a degree or an equivalent? You?
No.
So that post will not, Group Executive Aviation and Security will not have required a degree?
No, there was no degree required in the advertisement.
It was designed to suit you.
I don't agree with that. The advertisement came out the week after I had that meeting.
Who was in the panel? How many were there and who were they?
I think there were 4 or 5 directors of Airports Company, the chairman and 3 or 4 other directors.
Was there no one representing the minister at the panel?
Chairman, I can't remember. It's, I think 26 years ago or 25 years ago. But there were people sat there. There were directors of the Airports Company, and there was the chairman of the Airports Company, and I think the group executive HR was there.
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, everything good about you, you remember it. For sure, you even remember the flight number you came with here. But if something is not of your favor or interest, all of a sudden we're told, yes, it's 26 years ago, it's 30 years ago. But you have detailed every achievement you have made. You remember everything that suits you, that is good about you. There is a panel, you're being interviewed for such a senior position. Was there no one there representing a minister?
Chairman, when I went in for the interview, I didn't ask, where are you from, where are you from, where are you from, where are you from? There were 4 or 5 people there. I can remember the name of Monsieur Romano. There was another gentleman who was a white person. He was a director of the Airports Company representing Aeroporti di Roma, who was a shareholder. And to my knowledge, there was somebody there, but I don't remember who was representing the other shareholder, which was the government of South Africa. And then there was the HR director, and that's it. I can't, you know, I mean.
Did you have any qualification or any practical experience that has to do with aviation?
I've been a pilot for 40 years, and been a pilot for 40 years.
For 40 years?
Yes.
So you are a qualified pilot?
For 40 years.
I'm asking, are you qualified pilot?
I've been a qualified pilot for 40 years.
You went to school to be a pilot?
Yes. I own my own aircraft.
I live that I understand. But school, because those people of pilots go to school and then they have to do some hours. Have you done all of that?
I've done all of that.
And then you had security experience, because it's aviation and security.
I have that experience. I went on a course in the United States to learn specifically about aviation security, because I wanted to understand. There's an organization called ICAO, which is the International Civil Aviation Organization, and they have a training center where they train people and they qualify them as aviation security specialists.
So will you be able to give us a certificate of that aviation security that you went to America for,
if I can,
and your pilot certificate?
Well, I can show you my pilot's license right now.
No, not license, school, the school. Where you attended school, obvious, when you finish, they give you a qualification. Will you attach it? Will we get it tomorrow?
If I can, what do you mean if tomorrow? If I can find it.
2 things, please try to find them. One of aviation security institution that you attended to in America, and the qualification, not license, because there is a certificate that you get which will tell us where did you go and do your training, and then how many hours did you serve before you qualified to become a pilot.
Chairman, I wouldn't have any. I didn't fly to Cape Town with all these documents, knowing that I would be asked these type of questions from 40 years ago. The reality of the situation is, and there is my pilot's license. I have a pilot's license. I didn't buy it on the street corner. I did my training. I have my own aircraft. I fly my own aircraft on a regular basis. You know,
I wouldn't know if you bought it at your own street corner if you don't give me the qualification. The ticket doesn't say anything. When it comes to academic qualifications, that ticket you are showing me doesn't mean anything. I want certified documents that come from a recognizable institution that confirms that you went training to become a pilot and you passed the certain levels of the requirements, and the institution in America to check if that institution is recognizable institution and its qualification is recognizable. And we need both, even if it's not tomorrow, Chair. We need to, because here is a post, we're being told he can't remember what were the requirements. He doesn't have a degree or post-matric qualification. It says he went to aviation security to some institution and all of that. We need to see all of that, to see if indeed there was some element of qualification closer to this post that was specifically created for him. Thank
Well, the idea that is being given by Paul O'Sullivan is that he got the position fairly. And also now he's telling us about how he owns an aircraft, he drives it himself. I mean, there's a lot that we don't know about O'Sullivan, and it's worrying that the same person that we don't know a lot about was given such a position. It's like, I understand that he's claiming victory for Jackie Silebi. I understand that. But there is a lot that we don't know about him, and it seems like those who are closer to him are unwilling to tell the real truth about who the guy is. Maybe if they come up with information, they know that it is going to put a lot of them, the people at the highest positions, under bus. Now, they are protecting each and every individual that they know that if we reveal this one and that one, it is just going to be game over for them. But anyway, another one that he went on to talk about how he met Robert McBride of IPID. Please have a listen.
that's correct. So I think he had been just about appointed around about that time, or just before then. I can't remember.
And when you referred the complaints to IPID, and McBride was the executive director, did you know him at the time?
No, I didn't know him before I referred these complaints to him. In fact, I only get to know him after he was appointed. I got a phone call from a journalist one day telling me that IPID had issued an apology to me. And then I went on the website and I found that apology. And the apology was from IPID, which had previously been known as ICD, which was the Independent Complaints Directorate. And while it was ICD, I brought a court application against the ICD because they failed and or refused to do any investigation into my allegations against General Silebi, Jackie Silebi, the late Jackie Silebi. So, because I issued a court application against ICD, by the way, we settled on an agreed court order. And the agreed court order was that they agreed to carry out the proper investigation. But by that stage, I'd more or less given up. And that was probably 2006 or 2007 or something like that. By that stage, I'd handed everything I had to the Scorpions. But they issued a report stating that they could find no wrongdoing criminally. So I felt that I was vindicated because of their failure or refusal to investigate Jackie Celebi. But I was still, because of their failure or refusal to investigate Jackie Celebi, but I was still not happy that they still had on their website a statement from ICD, which had now become IPED. On their website, they had a letter stating that they carried out the investigation and they could find no evidence of wrongdoing on the part of Jackie Celebi. So I wrote to them. I didn't write to Robert McBride. I wrote to IPED and I said, look, this is on your website. He's now been convicted. Don't you think it would be more appropriate if you take that down from your website? And they then took it down. I asked for an apology, but they didn't give me the apology. But after Robert McBride was appointed, without any conversation with me, and by that stage, Jackie Celebi was in prison, or hospital prison, because he didn't actually serve a day in prison. He was in a hospital, but a sort of a hospital prison. What happened was, I got this call from a journalist saying that IPED had issued an apology to me for the conduct of ICD in forcing me to go to court, to launch a court application, to make them do an investigation, and then to carry out an investigation and issue a report that they couldn't find any wrongdoing. In fact, their report was a bit more than that. They accused me of sour grapes. They said that actually they believed that I had pursued this matter because Jackie Celebi had been involved in the cancellation of my contract at AXA, and they believed that therefore I had done this as a result of sour grapes. And they apologized for this. So after they apologized for that, I then decided, okay, well, since they're apologizing, there seems to be some goodwill there. So I then dragged them into my email exchanges with General Piega, and lo and behold, she was then suspended. But before she was suspended, I had meetings then with IPED, and I had the meeting at IPED, and that was the first time I met Robert McBride. And when I had the meeting with him, I sat down and explained to him everything that had been going on with these various emails to General Piega and what I believe to be the criminal conduct of all these other interrelated parties. And he then indicated that he would carry out an investigation. But I just left my I didn't do any further work on it. I left my Lever Arch files with him. And that would have been late 2014, early 2015. I think probably January 2015, something like that. And then what happened?
Morning,
If I
Chair.
recall correctly,
Honourable,
it was either February
Ngola.
or March.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Sorry,
Honourable
guys.
Sangoni.
Now, it's a good thing that they
Good
are
morning,
starting.
Chair.
I'm just going
Julie,
to
the Chief
turn
Whip.
everything
Good
off on my
morning,
side.
Chair, and
Enjoy.
good morning to other colleagues and Mr. O'Sullivan and the staff of Parliament. Thanks.
Honourable Nomvalo.
Chair.
Honourable Skosana.
Ngilotshise emgcini sihlalo ngilotshisa namalunga nawo wonke umuntu ongaphange endlini esibenamthetho.
Honourable Breitenbach.
Morning, Chair.
Honourable Topper.
Morning, Chair.
Honourable Vessels.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Honourable Malema.
Madumela Sanela Khomo.
Oisimpusha. Honourable Mngango.
Good morning, Chair.
Honourable Mattheys.
Good morning, Chair.
Honourable James.
Good morning, Chair.
Honourable Pambo, good morning.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Morning, Honorable Mani,
Morning, Chair.
Honorable Madlala,
Morning, Chair.
not Madlala.
That's my.
Good morning, Advocate Aronson.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, honourable members of the committee, my colleagues, everyone present, and just an apology for Advocate Maria Mokgweetsi. She's not here today.
Advocate Mkize,
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members.
Mr. Antilete Jana, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, Paul Robert O'Sullivan,
Good morning, Chair.
good morning. Good morning to the staff of Parliament, to the staff in the political caucuses, and the members of the media. Good morning to you all. We have the following apologies. We have recorded the apology of Honorable Shongwe. Honorable Sangoni has requested to be released today at 17:30 due to organizational commitments. And Honorable James has also requested to be released after 12 middag. We will grant those requests to the members. Honorable Kola Barnard is going to join us later today. Is that correct, Honorable Breitenbach?
Yes, Chair, she'll join as soon as she's able. And Honorable Cameron will be 15 minutes late.
Okay. Those are the apologies for.
As matters stand, Chair, I may need to be excused at around 5:45 tonight, if I can't shift an appointment that I already have.
Okay. Honorable Skosana.
Ngithokoze mgcinisihlalo ilunga elihloniphekileko Honorable Shongwe bekacabange ukuthi ku11 kanti namhlanje sichange amagere uza kufika kungasikade. Ngiyakuthokoza.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning once again. If I could also just be excused by 6 o'clock this evening, I have a caucus commitment. That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, those apologies are recorded. We are going to allocate this time to Advocate Arens and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan to conclude the presentation. Today is the 11th of February 2026. It is 36 years after President Mandela was released from the Victor Verster prison in 1990. Yesterday, I listened to you members when you interacted with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan about the historical context that we have gone through as a country. And I heard you, Chief Whip, saying that you will give more context today when you engage with him about yourself and Honorable Malema, about the political developments that unfolded in the country in those years or in the years preceding that time. So within that context and in that spirit of building a South Africa that will be good for all of us, I'm going to request your cooperation, all of you. The way we ended the meeting yesterday did not give South Africans comfort. There were question marks, there were worries. We are here, all of us today, and let's show the people of South Africa that we are a winning nation. All the best, honorable members, all the best, Advocate Arendse, all the best to you, Mr. Paul Robert O'Sullivan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Good morning, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Good morning.
I hope you got some sleep.
Nope.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. It's beyond my control. Okay, can I just recap? We've got a limited time available. So some of the questions that I'm going to put to you, I would appreciate just a yes or no answer, unless you want to elaborate here and there. I also just want to assure you that you have deposed to an affidavit, a sworn affidavit. It's part of the record. It would have, should have been read by everybody here today. And when it comes to the evaluation or assessment of the evidence, both written and oral, it will be taken into account. So to the extent that you might be or might have been concerned that you didn't get an opportunity to go through all the allegations that you make in your affidavit, they will be considered. And of course, there will still be questions from the honorable members, and to the extent that you refer to your affidavit and the annexes, I can't predict that, but you're obviously at liberty to do that. So the topics that we almost certainly won't get through, but there's a whole list, and I'm just referring you and the honorable committee to the index to your statement. There is criminal activity within PKTT, the slush funds, the secret service account, taxpayer funded trip to Japan for a friend in inverted commas of Khumalo, Mkunazi's alleged role in kidnap and torture. Commissioner Masemola is part of the problem, you allege. Allegations of state-sponsored hit squads at work in KZN. You question that adverse effect of Khumalo's conduct on the criminal intelligence, or crime intelligence, sorry. Mkunazi's, what you describe as lies to the Commission and Parliament. Mkunazi's secret business dealings, outlandish lies you allege by Nkabindi and Pashlani. The criminal syndicate against you, claims of infiltration by you of IPID and other organs of state, some miscellaneous matters. You question or ask the question and you answer the question, who is ultimately to blame for what you describe as mess we are in today, and how can the criminal justice system be fixed? What we want to focus on are really four big topics. General Mkunazi's statement on the 6th of July and the aftermath of that, the so-called slush fund, then IPID and SAPS infiltration as alleged, and the spyware grabbers issue, which actually has been addressed by quite a few witnesses. I think the last witness was Brigadier Shlungwani, who was the accounting officer at the time. So perhaps we shouldn't, unless you have anything to add there. So perhaps let me kick off with the alleged IPID infiltration and SAPS. Do you know who the current director of IPID is? Executive director, sorry.
No, Chairman.
Who is the last executive director of IPID that you interacted with?
Since 2018, I haven't interacted with any executive director of IPID, Chairman.
have you recently, or put another way, when is the last time that you referred any complaints to IPID?
It was the complaint which I laid against General Pashlani in January or February 2016.
Yeah. And you haven't laid any complaint with IPID since?
That's correct.
Is it your evidence today under oath that you've had no contact or interaction with IPID since 2016?
No, Chairman. I had interactions with them until 2018.
Yeah. Now, again, just for the record, you deal with that from paragraph 146 onwards. It's on page 50 through to page 60. Yeah.
Correct.
And so what's your response shortly of allegations that you have infiltrated IPID?
Well, it's a blatant lie. I've not infiltrated IPID. What happened, Chairman, very simply, very shortly, was that I opened the docket against Pashlani in February 2016. For 10 months, IPID flatly refused to investigate that docket. And the reason they flatly refused to investigate it was because IPID was part of the state capture project at that stage. When McBride was reinstated after the Constitutional Court found his suspension unlawful, I immediately had a meeting with him and I said to him, I opened this docket 10 months ago. Nothing has been done about it. We have a corrupt acting commissioner of police. And over the next 2-3 months, we brought IPID up to speed with the investigation that we'd done in the previous 10 months when IPID refused to investigate. And then we left them to get on with it.
Yeah. Now, one of the burning issues that has cropped up in our hearings has been the visit by you and members of IPID to the Sable Hills estate, the house of General Pashlani. In what capacity, firstly, did you visit the estate? I think it's a fact you did.
I visited the estate first time in February 2016. And I went there to look at a property
that's at paragraph 147.1 on page 51.
Yeah, I went to look at a property there, and I did that because I had information about the house that had been built. I've been on Google Earth, and I had Google Earth history, and I downloaded Google Earth history, and that's all contained within my statement, which I gave to IPID in February 2016. And I had the dates of the photographs under each.
Okay. But just to get to the point, you visited the estate with some members of IPID.
I did that in November 2016 after Robert McBride came back.
So under whose direction or authority did you visit the estate with IPID members?
So, Chairman, what happened was they asked me to show them what I knew, and I said to them, if you get the building plans.
Who's them?
The lead investigator is the late Mandla Mshlangu.
Yes, he subsequently was murdered.
He was murdered. In fact, they threatened to kill him and me at the same time. And that's in my evidence.
Okay, so let's just get back to Sable Estate.
So he said, we'd like to meet you at the estate. So we met just down there's like a spa shopping center or something over the street. So we met there. and they had a single cab iPad vehicle. And I said, if we go with this, it means we're going to have to take 2 cars. And I've got a SUV. I said, why don't we go in my SUV and we can all sit in it? Because he wanted me to go and show him the house. And he asked me to go. And he said, you drive the car. I said, no, I'm not the iPad official. You're iPad official. You drive the car. And you show security your badge and whatnot. And then we went in. And then I showed them where the house.
So is that what happened? You went in your vehicle?
We went in my vehicle.
Because it was bigger.
Yes, but he drove.
And he drove the vehicle. And when you entered the gate of the estate, he showed to the to security, gate security, his badge, his ID, and you went in on that basis.
That's correct.
So the gatekeeper or the security person there would have assumed that you also part of the iPad contingent.
I don't know what the gatekeeper assumed. I didn't speak to him. But what happened was we then went to the estate manager's office. Now, because I've been involved in a lot of property development, I understand how it works. None of the iPad officials have ever been involved in property development. So they asked me to accompany them to the estate manager's office to obtain the drawings. And they asked the estate manager for the drawings of the house, because I said, if you get the drawings, we'll be able to get the exact square footage or square meter.
Did you take photographs of the house?
I already had those photographs from when I'd been there with the estate agent.
So you'd been there previously?
In February 2016.
And that was on your own?
On my own.
With the estate agent? Or
Correct.
did you meet the estate agent?
No, because you can't get into the estate. The estate agent took me in his car.
Yes.
And then I asked him to drive me around to see how the estate looks.
Yeah.
Of course, I was there for a reason. And I said, oh, that's a nice house. Let me have a look. And I took a picture.
Yeah.
And that's the picture that I used in my complaint.
Okay. And now, subsequently, you were charged?
Yes, the Mabula team unlawfully arrested us. And in fact, they charged the iPad members as well. And I think that's very well documented because, in fact, what happened was iPad went to court and obtained a court order to stop the counter investigation being carried out by the Mabula team. And they succeeded. They got an order to that effect. And that put a stop to the counter investigation. But in the meantime, I wasn't only arrested and charged, I was detained again. My assistant, she was my corporate counsel, Sarah Trent. She was arrested and detained for 2 nights in appalling conditions. Yeah. They took her cell phone. One of the members of the Northwest team flew to Israel with her cell phone because she wouldn't give them the PIN code. They flew to Israel with the cell phone and they broke the cell phone open to download the contents of the cell phone, which was all unlawful.
How do you know the official flew to Israel?
Because they had to prove the contents, how they got the contents of the phone. And they submitted affidavit, what they call a chain of evidence affidavit, in the alleged, you see, when you get...
Because we need to close off on this topic. Okay. So when you get a charge sheet, you ask for further particulars, or
Correct.
your counsel would,
Correct.
and your counsel would then be entitled for the state to demonstrate the chain of evidence, to be satisfied that it's genuine, authentic, or whatever.
And not only that, they submitted the same documentation to the Zondo Commission.
Yeah.
Because they tried to show the Zondo Commission that they hadn't done
So
anything
did
wrong.
that document demonstrate that they actually went to Israel?
Correct.
Who in Israel, or which other organization in Israel? Why Israel?
Because there's a company in Israel which works for Mossad, which is the secret, service of Israel. And that company specializes in cracking cell phones. So they're able to open a cell phone if you refuse to
Okay,
give.
so at that stage, when they decided to go to Israel and to Mossad, who would have been the executive there? Who would have authorized that trip, assuming it was authorized?
I'm assuming it was General Mabula. He was the head of this team, this Northwest team.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't General Mabula, it would have been General Pashlani.
Okay, so these messages were retrieved. And so just to conclude, I'm sure you'll get some questions on this aspect later. What happened to the case that was brought against you?
I think after 7 or 8 months, after repeated appearances in court, it was struck from the roll. But not only was it struck from the roll, IPID launched a High Court application to have the Mabula team investigation declared unlawful. And the court issued an order to that effect, that the Mabula team were no longer allowed to be involved in that investigation.
You make it, sorry, Mr. McBride. Yeah, okay. All right, yeah, I think their questions were asked about that, 'cause that was a 342A application. When there's a delay, then you can ask.
That is correct.
Yeah, but the matter was just struck from the roll, of course. It's still alive, potentially. It can still be re-enrolled. You weren't acquitted or found not guilty.
It was struck from the roll, and 10 years later, nothing.
Yes, so let's not get too technical, but that's the point. It's still possible that it may be reinstated anyway. Yes, of course, the prospects after some, 7 years or so later, that it hasn't been reinstituted. The other aspect relating to IPID I want to raise with you is that 147.9. There's a reference there to 200,000 rand that of your own money, you say, that was contributed towards the fees of his lawyers.
That's correct.
He was represented by
Adams and Adams.
Alan Suzman Foundation.
No, Adams and Adams.
Oh, Adams and Adams. Yeah, they were they represented the amicus in that case.
I
don't think McBride was represented by.
No, Helen Suzman Foundation were amicus, and they were represented by
I think
Weber Wenzel.
All right.
So McBride was represented by Adams and Adams, and the reason I made the donation was because, having opened the docket in 2016 in February, by the middle of the year, nothing had happened. No investigation was taking place. And I was satisfied that the country's police service was being run by a corrupt commissioner of police.
Okay, so would Mr. McBride have been aware of your contribution? Was the contribution to him personally, or did it go to the lawyers representing him?
I paid Adams and Adams. I didn't discuss it with Mr. McBride.
Because, but
I paid the VAT on it as well. It was
yes, if my memory serves, he wasn't aware of a personal contribution made by you to his legal fees.
No.
Okay. All right. So what, in brief, what was your relationship with Mr. McBride? Did you, in effect, without being officially designated, become part of IPID investigating people like General Pashlani?
The only work we did in terms of investigation was between February 2016 and the period when IPID took a decision to carry on with the investigation, because from February 2016 till November 2016, no work had been done on the investigation whatsoever. So once they decided to carry on with the investigation, We spent the next 4 to 6 weeks to bring them up to speed, and then we stood back and left them to get on with it.
Okay. Now, and subsequent to that, you say or certainly in recent years, you haven't had any contact with IPID, interacted with IPID?
No dealings whatsoever. There might have been 1 or 2 cases where we've dealt with regional offices of IPID, for example, in Mpumalanga. There was a case there where we found that there was allegations of a police official receiving bribes, but it wasn't the chief of police, it was a captain. So we helped the complainant open a case with IPID there, but that would have been 3 or 4 years ago. And I wasn't involved in that, it was one of my staff.
So in relation to General Paslani, have you, subsequent to 2016, because the allegation is that you targeted General Paslani deliberately, you and Mr. McBride, the purpose being that McBride and you presumably wanted McBride to become the National Commissioner of Police.
That's the narrative, that's the false narrative of both Paslani and Nkabindi.
Okay. So subsequent to McBride's tenure at IPID and your evidence that you, save for the 1 or 2 instances where you have referred complaints at provincial offices, were you involved in any of the investigations against General Paslani?
No. In fact, Chairman, if you look at page 52 of my statement, paragraph 147.12, I explain over the next 4 weeks, at the request of Mashlangu, that would be the late Mantle Mashlangu, I brought the task team up to date and then stood back and let them get on with it. During those 4 weeks, I took the task team and pointed out where evidence could be obtained from, which included assisting them identify the building contractor who built Paslani's house, paid with bags of cash taken from the boot of his car. I tape recorded that conversation with the contractor, where he explained in detail how a checkers bag with 350,000 was taken out of the boot of the car.
Okay, so that's all recorded in your affidavit, and I'm sure everyone has read it. But I just wanted to ask you have not subsequently been required or called upon as a witness in any of the matters. As you know, I think it's common cause. General Paslani was dismissed. There was an arbitration. He took it on review to the Labour Court. That was lost. He took the Labour Court decision on appeal to the Labour Appeal Court. Recently, that was also dismissed.
That's correct. It was dismissed.
Yes. So were you involved in any of those legal developments?
No, not at all.
Questions are asked given your as it were appetite to investigate corruption at high levels. Why have you not investigated Pala? You've known about it, you've read about it. There's been lots of media attention given to that issue.
Chairman, the first I knew of Pala was in June. I can't, 23 or 24, whenever an article surfaced in the media written by Arthur Fraser. And Arthur Fraser falsely alleged under oath that I had helped the then president, in fact, the current president of South Africa, to track down the people that allegedly stole money from his couch. But I never even knew about any money being stolen from the couch until I read about it in the media. And I subsequently managed to get from the journalist who wrote the story a copy of the affidavit, because Arthur Fraser, having made the affidavit, published it. So when I got a copy of that affidavit, I then went and opened the case at Rosebank, because he deposed that affidavit at Rosebank Police Station. So I then went and opened a perjury docket against Arthur Fraser at Rosebank Police Station. And once again, nothing has happened to that case.
All right. If we can just move to the allegations you make in relation to the PKTT.
May I get the paragraph number?
In 62. Sorry. Paragraph 60, 62. In paragraph 62, you allege, or you say in your affidavit, during his testimony both at Matlanga and at the Ad Hoc Committee of Parliament, Lieutenant General Kwanazi remained totally silent about the rampant criminal activity within the PKTT. In that regard, I've been anonymously supplied with the following copies of 4 sworn statements by Sergeant Mokoena, dated 16 September 2024, Captain, I don't know if it's OOR, dated 30 September 2024, Lieutenant Colonel Kumalo, dated 24 August 2024, and Constable Ndlovu, dated 9 October. And these affidavits are annexed. It's at pages 270, 272, 274, and 276. Do you want to highlight, again, it can be taken as read. Do you want to highlight one of those specific affidavits?
Well, there's 4 statements there, Chairman. I would say the most compelling statement is the statement of Lieutenant Colonel Kumalo, who admits to having received...
Just the page reference?
Page 274.
274, okay. Yes.
He admits to having received 10,000 rand from a person by the name of Plakis. And Plakis was the head of security at the university.
So all 4 of these affidavits relate to the PKTT Fort Hare, University of Fort Hare investigation.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And the person within University of Fort Hare.
Can continue.
The person within University of Fort Hare that the PKTT was liaising with, they had been instructed to liaise with this person, was a person by the name of Plak. And all of them admitted receiving gratification as defined in Act 12 of 2004. And in particular, the leader of this team, this small team, was this Lieutenant Colonel Kumalo, who admitted receiving 10,000 rand, allegedly for purchase of honey, because apparently Colonel Kumalo was selling honey. And Plakis bought 60 bottles, but he paid for 150 bottles of honey. And no honey was delivered to him. And in fact, the money wasn't refunded, which meant Colonel Kumalo received 10,000 rand gratification.
Okay, then can I just refer you to... Okay.
And Plakis was subsequently arrested and charged. He, in fact, was the main suspect.
Yeah. I think that's common knowledge. Can I just refer you to paragraph, it's section J of your affidavit, paragraph 96.
Section J, what's
Yeah.
the page number?
It's page 32. Allegations of state-sponsored heat squads at work in KZN. And then
Page 32.
yeah, you say that that in the week following General Kwanazi's media conference, Forensic for Justice were approached by an informer.
That's correct.
This informer made shocking allegations. As a result, the informer was interviewed over several days and a sworn statement taken from him. To protect the identity of this informer, I've redacted his sworn statement. I've also redacted the transcript of the main interview. You say unredacted versions will be made available to the Commission of Inquiry, and you attach the statement, and it's J638 to 634. So can you go to 638 and 6? (638) and it goes to 644.
Yes. I'm there.
Yeah. And there the deponent, whose name is redacted, says in paragraph 3, on 8 July 2025, following the allegations made by Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Lakim Kunazi in a national media briefing on the 6th of July, I decided to call Mr. Paul O'Sullivan of Forensics for Justice. The reason I reached out to Mr. O'Sullivan was because I knew of Mr. O'Sullivan and his prior investigations into corrupt police officials. I'm sick of what I'm taking part in, and I desperately want to get out, and I'm fearful that if I leave on my own, I will be killed. To silence me because I know too much. And then in and around 2019, when I was around the age is deleted, I was approached by a tall black Zulu man who seemed to be in his early 70s, whom I called Baba Ndlovu, approached me. Ndlovu and Nkunazi both reside in Pietermaritzburg. I was informed by Nkunazi that Nkunazi was looking for a bright young man whom he could train to be what was referred to as an arm of the police service. I understood this to mean that we would be trained to support services to the police. Paragraph 6, I, along with at least 40 other young black males, took part in rigorous training for approximately 7 months. We were told that we would not be paid for our time while training, but we were guaranteed work when the training was over. Paragraph 8, when the training was over, we were all given 50,000 rand in cash by Mr. Mtetwa and told to return home and await further instructions. A week or two after being back home, I received a phone call from Mtetwa. He told me to collect a package. Upon my arrival, I would meet some man. I never knew his name, but he knew who I was and what I looked like, and he handed me a further 50,000 rand cash, which was held together by an elastic band. A few weeks later, I received another 20,000 rand in cash in the same manner. In total, I received after the training was therefore 120,000 rand. Paragraph 9, in and around the end of 2019, early 2020, there was civil unrest in KwaDukuza, KZN, and I received a phone call from Tetwa telling me to go to the same meeting spot. I was collected by prior arrangement by bus, and the driver was the same man who would hand me the cash every time. We were transported to a meeting spot near the Rainbow Chicken Farm in Hammersdale. By the time of our arrival, there were about 19 or 20 of us in the bus. We were all given suit bags with our names on it, with blue SAPS uniform inside them. The SAPS uniform didn't have any ranks on them and nor our names on the pocket, but they look exactly like blue SAPS uniforms. Later on, and in our time with the task team, our SAPS uniforms were given rank badges. None of us were actual police officers or SAPS members. Paragraph 10, the first mission in Tukuza was crowd control mission, where we were told to fire rubber bullets at a crowd of people that were protesting. Then I skip a few lines. It was made clear to me and the other members of the task team, our main purpose, according to Mkonazi, was to, quote, clean the streets, unquote. I later realized this meant we would be killing criminals instead of arresting them. Paragraph 11, in about mid-2022, there was a mission which I referred to as the West Boys drug bust. We were told that we would be required to do a quote-unquote drug bust. And when we arrived at the location, the so-called drug lab in Umlazi, a shootout ensued between us, who was described by him as an extrajudicial task team, real legitimate police officers and the suspects. It ended with at least 15 suspects being shot dead. Many times during our missions, no arrests were ever made of any suspects, and a lot of the time the suspect or civilians were shot in the back as if they were running away. We would often, quote unquote, shoot to kill. The next mission in paragraph 12, I'll speak about in around August 2024 in section 8, Umlazi. We were told by Mtetwa there was an abandoned house in section 8, Umlazi, where people were using the abandoned house for a drug syndicate and we needed to get rid of them. I understood this to mean they were dangerous and we needed to eliminate them. When we arrived, we split into two groups and went in kicking the doors front and back and immediately shot everyone inside. Paragraph 13, when we noticed that 6 teenagers had been shot and killed, we knew there would be trouble. Ndlovu phoned Mkonazi to come to the scene. Just before Mkonazi came to the scene, we were told by Ndlovu that some of us had to leave, and 9mm weapons with dead teenagers and some weapons were left next to their bodies. So it could be said that these kids shot at us. This is the second mission where kids were fatally shot, yet they were unarmed. And Mkonazi planted evidence or had evidence planted to cover up what had actually happened. I was not involved in the first incidents. It must have been one of the other groups. I also wish to mention that Mkonazi always arrived at these missions with other police officers to basically clean up the mess, quote unquote, which either meant that they would remove evidence of us, the task team ever being there, or planting evidence to change the narrative. The last sentence in that paragraph, none of us had firearm licenses for the weapons we were using, Wilson police uniform. Then lastly, paragraph 16, whilst working for the task team, I received 20,000 Rand in cash per month. Considering there were at least 3 or 4 groups or task teams, each receiving 20,000 Rand in cash. This would mean that the total cash payment made of all these members in the task team was between 1.2 million and 1.6 million per month. It seems to me there were 3 groups of 20 people, none of them cops. We were all promised that after we had been doing this work for 5 years, we would each receive 5 million Rand in cash. What is these allegations? Clearly very serious. What's happened to this? Has a case been opened? Is it being investigated? What's the status of these allegations?
Chairman, we supplied a copy of this. In fact, no, we supplied the original of this in terms of Section 27 of the NPA Act to IDAC. And we supplied a copy of this to a senior investigator who works for IPID and is based in KZN. And we have left them to get on with it. So we would have probably pursued it a bit further, but given the fact that I was being accused of having captured IPID and having captured the NPA and having run the country, we decided just to file these complaints and leave them to get on with it. So I don't know what's been done about it.
Okay. When is the last time that you made any follow-up or inquiries?
In August last year.
And this person who deposed to this affidavit came to you, approached you.
Yeah, we didn't know him from a bar of soap. In fact, we have a toll-free number. It's 0800 118 118. And that's the toll-free number for Forensics for Justice. And it's an unmanned phone, but people phone and leave messages. And he phoned there, and we've got a tape recording of that as well. And he phoned there and said that he wanted an urgent meeting. And then I spoke to him on the phone and I tape recorded that as well. And in the tape recording, he said that he was involved in killing people and it was getting to his conscience. And him and another person wanted to come and see me. So I met with him first, and the other person was supposed to see me afterwards, but the other person allegedly shot and killed himself the day before he was supposed to come and see me, which only left this person. So that's why I've redacted everything that can be used to identify his name.
Do you know where this person is or what the whereabouts, given?
Yes, we do. And we've passed that information on. So unredacted version of this is with IDAC, the original of it. And if you have a look, Chairman, there's a whole interview of 60 or 70 pages from page 644 right through to page 790 is the transcript. It's a redacted transcript because some of the things he says in there clearly
of your interview.
Yes, and it was like a 4-hour interview over a long period of time. I think we stopped and then we carried on again.
And who was with you when you conducted the interview?
The person that was with me, that name has been redacted. One of my staff from Forensics for Justice and a person who I call Peter Piper, because I wanted somebody that wasn't involved with Forensics for Justice to be present.
Okay.
So I've just called that person Peter Piper, but that's not his real name.
Right.
And that person was present, and that person's a Zulu-speaking individual because the person we were interviewing spoke English quite well, actually, but he knew, the person that was with us knows about these areas in KZN, so he was able to ask questions about this and that and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah. Our time is really now limited. And to deal with the slush fund, the Secret Service account, which, as I mentioned, it's dealt with by you in the part which is headed the slush fund, the Secret Service account.
What's the paragraph number?
It's from paragraph 64 onwards.
Okay. So
and we've also heard some evidence. Obviously, the extent to which we accept it as evidence, corroborated and confirmed, of Mr. Shlingwani. But you make several allegations about General Mkunazi and his alleged conduct regarding the slush fund. You raise questions about it, about crime intelligence, involvement in operational functions and so on, at paragraph 80.
Yeah. So, Chairman, during its testimony at the Madlanga Commission and at this ad hoc committee, General Mkhwanazi repeatedly talked about informers that were supplying him with information. Now, it's not the function of somebody that doesn't have security clearance to manage informers. And General Mkhwanazi had no security clearance. Plus, he wasn't working in crime intelligence. It's a function of crime intelligence to manage informers. And that is the purpose of the slush fund. The slush fund, actually, its real name is the Secret Service account. And that money is supposed to be used to pay the informers to get information pertaining to criminal activity. And then if the information is good and it results in arrests, the informers get paid. Now, what I couldn't understand is how General Mkhwanazi was able to claim at the Madlanga Commission and in Parliament that he was managing informers. And I have made the suggestion at paragraph 81, Chairman, that if the committee wants to get to the bottom of the root of all evil in the police, it needs to start with the slush fund. Because if they can stop the wanton theft of millions of rand, which is stolen in secret and spent in secret with zero accountability, and in fact, the loose strings around the purse of the slush fund results in inside factional battles within the police, because many senior police officials want to get their hands on these taxpayer funds. And it's a fact of life that in 2012-2013 financial year, the slush fund budget was 98 million rand a year. In the 13 years since then, it's grown to 600 million rand a year, which is a 500% increase. During the same period, Chairman, we've had inflation of 113%. So we have not seen a concomitant drop in serious crime. In fact, we've seen the opposite. We've seen crime increase in the last 13 years.
Okay, there's just another two topics I need to cover with you quickly. The one is the now infamous, notorious braai that you had at what used to be Kretsche's house. What was that gathering? Did you conspire there? Who was there? Did you conspire there to do anything, to frame anyone?
No, Chairman, I was
anyone?
in fact flying overseas. I was flying to Vienna on the night of that braai. And it was the end of the year. The people that are stated to be at the braai by Nkabindi and General Mokateri. So Cedric Nkabindi was not invited to the braai, but he turned up. The persons that were invited to the braai, and it was just an informal braai of 2 hours, was Robert McBride, General Sabir, who by that stage was no longer in the police. He was, I think, working for the Johannesburg City Council. And there were some of my staff there. And the late Mandla Mashlangu was there. And there was a journalist there, but the journalist was there to talk about a new book that she'd just published about Radovan Kretscher. And that's why we decided to have the braai at Radovan Kretscher's house, because she was launching the book that she'd written about Radovan Kretscher. And I asked the person who owned the house if we could have a braai there. And that's what we did.
And what did you discuss? Was it just an end of year braai? Was it just a social gathering, or did you meet for any particular purpose?
It was a 2-hour social gathering, and I was quite surprised to see the number of people that turned up, because from IPID there were probably 6 or 7. I invited Mandel Mashlangu, the late Mandel Mashlangu, and I invited Robert McBride. I invited Matthew Sissoko, but he didn't come. And there were 1 or 2 others, but I can't remember their names now, plus Cedric and Kabindi. And actually, if things that had happened afterwards hadn't have happened, I wouldn't have even remembered Cedric and Kabindi's name. He alleged that there were people there from AfriForum and the DA. There were nobody there from AfriForum, and there were nobody there from the DA. So all these things were fabricated. He also alleged...
Any journalists there?
Angelique Serrao. She made a book about, or she published a book then, that same week, about Radovan Krejcir. So, and she gave everybody a copy of the book. So
that was now your house. You bought it from Krejcir.
No, it wasn't my house.
Is it Krejcir's house?
No, it was never Radovan Krejcir's house. So I don't really know.
Okay.
Well, you know, there's a whole fabrication that it was Radovan Krejcir's house. It was never Radovan Krejcir's house. The house in question is owned by a company, and the owner of that company, I asked him, can we use the house? Radovan Krejcir used to live there.
Oh, I see. Okay. Now, the July 6th press conference held by General Mkhwanazi, you deal with it from paragraph 91 onwards. Paragraph 91 on 1 July 2025, following the arrest and appearance in court, where 5 generals and 2 brigadiers, all from crime intelligence, based on complaints laid by myself and others pertaining to nepotistic corruption within crime intelligence, I caused my attorney to write a letter of demand to General Masemola demanding the suspension of these 7 crime intelligence people. Within hours, General Masemola responded to the letter of demand, fobbing me off with a tough response, thereby removing the urgency. When did you lay those complaints?
Chairman, I met with the Office for the Inspector General of Intelligence in January of 2025. And I supplied them, we carried out some research, and we were able to identify the company which had bought these properties. We received the tip-off. It's probably the same tip-off that the Honorable Fadi L. Adams and Honorable Carla Barnard received. And we also got it. We have a anonymous email address that we use. And we got this tip-off, and I decided to carry out some research. And I wrote to the Inspector General of Intelligence. They asked me for a meeting, and I handed over. We got copies of the.
So sorry, just repeat the dates. I just missed it.
It was in it's one of the annexes is my email to the Inspector General of Intelligence. I'm not quite sure which of them it is without looking at the annex list. In section H.
There's 30.
It's page 294. So 294 of my submission is the email that I sent to the Inspector General of Intelligence. This was after the meeting, summarizing.
And what's the date of that?
The email is the 16th of February, 2025, but we had the meeting in January. And he asked me to do further research, which I did, and I supplied him with that information. I then sent him an email on the 16th of February. He wrote back on the 3rd of March, and he said, "Thank you for this valuable information. We will be in KZN from 10 to 11th of March 2025. And after that, I had no further interaction with him. But I supplied them with all that information. And the most critical point that we discovered was the fact that the properties were purchased at the full asking price. In fact, they paid more than the asking price.
Okay. So if I can just move on from there, just back to the braai quickly. The person who was there from City of Johannesburg had also mentioned to you the procurement of spyware.
Never.
No?
Never.
By Sabia?
I never had any discussion with him. I don't have the ability to procure spyware, whatever.
No, I'm
spyware
not
is.
saying, I'm not putting that to you. I'm saying it had been mentioned to you.
No.
No, okay. What was your relationship, if any, with Sabia?
My relationship with Sabia first came about in respect of Radovan Krejcir, who's a Czech fugitive. He was wanted in the Czech Republic. He was living here unlawfully. He entered the country on fake passports and he should have been deported, but he managed to play the game and stay here. And unfortunately.
So when was that, when was your last interaction with General Sabia?
So General Sabia then got dismissed from the DPCI. He took it to the Labour Court and he was later reinstated. And after he was reinstated, he became the Deputy National Commissioner, Detective Services. After he became Deputy National Commissioner, Detective Services, we probably had 4 or 5 meetings with him, maybe 6, to hand him copies of dockets which we had opened relating to corrupt police officials and corrupt prosecutors. And he then handed that to subordinates of his, and we then worked with those people, and those police officials were arrested, and so were the prosecutors, and they're currently on trial.
And when last was that?
That would have been 24, 25.
And subsequently, have you had any contact with General Sabia?
I have had contact with him because when this media release took place of General Mkhwanazi on 6th of July in last year, he made allegations about Shadrach Sabia. So I phoned him and I said, "Listen, what's going on now? Are you involved in all this? What's going on?" Of course, he denied everything. And I said to him, "Well, I hope you've got your version of events to put forward." And he assured me that he would be putting his events forward. It's been alleged that I'm his friend. I want to just place it on record that I don't know where he lives. I've never been to his house. I've never been to a restaurant for a meal with him. I've never had any dealings. The only time we ever had a meal together was the braai at the house in Bedford View in December 2016. I've had no other interactions with him other than work-related.
Okay. You have called for, sorry, let me just deal with this aspect quickly in the remaining few minutes I have left. You say that on the 5th of July, this is at paragraph 93, in the early hours of the morning.
Correct.
Someone dropped a brown envelope off at my office, which I saw when I arrived at 4:30. I was truly shocked by the contents, which included the following documents, which I felt to send to Masemola to share with the NDPP, the head of IDAC, and the president, as the documents allege a national scandal being perpetrated by General Masemola. Now, this is, why do you mention that this is just the day before the 6th of July, when the press announcement was made? And in paragraph 92, you also allege that you received information that on the 3rd and 4th of July at the police college in Pretoria, Generals Masemola and Mkhwanazi put the finishing touches to the presentation that General Mkhwanazi would use to shock the nation on the 6th.
That's correct, Chairman. Although it's in chronological order there, I only found out about that after the 6th of July. Because after the media conference of General Mkhwanazi, some of the journalists there, he apparently did a presentation on PowerPoint. And some of the journalists there said, "That's a nice presentation. Can we get a copy of it, please?" So he instructed his PR or spokesman or whatever you call it to supply it to the journalists. And when they supplied that presentation to the journalists, they did it on their computer by converting the PowerPoint presentation to PDF and then emailing it to the journalists. And one of the journalists, because I didn't know about this 6th of July conference until it actually happened. And one of the journalists phoned me and said, "This and this conference took place, blah, 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 blah. What can you comment?" I said, "Well, I haven't seen it. Can you send me something?" And he sent me this presentation. And when I got it, I was shocked. I read it and I thought, wow, you know, it's like 40 or 50 pages of presentation went up.
But you're not mentioned specifically in the presentation.
I am. He doesn't mention my name, but he refers to a member of the public that called for the suspension.
So you inferred it was, can only be referred
Can only because he not only says a member of the public has called for the suspension, but he says the member of the public wants the National Commissioner to bypass the HR regulations of the police and just suspend these people. So clearly he was talking about me. But more importantly, and this is an important point, Chairman, this PDF file, we have software which can analyze documents and we can extract the metadata from the documents. So I decided to run a quick metadata check on this document that had been sent to me. As a result, I was able to identify the computer on which the PDF was created.
And the location where the computer is.
A head office computer. So a police head office computer. And we have supplied the information to the Madlanga Commission with a suggestion that they inquire from the police to find out who is using that computer. We've got the details on the user number because we extracted from the metadata. Okay.
Just lastly to round off, Chair. I think I did start 9-10 minutes past 10. You called for General Khumalo's suspension. Were you responsible for his arrest by IDAC?
No, in no way, shape or form. I didn't even know he was being arrested. But when he was arrested, I thought, wow, you know, this is good. Now, I put the copy of the charge sheet in here. Charge sheets, once you've been arrested and charged, it's a public document. So I managed to get a copy of the charge sheet.
But the charge sheet, was that based on the...
Oh, sorry, I haven't put that charge sheet in there. I don't have that one. I couldn't
But
get
was it based on the information that was provided by Honorable Adams, MP?
Chairman, from what I can understand, Honorable Adams and Honorable Carla Barnard and Dishonorable Paul O'Sullivan all laid complaints in different directions, and they somehow merged. They found themselves together. I didn't lay a complaint with IDAC. I laid my complaint with the Office for the Inspector General of Intelligence because of the nature of the complaint, which related to the Crime Intelligence Secret Service account. As far as I'm aware, Honorable Adams laid a complaint with the police. So I think these complaints all ended up with IDAC. And IDAC obviously investigated and chose to make the arrest. But I wasn't involved in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Perhaps I'll get another opportunity at the end. Maybe my colleague can use that opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Did you conclude, Advocate Aransa? Or must I give you 15 more minutes?
Chair, I would have obviously preferred more time. A lot of time, to be fair, was also taken up yesterday. Various points, a number of them valid, but didn't form part of the leading of evidence. But we interacted on it, so quite a few hours was spent on that, and would have preferred more time. But in the short time available, we've covered some of the topics that we wanted to cover.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can give you until 2:30 to raise any other important matter which you feel must be brought to our attention.
Chair, it's fine. We'll rest our case for the time being.
Okay, no, it's fine. If you are satisfied that you have done justice, then it's okay. Honorable James, are you ready?
Chair,
Are you ready?
Chair, we're not giving up our 15 minutes. We'll take it at the end.
Yeah,
We'll reserve our 15 minutes for the end.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
Are you ready, Honorable James?
I think so. Yes, Chair.
Yeah. I'm allocating 15 minutes to alternates. And then 40 minutes to full members. "15 minutes to alternates and 40 minutes to full members." We don't have to discuss Honorable Sokanyile. We have gone past the debate of what an alternate is. Can we, the watch that I'm having in my hand, not the one that you see on the wall. The one that I have now says is 14 minutes past 11. So it means exactly at 29 minutes past 11, your time would have ended, and the next speaker is Sokanyile. 29 minutes past 11, your microphone must be on. Don't look at the chair, look at your microphone. Yes. Your time starts now, Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Goeiemôre, meneer O'Sullivan. As jy
Goeiemôre.
okay vandag, ek het gesien jy het bietjie gestretch nou. Is jou rug alright?
Ja, ek is lekker.
Okay. Baie dankie vir jou testimonie wat jy vir ons gebring het gister. Jy het mos Suid-Afrika toe gekom om Afrikaans te leer. Is dit reg?
Kan u Engels praat asseblief.
Maar het jy nie gesê jy het hiernatoe gekom vir die goeie weer en om bietjie Afrikaans te leer?
My Afrikaans is nie goed nie.
Jou Afrikaans. Okay. Ek gaan dit maar ek het vrae gehad vir jou in Afrikaans, maar ek gaan dit maar nou daar los. Ons wil net getoets het of jy wel hier gekom het vir die Afrikaans, soos jy ons gesê het gister. So dis duidelik, jy kan nog steeds die Afrikaans praat.
Wat sê jy?
Okay, dankie.
Chair, if you can hear the Africans, at least let's hear the witness responding. He is too far from the mic.
May you please get closer,
We're forgiven that part of not knowing African.
may you please get closer to the microphone and respond in Afrikaans.
Perhaps we can speak Irish.
So that's a minute of my time added. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, you said yesterday that you came to South Africa because of the good weather and you wanted to learn Afrikaans. We've just proven that you haven't learned any Afrikaans.
So, with all due respect, I could at one stage speak Afrikaans fluently.
Uh-huh.
But the year before last, there was an attempt to murder me.
Yeah.
And that attempt resulted in a brain injury.
Okay.
And I have photographs which I can show to demonstrate that, in fact, I was nearly killed. I had a
Sorry to hear.
broken neck
Thank you so much.
and a
sir.
fractured skull.
Thank you very much. I want to move to a very important topic and you start with it and I want to fully agree. And in such cases, we need to track the money because where there's money, there's chaos. You mentioned that the slush fund, Secret Service fund, root of all evil, cause of our unhappiness and why we find ourselves here today. Am I correct?
No, I didn't say it's why we find ourselves here today.
You said it's the root of all evil.
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. Let's stay there. I want to turn to crime intelligence slush fund, right? It is also known as the C fund, and in your affidavit, you refer to it as the Secret Service account, right? On paragraph 2265, you state that theft and abuse of this fund have been prevalent for 20 years. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's
Okay.
correct.
Are you therefore saying since 2006, the slush fund has operated as a vehicle for corruption and theft financed by South African taxpayers?
Well, the slush fund is taxpayers' fund.
Thank you. Also on page 23, paragraph 66, you identify the extreme secrecy that surrounds and governs the slush fund as one of the fund's primary weaknesses. That correct? You're saying the secrecy,
What page number, sorry?
page 23, paragraph 66.
Correct.
You identify the extreme secrecy that surrounds and governs this fund as one of the fund's primary weaknesses. Correct?
Which paragraph is that?
66.
Yes, sorry, that's on the previous page, 22.
Is it your testimony that this veil of secrecy has enabled and encouraged ongoing abuse of the slush fund for illegal activities?
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt, right? On page 25, you describe the slush fund as a manna from heaven for criminals. Please explain what is meant by this phrase.
Manna from heaven.
Yeah,
It means a gift.
a gift.
Yes.
Okay. You've also repeatedly stated that, you've done a lot of work, a lot of goodwill for South Africa, and you've never really benefited from any of it,
That's correct.
right? You have stated that you have not received any payments, not rewards or gratification for the so-called forensic work you undertook on you mentioned on page 64, paragraph 175 of your affidavit. Correct?
Public interest work. I've never received anything for the public interest work I've done in this country. In fact, quite the opposite.
Please speak into the mic. I need you to
I
say
said
that
I've
loud
never
and clear.
received anything.
You've never received anything.
No.
Niks nie. Okay. Jy's 'n regtig goeie mens. Chair, and also, you've also claimed you've had a conversation with Honorable Trollop, and it states in the WhatsApp
Sorry,
message.
Honourable who?
Honorable Trollop, Ethel Trollop.
What paragraph is that?
No, it's not there. I'm just saying I just believe that you've been in conversation. I have the copies of the WhatsApp.
I've never spoken to Honourable Trollop in my life.
What?
Yes. Never spoken to him. I sent him WhatsApp messages,
Yes.
but I've never spoken to him in my life. Never.
Okay, but I've got proof that you sent him WhatsApp messages. And
I
you have
didn't say.
to wait for me to finish my question. And in your WhatsApp messages there, you've also said that you've never received any funds or gratification.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. O'Sullivan, ek weet nie eens of ons jou moet verder question nie vandag.
Chair, can I ask the honourable member to use English?
Okay. Chair, in my possession, our internal memorandum dated the 7th of May 2007 and subsequent proof of payment dated the 16th of May 2007, reflecting a payment of 100,000 rand to Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, originating from the slush fund. Mr. O'Sullivan, request for an advance from the DSO confidential funds, right, for work pertaining to the Kretschner case that you mentioned. Wag nou eers, Mr. O'Sullivan. Here's the application. Mr. O'Sullivan, here is the check made out to you. 100,000 from the very root of all evil that you have received when you came here telling us that this is the root of, you too have benefited from the manna of heaven.
Not true.
Not true.
Not true.
Mr. O'Sullivan, and I can provide this request for advance reimbursement. Here's the application. Here's the money you've deposited into your net bank account.
Can I answer, or are you going to carry on talking? May I?
I'm showing you the proof.
You're not showing me the proof. I can't read what you've put in front of yourself there.
You can take it. You can, there we go.
Then you also make copies for honorable members too. Is that the only document that you are circulating?
Excuse me, Chair?
Is that the only document you are circulating?
I can circulate this as well. The team can just come. I can do the application for the 100,000. I can send you the motivation. It's all here. Application for reward for Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. We'll just compile it nicely and then just give to the members. There we go. Chair, this is taking up my time. I think, and my time is almost up.
Yeah, you should have arranged with Bonani before the meeting.
Yeah, I should have arranged with him. But nevertheless, I want to conclude that you have repeatedly stated that you did not receive any money, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. And today, I have brought receipts to prove to you that you have lied to this house under oath. And because you have lied to this house under oath, and we do have the evidence, as Action SA, after this meeting, we will be opening up and laying criminal charges against you. I leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Chair, am I allowed to respond, or am I just going to sit here and listen to the lies being peddled by the honourable member?
It's me.
Listen to me. She has raised matters with you, and she has also given you what she says is proof. So now, like we promised you yesterday, now it's your time to speak to the document that she has put before you,
Thank you, Chairman.
and any other answer that you may want to give from what she has said.
Thank you, Chairman. So, this payment of 100,000 rand did not come from the Crime Intelligence Slush Fund. It came from the DSO's C Fund. And it's not in 2007. It was in 2006. And it was a refund for monies that I spent. Sorry, Chairman, if I have to sit here and have somebody making body language faces at me while I'm giving an explanation, I will then have to turn and look at you and not the honourable member.
You only spent 22,500. It's on the application form.
Chairman,
You said you did not receive any funds ever.
Honorable James, may we please allow the witness, give him chance to respond to your questions.
thank you, Chairman. It's a refund of expenses I've incurred at the request of the DSO, which was then called the Scorpions, for two things. The one was for security, additional security arrangements put in place for a witness who was afraid for his life. And this is in connection with the Scorpions investigation, the DSO, carried out in respect of the late Jackie Salebi. And they agreed to refund me the monies I spent, which also included the use of my aircraft. And they, not me, they chose to refund it in this format. And in fact, the amount of money I spent was in excess of R500,000, of which they contributed 100,000 rand. And it wasn't paid from the Crime Intelligence Slush Fund. It was paid from the NPA account. So the honourable member is wrong when she says that I lied when I denied receiving monies from the slush fund.
Yeah. I don't want you or any other member to use the word lies or wrong. We can choose to use the word inaccurate. Maybe before, still on this question, the reimbursements that you received, was there a prior agreement before was there a prior agreement between yourself and the DSO that you were going to investigate, or this is going to be the role?
Chairman, I have my own aircraft.
If you
asked me a question.
If you can allow me to
Okay, sorry, I thought you finished.
The thing is, I speak very slow so that you get every word that I want to say. Any prior agreement that we are now going to start investigations on the affairs of Mr. Salebi or the alleged corruption against Mr. Salebi. We are the DSO. This is the capacity we have. These are our limitations. We are now going to source external services from Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. This is how far he can go, and this is how much we will pay him after the work has been done. Was there that kind of an agreement?
The agreement, it was an oral agreement, Chairman, and the agreement was that they would assist with the expenses I was incurring. And it wasn't just in respect of Jackie Salebi. I don't know what the project was about, but they had a drug project that they were busy with, where they were tracking people that were transporting drugs. And I took 2 members of the DSO in my plane. I supplied a radio to members of the DSO in cars on the ground, and we flew over and we watched and followed a car going from different places to different places. And I wasn't involved in that project. I just allowed them to use my plane.
Who were those two members that were in your craft?
The one was Advocate Gerinel. I don't remember the name of the other person because I didn't know it. But he came with Advocate Gerinel.
Okay. And then you say that the agreement was oral.
Oral agreement. They needed my urgent assistance. And in addition to that, Chairman, there was an attempt to murder one of the witnesses in the Jackie Celebi matter. And
Who was the person who approved these payments that were made to you?
I am assuming it was Advocate Gerinel. I don't know who approved it.
Honorable James, yeah, okay.
Chair, Mr. Sullivan, in your testimony, you have said that you have never received any funds, no reimbursement, nothing. Dololo.
Haven't said
That's
I've
what you
received
said,
reimbursement.
paragraph 175. It's there,
Chairman,
right? You said that you have never received. You were reimbursed for the aircraft 6,000 Rand. It's on the application. Your total reimbursement amounted to 22,000 Rand. The entire application I have circulated to the members. It clearly outlines the project name Coffee.
Chairman, I don't have any.
It outlines the work you've done. It clearly outlines the reason for your payment. It's all in the application and the motivation. Unfortunately, my time does not permit me to go through the application, and hence I have circulated it to all the members. It's all there. So the hogwash you are telling us contradicts what's in the application. The documents, the proof speaks for itself.
Yeah. Is there anything you want? I want you to be calm, both of you, yourself and Honorable James.
Well, unlike the honourable member, I will remain calm. First of all, Chairman, I'm not in the business of providing hogwash. I have stated there, and I'm going to read it, paragraph 175. For the avoidance of doubt, I have never been remunerated for any of my public interest work over the last 25 years. Quite the opposite, I've spent vast sums of my own funds in the interest of making South Africa a safer country for all its inhabitants. However, when I was requested to provide extra services, not something I chose to do of my own account, I was requested to pay for the security enhancements of a witness. And unfortunately, Chairman, these documents from 20 years ago, I don't have in my possession, and it would be appropriate for them to be in my possession before these wild allegations are being made against me. It would absolutely be appropriate to put the documents in front of me and say, can you explain that? And that's not what's happened here, Chairman.
Okay. Your time has expired, Honorable James. May we move to Honorable Sokanyil. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Morning, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan.
She's sitting here.
I'm greeting you.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to see
Honorable
whether.
Sangoni, may you please make way here.
Johnny.
I'm greeting you, sir. Thank you. I'm looking at your statement, paragraph 102. You are talking about monies that were intended for CIG informants that were removed from the system, and you are accusing General Kumalo that they were removed during his time. Can you provide evidence that sources of information under Kumalo that have dried up, that you're referring to in paragraph 102. Can you be quick, because 15 minutes of my
Chairman.
time will go.
I'm looking for the reference to the document. It's K 810, 811, and 821.
In your affidavit,
Yeah, I'm not looking at the affidavit, Chairman. I'm looking at the evidence that's mentioned in the affidavit. It's 810. So what we have, Chairman, if you look at
my time is going, sir.
if we look at page, you asked, Madam, if I could supply with evidence. So I want to refer to page 792. 792 is a transcript of a telephone call I had on the 22nd of September 2025 from a confidential informant who was employed in crime intelligence. And his complaint, he reached out to me. I didn't know this person from a bar of soap. And he reached out to me.
Is this informant from Pumalanga,
That's what it says.
the one that you are talking about in 803, in annexure K 791?
That's
Is it the
correct.
one?
That's correct. Pages 792, 793 is all the transcript of the discussion I had with him. And then I asked him to send me documentation, which he subsequently sent. And that documentation is attached. And that documentation starts at page 811.
Okay.
And the documentation is a list of people that were employed
No, it's fine.
in crime intelligence.
Okay.
And then there's an application for, sorry, Chairman, I have a big problem here. I'm asked an open question and I'm trying to give.
No, I'm saying that, can you stop it there? So that I ask another question.
Chairman, I think what we need here is some guidance. I'm asked a question and I'm being stopped before I've completed answering my question.
My time will go. I want another question.
Chairman, I've been asked a question and I'm being stopped before I've answered the question. And I believe the reason I'm being stopped is because the honourable member doesn't want to hear my answer. So I'm being told, here's your question. No, stop. I don't want to hear it.
I'll give you another, because there is a follow-up question to what you're going to say.
Chairman.
Because on what is written on your telephonical conversation with the informant, you are saying that the informants must go to General Smear. You don't want him talking to General Mkwanazi, General Masemula, General Kumalo, because after appearance of General Masemula, they are all going to jail, the three. You are planning about that. He must give you that information so that after Masemula on that day, coming out of the Madlanga Commission, you are taking them all to jail. He must talk to Smear. Why do you have an informant to talk to someone else, not to talk to the people at the helm of SAPS? For instance, in the crime intelligence is General Kumalo, and then General Masemula is the National Commissioner. Can I check with you? Why do you refer your informant to General Spear in your conversation, telephonical conversation?
Chairman,
Yeah, you can respond to the questions that have been
I
posed.
haven't finished responding to the first question, Chairman.
Yeah.
And the reality of the situation is,
Combine all of them.
yeah, I'll combine all of them. Thank you.
Quick,
I think
summarized form.
Mr. Paul Robert O'Sullivan, each and every member is allocated time.
15 minutes.
They may not have the time like you had with the evidence leader yesterday to make a presentation. So when you respond to their questions, just be mindful of the time that the member is allocated to, so that the member does not ask one question and their time expires.
So I'm going to be as quick as I can. If you look at page 810, it's an explanatory note about all of the documentation. And it says the transcription, this is the 20-minute call with the informer who is employed at Crime Intelligence in Mpumalanga. It is mostly self-explanatory and alludes to micromanagement by Khumalo. The complainant in this case is a member of Crime Intelligence, and he's complaining about General Khumalo. And the honourable member is asking why I didn't instruct him to go and complain to General Khumalo.
To Spear.
Pardon?
You are saying that he must go to General Spear. Why?
Because General Sabir at the time was the Deputy National Commissioner of Police. Should I have told him to go and speak to General Khumalo, he would have probably been suspended by now because he was complaining about General Khumalo.
Just leave it. Let's leave that, because you are saying that the General Masemola, the National Commissioner, General Khumalo.
I have a problem. I'm
General
not finished
Panas,
answering and I'm being...
all of them, they're going to jail.
General...
No, leave it out, because you have made it clear that the person in SAPS whom you regarded as the person who must be at the helm is General Spear. It's clear. From what you've written, it's written down. You're telling the informant. It's you yourself. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, can you tell me why did you decide to disinvest from property in South Africa, and you decided in 2025? Why?
Chairman, I haven't finished answering the other question. And what I'm not prepared to do, Chairman, is to sit here, start answering a question, and then be stopped and told, I don't want to hear your answer, I want to ask you another question. And if we're not...
Can I say that to
Sorry,
you?
Chairman, I'm talking and I keep being interrupted.
Can we do this? She asked you a question about the conversation that you had with your informant. Are you able to respond to that question?
Absolutely, and I'm trying to explain it, Chairman. And while I'm trying to explain it, the honourable member starts interrupting me. Now, what I'm saying is...
Look, listen here. The time that is allocated is not the chairperson. It's not the chairperson's time. It's the time of the honourable member. You and the honourable member must have a cordial conversation. Help each other and have that conversation succeed.
Chairman, how can we have a cordial conversation?
Yeah.
If I'm trying to answer the question...
Let's not do that. May you please respond to the question on your informant. That's what she wants to hear.
And I was trying to explain that, Chairman.
Let's go ahead and explain.
So can I explain without being interrupted?
Yes, I give you the time to explain.
Thank you. I explain on the explanatory note, which is page 810, exactly what happened and why I decided to make record it and make a transcript.
Get to the microphone.
So it's a request for assistance. It's not a request for assistance I have solicited. It's a request for assistance that a person has unilaterally decided to reach out to me. Before that person contacted me, I didn't know him at all. I knew nothing about them. He explains that he was busy with an investigation involving theft of 74 million rand from a community property association. And they chose to bypass Kamalu. He chose to bypass Kamalu and go and speak to General Sibiya. It wasn't me that told him. I didn't even know he'd been to speak to General Sibiya. So if there's an allegation that I told him, go speak, he'd already spoken to General Sibiya. And if you read the transcript, it makes it clear that he's telling me he decided to bypass General Kamalu. So we're having a complete misunderstanding of what's being said in the transcript.
No, it's okay.
And then,
No, I
sorry,
got your
Chairman,
answer.
I'm being interrupted again.
I got your answer. because
No, I
just
haven't
kept
finished my answer,
time.
Chairman. I haven't finished, Chairman.
Because you're saying Spear can be trusted.
Why are you shouting at
It's
me?
you who's saying that,
Why are you
not the
shouting?
informant.
No.
Please stop it. I've got the answer now. I got your answer, please. I got your answer. Then I'm going now.
I don't think I can work like this, Chairman. Yeah. If I'm going to have to work like this, I'm going to have to say, I'm sorry. This is.
You'll have to go. Why?
No, Honorable Sokanyile.
Oh, I can't go.
Wait. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something that we need to do here. All of us. Number one, I'm going to request that we compose ourselves. And number two, I'm going to ask the witness to be mindful of the time that is allocated to members and respond to the questions without taking their time. And Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, what I'm going to request to you, it's an honest attitude on how you respond to questions, so that behind that attitude, there must never be a threat that if something like this happens, this is not how I'm going to continue, because I want to explain and I'm not being given time to explain. There are some questions which will need a yes or no answer. Were you in a conversation with this informant? Yes. Is it true that you told him to go and talk to Sibiya? Yes or no? And then if there is any context behind that you may want to explain, you can do that, but without eating on the time of the member. But you know, if we have a conversation where from time to time you want to appeal to the chair to say, you see, chairperson, this is how I'm being treated, and I can't continue like this, I don't think that is going to help us. Have a conversation with the member. The member is allocated time. There is a set of questions that the member wants to have them answered within the limited time allocation. And at the beginning of every slot, I tell the member what time has been allocated to them. That's what we do. So we must not create an excuse to pull out of the conversation by not answering questions. When we started here, I reminded all of us that today is Mandela's Day. It's the day on which Mandela was released from the Victor Verster prison. And this is a day which all of us must look forward with hope and renewed confidence to the future we want to build in this country. Like you have said that you have very much loved this country, you wanted to be a citizen of this country, and you wanted to be integrated and socialized with the life of this country. Can we do exactly that? Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you, Chairperson. Because I want to repeat
You ask your question, allow him to respond. Thank you.
I'll also read what I'm
Chairman.
saying. I
I haven't finished answering the question.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
I'll start where I've ended.
No, Honorable Sokanyile. Let him respond to that question.
Thank you, Chairman.
Then how many minutes?
Chairman, my submission to Parliament, and you can deduct this from the honourable member's time if it's necessary. My submission to Parliament includes over 1,000 pages of evidence. And it's necessary, if I'm going to be asked questions about the evidence that's included, that I have an opportunity to look at the relevant pages of that 1,000 pages so that I can answer the question properly. Because otherwise I'm going to be put in a position where I'll have to say, I'm sorry, I don't have time to answer that question. So either I must be able to give a proper answer, which means consulting my documents, or I must be allowed to say, I'm sorry, I don't have time to answer that question. Or we can agree that we're not going to get anywhere with this process. And as chairman, I respectfully request you to ensure that when a question is asked, I will undertake to provide the answer as quickly as possible, but not in a way where I'm asking or answering the question and I'm told, no, I've heard enough. I don't want to hear anymore. And that's really the reality.
Explaining the process.
So, Chairman, the allegation is I'm asked to explain why I told him to enter the Sabia. In fact, if you look at page 799 and 800, this is the crime intelligence official that's doing the talking. My name is Paul, you can see it there. So he's talking CI, we're talking about millions. Now I think it's billions already. I personally went to the Hawks office in Pretoria, the forensic department, and I had a meeting with some of the generals there presenting this case, and they were happy. Oh, this is a good case, we're going to make a difference, blah, blah, blah. Because I already knew, this is now the informant telling me, not me saying it, because I knew already Kamala was corrupt. So I didn't want to go via him, but I went to the forensic department and I said, And then when we're back, I did all the applications I was supposed to put in and I sent them there. And the applications went to, who's this guy now? This guy, this Sabir. Is it Sabir, that one is in charge of forensic and stuff? And I said, Sabir is the, what do you call it? DivCom detectives. Yeah, the one that is fighting with Kumalo and Masamula. And then he says, who is Mkonazi fighting with a lot? He's saying it, not me. Is it Sabir? I said, yeah. Sabir, Mkonazi, and Kumalo and Masamula, they're all fighting with Sabir. Then he says, yes, Sabir. Now someone told me that Sabir and Kumalo, they are fighting. So then he says, so I went to the forensic department because Sabir is in charge of the forensic department. So it's not me telling him, don't go to Khumalo, go to Sabir. He took the decision to go to Sabir.
Yeah, thank you.
And if I can be allowed to answer in this way,
Yeah.
we're going to move along much quicker.
Yeah, you have, the answer is provided now. Let's allow the member. The two of you must look at each other in the eyes and have the conversation.
No, I'm looking at him. You know, I'm just asking a question because it's written. You are reading other lines, leaving out a line that you are saying Sibiya can be trusted because he is against Masamula. I'm not there. I got your answer and I got your attitude that you don't want General Masamula, General Khumalo, and General Mukwanazi. You are saying Sibiya can be trusted. You are saying that to the informant.
Where am I?
Also, no. I'm going to another question now. My 15 minutes are going. I'll give you all those lines that are it's from your mouth. Let me go to another question. Why did you suddenly disinvest in property development here in South Africa, especially in 2025?
Actually, it was in 2020.
Just in a summarized form.
Actually, it was in 2024 I started the process. And the reason, Chairman, was because of two factors. The first factor is the July riots that took place in KZN and the damage to the economy of 100 billion rand. And the second factor is the inability of Eskom, due to corruption, to constantly supply electricity. And those two factors caused a marked decrease in the value of property in South Africa. So in 2025, I sold assets and I moved the money offshore for the simple reason that keeping the money onshore was costing more in the long run. And on the properties that I disposed of, I probably lost somewhere in the region of about 10 million rand. So that's why I disinvested.
But in your statement, you are talking about COVID-19 and talking about Masamula, Khumalo, using the slush fund to get properties, whereas you, wara. No, that's what I'm saying. And it's
Chairman,
written in
that's a misunderstanding.
I know nothing about those things.
That's a
And
misunderstanding.
here you have given it to us as this committee. Just leave it out. You didn't know that. You are going to read that. Surely. You know, to me, coming here in South Africa, under the pretense of saying that you are coming for property development, now I'm looking at you with other eyes, coming here to say that we are coming for property development, but you looked at the whole, at the loophole in our subs, and then you entered, whereby you made yourself the Messiah, and you have removed many generals in our subs under the pretense that you are assisting South Africa to fight crime through your companies. Because if you can go to what is written, your discussions with Sarah Jane Trent, it leaves a lot to be desired. But let me go straight to another.
Chair, what is the question there? Is it a statement or a question?
During the appearance of Mr. Kabinde here.
She has not asked a question.
No, it's not a question.
She was just making a
I'm
statement.
just ventilating.
Allow her to finish and then you'll come and speak.
Just ventilating.
I can see that.
Yeah. You know, Mr. Kabinde, when He was here in the committee. He read out a text being threatened by you. Why did you do that?
I didn't.
You didn't want Mr. Nkabinde to talk to us. Why? What were you afraid of? What was the reason of threatening Mr. Nkabinde, the chief of staff of the former or the current minister, whatever? Don't
Chairman,
look
how
at
do I know
me,
how do I know when I can answer the question? Because I'm getting like 5 or 6 questions, bang, 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 bang. Can I just get a question, one question at a time?
Listen here, Mr. Paul Robert O'Sullivan and Honorable Sokanyil. Honorable Sokanyil, may you look at me, please. Don't confuse my witness. Don't. If you want to ask him a question and look at him to respond. If you want to make a follow-up, make that follow-up. Because I can tell you, you confused him with that long statement. Yeah.
Sorry.
You have said so many things. What is the question? Do you want to ask him about the SMS that he sent Nkabinde, or do you want to ask him about his involvement at IPIT?
I'm saying that Mr. Nkabinde was here in this committee. He read out a message that you threatened him. When he was here, he had to read out that message, afraid of you. Why did you threaten Mr. Nkabinde when he was in front of us? That's the question. I'm putting a background in what I'm saying so that you are clear what I'm asking for. Don't look at me, just answer me.
I'm waiting for you to finish.
I finished.
Okay, so I think, Honourable Member, if you can say, I've now finished answering my question, I will know that you're finished.
I'll do that.
In the first place, I didn't threaten him. I told him that it was a criminal offence to lie under oath, and you can go to prison for that. And I said to him, you're a lying crook and you belong in prison. Because what happened to me, I received a WhatsApp. I wasn't watching.
If someone does
Wait,
that
Chairman,
to you,
can I
when you are
finish
sitting
answering
there.
the question? Because we're not getting anywhere like this. I'm trying to answer the question and I'm being interrupted again.
Yeah, so you confirm that that message was yours?
Yeah.
No, Chairman, I did not threaten him. I told him that it's an offence to lie under oath in Parliament.
It's okay. Do you confirm that you sent that message to Mr. Nkabinde?
I sent that message to him.
Thank you.
But I wasn't watching him.
Repeat the message. What did it say?
I'll have to find it. Actually,
Are you lying under oath? Why crook?
wait.
You are
If
left,
someone-
you are
okay.
left,
No, it's
you are
fine.
left with 2 minutes to
No,
continue.
it's fine.
This is what I said to him. I sent him a copy.
You got the message, remember?
Chairman, I'm asking you.
The time of the member has expired. May you please stop speaking. Let's do like this, honorable members, so that I want to avoid this thing of the chair having to come in all the time between the speaker and the witness. Because I can tell you, we have a long list of honorable members on the queue. And we have to manage our time in such a way that each of the honorable members is going to be afforded time with the witness. Especially now that we are going into the long slots of 40 minutes. Can I request we do that? Honorable Sangon, who is taking the first 40 minutes from the ANC?
It shall be Honorable Ngolache, thank you.
can I warn both of you, Honorable Ngola and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, before you start, that you are allocated 40 minutes and that you must have a cordial conversation. I'm not saying members must not be robust. Members must come to you bone crunching because there are allegations that have been made, but they must give you time to respond to the questions that they raise. Robust and bone crunching. Can we proceed?
Thank you, Chair. Let's quickly pick up from where Honorable Sokanyile left. Let's go straight to the message. You are reading the message. Read the message.
The message, Chairman, says, "Get ready, you lying crook. I'm going to make sure you spend some years in prison. You were bribed by Mkonazi and Mabula. Now you will pay for your crimes, guaranteed."
And you consider that not a threat?
It's a statement of fact.
No, it's a threat.
You
Mr.
may
O'Sullivan.
consider it a threat.
No,
I don't
Mr. O'Sullivan.
consider it a threat.
That is a threat. Mr. Ngabinde is within his testimony in Parliament. You send him an SMS whilst he's still giving testimony in Parliament. And you say he must get ready, you what? Lying crook. That's not a statement of fact. That's a threat. And that's a deliberate undermining of the work of Parliament. What is
Because
your take on
I then go on to say lying under oath to Parliament is a very serious offence. Newton's third law, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Chairman, if certain members determine it to be a threat, that may be their opinion. I had several years of experience of the criminal conduct of Cedric Nkabindi and his conduct.
So the lying under oath part is a second SMS you sent?
Correct.
What time was it sent?
So, Chairman, what happened was I received a message from somebody else.
No, Mr. O'Sullivan, please.
It was 1840.
What time was the second message sent?
The first message was 1843. The second message was 2015.
That's exactly when we would have finished the business of the day.
Right.
So would I be correct when I say you saw that you messed up and you were trying to clean your mess?
No, Chairman, somebody sent me a screenshot of what Cedric and Kabindi was saying at Parliament. And that prompted me to send that message.
You said, get ready, you lying crook.
Correct.
You are going to jail, it's your time to pay for your crimes. Isn't that a threat to a witness of Parliament?
I don't believe it's
It is a threat, and it is undermining the people's Parliament.
I don't believe it's
and it should not be done. Let's pass this side, this part. You firmly communicated to Parliament your intention of not willing to come and participate in these proceedings before the 20th of February, citing a lot of reasons.
Before the 20th of February?
Yes. So, citing a lot of reasons. And amongst those reasons, you write a letter to us saying, if we are to take a decision to subpoena you, let's go forward. You are ready to take us to court. What convinced you now to come all of a sudden?
Chairman, I raised my concerns with attending this committee on the 27th of November and again on the 2nd of December, where I set out several factors. The one factor is that I was overseas. The other factor is,
Mr. Sullivan.
Sorry, Chairman.
I don't want to interrupt. I don't want to interrupt.
But you are interrupting.
No,
Chairman.
I have said in my question with a lot of reasons.
You asked me.
The question is, what then convinced you to change the decision not to come and come to Parliament. Now you are taking us back on the reasons you sent us. We know the reasons you raised with us. Now you are taking us back now on why and this and that and that. The question is, what then convinced you otherwise to change your decision of not coming and suddenly come? That's what we want to know. We know the reasons you raised. Don't repeat them.
And I was trying to explain what convinced me. So the issues were, first of all, I wasn't in the country. Secondly, I wasn't planning to be back in the country until the end of February. And then the concerns I raised, I wanted to receive a summons. And the reason I wanted to receive a summons was because I had a legal team standing by to go to the High Court and get an order that would allow me to testify virtually. But I didn't receive a summons. Instead, I received a letter, I think it was last week, from the chairman stating that they would assist me with the arrangements for my personal security. So I took a decision, rather than not be able to place these important facts before this committee, that I would come and attend in person because the summons wasn't issued and I wanted to come here and provide this information. And I need to point out that I sent my first draft of my statement in December.
Okay.
So I made it clear that I wanted to come here.
Okay. Mr. O'Sullivan, are you a habitual liar?
Pardon me?
Are you a habitual liar?
Of course not.
Are you a name peddler?
A what?
Name dropper?
Of course not.
Are you an information peddler?
Absolutely not.
Do you hold Mr. George Fivers in high regard?
I've never met him. I think I probably met him 25 years ago.
But in the statement you say he was the best commissioner. So after him, there was no proper commissioner appointed.
Chairman, I did not say in my statement that he was the best commissioner. I never said that. If you can point that out to me, okay, I would be very happy.
We'll take you there. Do you know that Mr. Fivers Commissioner Fivers recognizes you as an information peddler, a liar, and a name dropper who went to his office, who asked to live with him to Ireland when he was headhunted by the Irish government to go and be a commissioner in Ireland?
What? I didn't understand that. What did you say?
I'm saying, do you know that Commissioner George Fivers regards you as a liar, an information peddler, a name dropper? And he says you went to his office when he was headhunted by the Irish government to go and preside over police in Ireland.
This is the very first I'm hearing of it. I never went to his office. I didn't even know he was headhunted to go to Ireland. So I think somebody's fabricating these stories and passing it on to you. And I'm guessing it's probably people in crime intelligence.
No, your guess is wrong.
Who is it?
Commissioner George Fivers said it himself in a public platform called African Renaissance Podcast.
I've never seen that.
So he's not crime intelligence. So he is lying.
I suggest that possibly you have been misinformed. I've never gone to see George Fivers and asked him
so
to go
he
and
is
work
lying.
in Ireland. Can you produce the evidence that he said these things?
I can send you a video. It's available.
Can I?
But I'm saying if he said it, he is lying, according to you.
If he said that, he's lying, yeah.
So everyone else is lying except you.
Who's everyone else? Can you define that?
A lot of people you are mentioning in your statement that they are lying. So that's everyone else. That includes Masemula, that includes Kumalo, that includes Mkwanas, includes everyone else. So everyone else in South Africa and the world is lying except Mr. Paul O'Sullivan.
You making that statement.
We can pass it, it's fine. So there is an accusation against you that you captured IPID through Mr. Robert McBride in an attempt to do your own things within the security, the justice, the criminal justice system, of course, focusing on SAPS. Now, you confirm here that you would have assisted Mr. Robert McBride to get his job back. You went to an extent of popping out unprovoked 200,000 rands to pay for his legal fees. Mr. McBride came here under oath and said he has actually used some of your information, if not most of your information, in conducting investigations at IPID. Do you think that any rank and file citizen of South Africa can believe that you have not captured IPID at this rate?
I can state categorically on the record, Chairman, that I did not capture IPID. And anybody that believes that to be the case is living in a different world, a dream world.
And these facts that I've just provided to you mean nothing to you.
Which facts?
The facts that under oath Mr. McBride said he has used a lot of information to conduct investigations at IPID. You have under oath confirmed in this parliament that you have paid Mr. McBride legal fees to get him reinstated at IPID. You said it. So are you saying these facts, two particular facts I'm talking about, mean nothing to you? Is that what you are saying?
I don't understand what you mean by it means nothing to me. The reality of the situation.
No, you're saying anyone who believes that you have captured IPID is dreaming. So I'm saying I'm putting facts before you that were actually accused under oath. So we are saying these facts are dreaming. Is these facts, two facts, a dream to you?
So if you have a situation, Chairman, where the criminal justice system is captured by criminals, and a person such as myself, and I wasn't alone, by the way, there were others, decides to come and assist in uncapturing the criminal justice system, are all of those people now to be accused of capturing the criminal justice system? Because that's your analogy of it. And the reality of the situation is quite simple. In 2015 or 2016, I can't remember the year now, Robert McBride was unlawfully suspended. And after he was unlawfully suspended, a number of people got together, not as part of a strategy or anything like that. I found out that the Helen Suzman Foundation wanted to join as an amicus in an application that was being brought to set aside his suspension. I also found out that he had hired attorneys, a company called Adams & Adams, a very reputable firm in Pretoria. And I contacted the partner of that firm and I asked him, would it be acceptable to make a contribution towards the legal fees? I didn't ask for anything in return. What I wanted to see was McBride back in his job. I wanted to see Clemesa out of his job, and I wanted
What do you stand to benefit when he's back at his job?
Pardon?
What do you stand to benefit when he is back at his job?
What do I stand what?
Benefit when he
I don't stand to benefit anything. It's what the country stands to benefit. Because what had happened, I had opened a criminal docket against the then acting commissioner of police. And instead of carrying out an investigation, IPID shelved it, and they shared a copy of it with General Pashlani. And General Pashlani then arranged for other police officials to come and unlawfully arrest me, drag me off a plane, assault me, torture me, and then start a process to arrest me and charge me on no fewer than, and I had to go to court on 6 different trials. And I spent 88 days in trial and 140
And
days
out of
preparing.
that 6 different trials, how many were withdrawn?
3 were withdrawn. I was acquitted on 3.
Okay, let's proceed on this fact, on this aspect. Is it correct that the British military intelligence works closely with the MI5 for domestic operations and with MI6 for foreign operations?
Now I think they do.
Okay.
But 40 years ago, I don't think they did.
So you are not aware that at the time you were there, the MI5 and MI6 was working with the British military intelligence?
40 years ago, they weren't.
Okay. So you are a property developer in UK in 1985. You suddenly become a tourist in South Africa and the Africa at large. You identify an interest of property development. As a former military agent of Britain, you enter the public service through being a reservist. When you have actually acquired citizenship within a very short space of time. In 1995, you were given your citizenship. In 1997, you were training people as a reservist. Now, you enter through some unexplained properly ways of being at the airport and stuff. You get into the country. You open a forensic company, forensic investigation company. You also open an NGO, Justice which is one of the features actually foreign intelligence infiltrates foreign countries. So with this explanation of your history and your trajectory in South Africa, would you blame anyone who accuses you of being a foreign spy?
That is the narrative of the corrupt.
But do you blame them given these facts I'm putting before you?
Yes, I do. That's the narrative of the corrupt generals in crime intelligence and the police service. And it's not a new narrative. It was first started by the late Jackie Celebi. It was peddled again by General Pashlani, and it's been peddled recently again by General Pashlani and by his comrade Cedric Nkabindi, and it was peddled again in this house by General Mkhwanazi. So there's this strategy to discredit the good work I've done in this country over the last 36 years.
Okay. Who funded your property development business in South Africa?
I did.
You did?
Yeah.
But your company was still new, was established in 1985 in the UK.
No, Chairman.
So are you saying you amassed necessary profit to restart a property development business in a foreign country?
Before I came to live here, Chairman, I'd made property investments here. And those property investments were made with cash from the UK because I was busy with property developments there and I made a profit.
Okay.
And in 1989, when I applied for permanent residence, I was granted approval, and that approval enabled me to bring in funds for further investment, and that's what I did.
Okay. Should you not ask Honorable James to bring us more proof of payments?
Pardon?
No, let's leave it. It was on a lighter note.
It's sarcasm.
No, it's not. It's not. I was just asking if we can ask Honorable James to bring more proof of payments. So
maybe I should lend him my aircraft to go and fetch them.
We will also check if the aircraft actually belongs to you. Yeah, we'll check that.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah. So IPIT investigators are appointed in accordance to IPIT Act, Section 22. What business were you doing at Pashlani's house with IPIT officials?
I think I explained that in some detail, but I'm happy to explain it again. and it's covered in my statement in some detail. I opened the docket in February 2016. And after I opened the docket, the acting head of IPID, because Mr. McBride was on unlawful suspension, the acting head of IPID was a gentleman by the name of I think it was Israel Kamanyani. And while he was acting head of IPID, instead of carrying out or instructing the carrying out of the investigation, he passed a copy of the docket to General Pashlani. For 10 months, no investigation was carried out. When Mr. McBride came back to his office at the end of October, I met with him and a team of his investigators at the beginning of November. And after that meeting, I was informed by Mr. McBride that he was putting Mandla Mashlangu as the lead investigator on this investigation into General Pashlani. And Mandla Mashlangu, I met with him in the Spa shopping center across the road. And he asked me
Mr. Sullivan,
to
can you
show
go back to the site at the Supple Hills estate,
that,
where you were there with IPID officials?
that's what I'm talking about. We met at the shopping center across the road, and he said, "Can you show me the house?" I said, "Yes, I can."
So it was a coincidence
No.
that you were around and they did not know the house.
No, they asked me to meet there, to show them the house.
Okay. On what capacity were you part of investigation?
I wasn't part of the
No,
investigation.
you were. If they are going to check something that is alleged to be from the proceeds of crime, and they want to go and do site viewing as part of collecting evidence, and they call you to go with you, you were an investigator, obviously.
No, in fact,
You were a complainant and then a bogus investigator as well.
no. So unfortunately, you've got the wrong end of the stick.
Okay.
What happened was I was asked to point out, and it happens all the time, where an investigator will invite somebody to come and point out
Okay.
where evidence can be found.
Did you ask how many cars General Pashan is using from the security at the estate?
I can't remember. It's like 10 years ago.
Did you ask how many bodyguards does he have at from the security?
Definitely not.
Did you ask about the ammunitions? I mean, the guns they are carrying?
Definitely not.
You remember that?
I would absolutely remember
You
that.
don't remember about the cars, you remember about the bodyguards and the guns.
So I think we were interested in a particular car. And I think one of the questions asked was, does he have a BMW i8?
As per whom?
Because he was seen driving a BMW i8. And we were able to get the registration number and find that actually that car belonged.
When you say we, you mean yourself and the IPID officials?
In fact, I.
No, you say we.
When I say we,
So,
I got
so it means you're part of the investigation. You're a complainant and the investigator at the same time.
No,
Bogusly.
no. I got the details of the car and I passed it to IPID.
So you were part of the investigation.
No.
So you complain,
I
then
carried
you
out
direct
the
the,
investigation
you
for
direct the
10 months.
outcome through feeding them with information. Let's pass it, let's pass it. Do you have a grabber?
A what?
Grabber.
No.
You don't have a grabber.
I wouldn't know one if somebody put one in front of me. I've never seen a grabber.
What is your response to the allegation that you have a grabber and you are illegally intercepting information from individuals?
That's a complete lie.
It's a lie.
Yeah.
So it's your evidence that it's a lie.
100% it's
Okay.
a lie. And the person that's stating that, I invite that person to take a polygraph test.
Okay. What is your relationship with General Shadrach Sibiya?
Again, I explained that in some detail earlier. It's only a professional relationship. I've explained that I don't know where he lives. I've never been to his house. I don't know any of his family members. I've never met any of his family members. The only time ever that I had any social interaction with him at all. It was in December 2016 when we had a braai, and it was a year-end braai, and he was invited. And at that stage, he was no longer working in the...
Who did the braai? At whose house were you?
At a house in Bedford View.
Whose house?
It's owned by a company.
Whose company?
It's not my company.
Whose company?
A friend of mine owns that company.
So your friend invited James Beer in a social braai?
My friend wasn't in the country. He allowed me...
A friend of your friend is your friend.
Pardon?
No, you can proceed.
Pardon?
Saying you can proceed.
I asked a friend if we could use the house, and there was a specific reason. And the reason was that the house had been originally, not originally, it had been through a number of people, but one of the tenants in the house a few years earlier had been Radovan Krejcir. He was a tenant in the house. It wasn't his house. And the journalist...
So Radovan Krejcir is a drug lord according to you, no?
I'm saying he's absolutely a drug lord.
A drug lord.
Yeah.
So you coincidentally found yourself and General Spear with socializing with a drug lord in a braai session.
He was in prison.
Hmm.
He had lived in the house 10 years earlier.
So he was no longer in the house?
He was in prison.
Okay.
In fact, he was in prison on charges which I laid against him.
Okay. That's fine. Let's how many years have you been a forensic investigator?
Well, we can say 25 years.
25. And amongst other things you've been investigating are close to the operations of the criminal justice system, SAPS and all that.
No, so we investigate fraud.
Yeah.
We investigate, that's my firm, we investigate various offenses, mostly corporate fraud. When there's criminal dockets open, we expect the police and the prosecution service to comply with the necessary legislation and to prosecute the people involved. But when you have corruption within the police, which we have in South Africa, the problem is that the people don't get prosecuted. They get away with the crimes. And unfortunately, although we may mainly investigate fraud, there's a lot of other crimes going on, including murder, drug trafficking, rape. And the people that commit those crimes also don't get prosecuted. And that fault lies not necessarily with the NPA, but with corrupt police officials who take backhanders to make the docket vanish, or the docket is sold at court, or they release on bail and they're never seen again. And those defects in the criminal justice system is what results in 88 murders a day in South Africa. And I decided many, many years ago that if I could do something to reduce the level of crime in this country, it wouldn't only be to my benefit, it would be to the benefit of all South Africans. But in order for that to happen, we need a criminal justice system that works. And it doesn't work if the people at the helm are corrupt.
Okay. So in these 25 years of being a forensic investigator, have you ever picked up any existence of any drug cartel that has got a corrupt relationship with SAPS authorities?
Yes.
You can elaborate?
Well, there's a number of samples. There was one drug syndicate when I was at the working for AXA, which is 25 years ago, by the way. We were able to get video footage of drug mules arriving from places like Brazil. And instead of passing through the customs area where they could be liable to being searched, instead of passing through the customs area, When they arrived into the country, they were met by police officials. And the police officials were wearing reflective jackets with their details on, and you could see they were police officials. And these police officials would escort the drug mules, pretending that they've arrested them. But in fact, what they did was they escorted them through customs, and then they took them to a vehicle that was waiting outside, and they were allowed into the country. So those are clearly drug traffickers who are working with corrupt police officials. We found in the case of Radovan Krecha that he was working with a guy called Michael Arsiotis, who's a Greek Cypriot, and they were peddling drugs that were coming in to South Africa and then being shipped to parts of Europe. So this area, the drugs were being shipped up there. And then Radovan Krecha entered into a corrupt relationship with a general in the police, in fact, crime intelligence. His name was General Joey Mabasa. I discovered that General Joey Mabasa's wife was in business. A company had been formed between General Joey Mabasa's wife and Radovan Krecha's wife. So that was how General Mabasa was getting funded. Then we had the situation of the Paparas family, Stefanos Paparas and Dimitri Paparas. And their corrupt relationship, was with Glenn Agliotti and Jackie Celebi.
Okay, I think those scenarios are enough. You have actually met what I was expecting. Now, you speak about also the fluctuating budgeting of both the PKTT and the crime intelligence.
Sorry, the fluctuating what?
Budget. That it was 93 million at some point, and
I had no knowledge, Chair, of the budget of PKTT. In fact, I didn't even know of the existence of PKTT until the 6th of July last year.
Okay, so you have no comment whether it was appropriate at this stage to disband it or not?
No knowledge whatsoever. I knew nothing. As I said, I didn't even know of the PKTT. I had no knowledge of it whatsoever. I had no knowledge and still don't have any knowledge of the budget and what they do. Only what I've seen in the media since the 6th of July last year.
Okay. You also make mention of what is wrongly done within the crime intelligence. And amongst other things, you speak about the inappropriate hiring of relatives, talk about buying of farms that are not used for the operations of crime intelligence, speak about buying houses and all that. Are you able to share with us who is doing that? Who are these people who have hired relatives? Do you have the actual proof of the farms and the houses that you can share with us, even if it's after the session, if you want to?
Chairman.
Yeah, I'm the acting chair. You can proceed.
Pardon?
I am the acting chair when the chair is not here. Okay. So you are still on my hands.
You're the referee. So, Chairman, the reality of the situation is that, sorry, I just forgot the question again.
I'm saying you accuse crime intelligence authorities of of misuse of the Secret Services fund.
What we need to do, Chairman, is to turn the clock back to 2010. And sorry, not 2010, 2000. And in the year 2000, which is 26 years ago, the provincial head of crime intelligence, sorry, I think it's 2005. The provincial head of crime intelligence was General Major General Richard Mdluli. And Major General Richard Mdluli was promoted and became the divisional commander of crime intelligence. And after he became the divisional commander of crime intelligence, he gave somewhere in the region of about a dozen jobs to family members. They bought properties, he bought privately, and took bonds out for those properties. And then he rented those properties to crime intelligence using slush funds to pay the rent, which he then used to pay the bond on his house. And more recently, like in the last few years, we've had houses in Cape Town that would be rented out during the holiday season. Instead of using them as safe houses, they would be rented out so that cash could be paid for rent to holidaymakers, and the rent money would be received by them. So a lot of misuse of funds. And if we go back to 2012, when General Masemola was the acting head of crime intelligence, and General Mkonazi was the acting commissioner of police, in 2012, 35 million rand was spent on purchase of luxury vehicles, one of which was a Mercedes M350, which was supplied to the then Minister of Police. So, unlawfully, of course. So you have all these things going on. And then, of course, we have refurbishment works carried out at safe houses. And the refurbishment works were the production of invoices. I think General Nematansela, I'm sorry if I pronounce it wrong, was arrested and charged for fabricating invoices and sharing the money he got from the crime intelligence slush fund with the person that fabricated the invoice with him. So you have all this abuse of the slush fund. And during the same period, the slush fund rises by 500% when inflation was only 113%.
Thank you. You say at paragraph 57 that there is a third force in the crime intelligence of South Africa. Can you describe the nature of that third force?
Yes. So, Chairman, during the period what we can call state capture, during the period what we can call state capture, this third force became quite active. We had an intelligence minister by the name of David Mhlobo, who worked together with people from crime intelligence and National Intelligence Agency, which at the time I believe was being run by a gentleman by the name of Arthur Fraser. And what they did was they created a parallel intelligence infrastructure. And this is all set out in a very detailed affidavit, which we took. And it's not included in these papers because I didn't know you would pop out and ask a question. But we took a very detailed affidavit and we supplied it to the committee of inquiry that was set up by President Ramaphosa in 2018 to look into the intelligence services. And in there, it explained how the phones of political opponents were being tapped. And if we look at the example of Richard, and that was now the National Intelligence Agency and crime intelligence doing that. And if we look at the example of crime intelligence officials putting documents together, what we could say were manufactured using AI and creating false evidence and laying down false evidence trails and paying public funds. We believe, in fact, I now have the details of the person involved who's running a social media campaign and he's being paid out of crime intelligence slush funds. And I expect we'll be finalizing that investigation within the next week or two, and we'll be providing that information in terms of Section 27 of the NPA Act to IDAC.
Can we please request you to provide the ad hoc committee with that information as well?
Pardon me?
Can we employ you to also provide the ad hoc committee with that information?
The
you're done.
investigation is still ongoing, but we have the information and we're still investigating it.
Okay, you say in paragraph 113 that General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi bought a company from a convicted fraudster.
That's correct.
Can you identify to us who is this convicted fraudster?
Yes, if you just bear with me a second. Which paragraph?
113,
I thought
113.
you said 130. And 83. If you look at page M, okay, it's 833. So
It is now 12:45. May you please stop speaking and pass the microphone to the next speaker?
should I answer the question, Chairman?
No, the time of the member is done. We are now on the next speaker. That is Honorable Nombalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Let's start here on paragraph 37. You say open quote.
Your time expires at 1:25.
Noted, Chair. Open quote.
So
Mr.
which
Mbeki,
paragraph? Sorry.
paragraph 37 of your statement. Can I read meanwhile? You are saying Mbeki tried to save Celebi and Thabo Mbeki. Okay, Thabo Mbeki tried to influence Celebi to arrest Zuma. I'm just quoting only that part.
Mm-hmm.
Should I understand this to be suggestive of a proposition that President Mbeki used state institutions to settle political scores?
That would
And
certainly.
I'm afraid
Sorry,
that
I thought you finished.
I think let me say this before we go further. I'm going to cut you because I've got a couple of questions that I've prepared for you. So I would not be meaning,
one at a time.
I would not be meaning, yes, I will ask one at a time. I will not be meaning to be funny when I cut you. It will be out of my genuine panic for time. So can you respond to the first question I've asked?
Sorry, you've now broken my chain of
Should
thought.
I rephrase?
Yes, please.
On paragraph 37, you are saying, Thabo Mbeki tried to influence Celebi to arrest Zuma. Now the question is, should I understand this to be suggestive of a proposition that President Mbeki tried to use state institutions to settle political scores?
It would certainly appear to be the case.
So that is your evidence.
So it's,
That is your evidence.
Chairman, I explained it yesterday. This is based on the information which was available on the so-called spy tapes, which is the conversations that took place between Andre Pienaar and I can't
No, it's
remember.
fine if you forget. Let's
Leonard-
move to let's.
Leonard McCarthy.
I think I've gotten what I wanted. Let's move to the next question. Do you know AfroForum?
I do.
Do you have a relationship with AfroForum?
Absolutely, I do. I'm a member of AfriForum.
When you were arrested, I think amongst the charges that were preferred against you was a charge of impersonating IPID. Where were you?
I don't understand what.
Where were you arrested? Where did the police catch you?
I was arrested in Littleton.
Where?
Littleton.
Is that your residence?
No, I'd been to visit attorneys.
Were you not arrested in AfroForum offices?
Their offices just happen to be next door to the offices of the attorney. That's a coincidence. I had come out of the offices of the attorney.
So you are not within the precinct of AfroForum?
No, I hadn't a meeting with AfriForum. My meeting was with my attorney.
When you appear on the media, they say you are a forensic expert. Do you agree with them when they name you as such?
I consider myself to be an expert.
What does it take for one to be an expert?
Well, I'm a certified fraud examiner. I've sat the exams, and as I explained yesterday, that's the equivalent of an NQF7, which is a bachelor's degree. So you have to study.
Yes.
For 2
When
years.
when you are talking about studying, are you talking about the courses that you have alluded to on paragraph 4?
It's a very set structure of courses.
No, but the question is, are you talking about the studies that you have alluded to on paragraph 4?
You have a look at paragraph 4. Certified fraud examiner, that's 4.2.
Yes.
Yes.
And that's all.
Yes. And
So that makes you to be a forensic expert.
in respect of fraud. So you've got forensic experts that specialize in ballistics. You have forensic experts that specialize in medical.
Okay.
You know, like,
Let me test the authenticity
pardon?
let me test the authenticity of what you are saying. How do you conduct your forensic work?
So, Chairman, to answer that question, we're going to be here for about 2 or 3 hours.
Let me try to simplify it like this, or let me break it down like this. Do you work with private citizens? Do you do investigations for them? If I come to your office and say, I want you to investigate this particular matter for me, do you take such instructions?
Chairman, we have a number of corporate clients who come to us with fraud investigations, and we're experts, and we carry out those fraud investigations.
Do you take instructions from individuals?
We do from time to time.
So what is the process? I come to your office, how much do I pay on day one? Do I pay for consultation?
No, the first consultation you don't pay for. First of all, we want to know the nature of the investigation.
Yes.
Then we have to take a decision whether it's an investigation that we will charge for or whether it's an investigation that we will do pro bono.
Now let me fast forward. If maybe I come to you and say, I need you to do an investigation about a murder of my girlfriend or of my wife, do you take such instructions?
We sometimes do.
And how do you charge?
We charge by the hour.
You charge per hour?
Depending on the resources that we use. So it's not me that does all
So
that.
which document guides your fees?
It depends. At the time, it's an hourly rate. So we have a rate that we charge per hour.
Yeah, but I'm talking about a legal document.
Yes, we have a mandate.
That guides your fees.
We have a mandate that
you don't take them from your head.
No.
There must be a document.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm agreeing with you.
So what's the name of that document?
A mandate.
Okay. Do you know a family? This family is a family of Itumeleng Tsenase, who was brutally murdered in May 2019. The family, okay, he was brutally murdered in Midrand. Do you know that family?
It seems to ring a bell. Is it a lady that was strangled?
Yes, strangled to death. Do you know that family?
I can't remember the case, but it seems to ring a bell, yes.
Do you have their file in your office?
On every case that we have, we keep the files. We keep them for 6 years.
How much did you take from that family?
I don't know. I'd have to look at the file.
I know.
I know. You took 115,000 rand.
That's the deposit.
Yes.
Yes.
You took that 115,000 rand. You promised to investigate the murder of their child. You never even produced a single progress report to them. Why did you do that?
So I can't answer without looking. What was the name? How do you spell the surname?
No, the name is the name. Which name are you talking
The
about?
surname.
The surname is Tsenase. It's Tsenase. If you can speak through the mic, please.
Yes, I'm asking for the initials. TS.
It's T.
TS.
Yes. S for Sullivan. NASE. What are you looking for, Mr. O'Sullivan?
I'm looking to see if it's on my computer. To see.
No, because I'm talking about a payment that was made by the family.
Yeah, but I'm looking to see
If you want proof thereof, I can give you the POP. They paid you 115,000.
Well have, but you've asked me about the matter. I would like to see.
About?
You've asked me, I can tell you exactly what it's about. The lady's name was Rose Tenasi.
No. Please don't.
It wasn't Rose Tenasi.
No, don't be all over the place, please. Here, a person under which you open the file is Rose Ntabiseng Tsenase.
That's what I'm just said.
Who is a sister to Itumeleng Tsenase. And you took an amount of 115,000. You promised to investigate their matter. You never even produced a single progress report to the family. Why did you do that?
That's not true.
What happened? If it's not true, then you must dispute with facts.
Yeah, well, if you would have told me in advance, I would have been able to look up.
Yes, then what happened? No, but you can't look forever because we are chowing my time here.
Well, then, can I respectfully suggest that you allow me to go back and do the research and then send it to the chairman?
So you can't remember. This is a very big matter. And it was all over the news. So you can't even recall what transpired in relation to this matter.
Chairman, we have lots of clients. I have a firm of many investigators and we have lots of clients. I must now be expected to remember every single case inside out. It's impossible.
Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. You said you charge per hour. And then this family gave you an amount of 115,000 upon consultation. So how do you justify that?
We take a deposit up front, Chairman.
A deposit of 115,000?
A deposit of 115,000.
I mean, where is that regulated? Where do you take that amount from?
It's an assigned mandate.
Where?
A mandate.
So it says you must take an amount of 115,000.
So if you're going to investigate something, you have to have a deposit before you start work.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Sorry, you're interrupting me. You can't possibly do the work and then invoice and find that the person didn't pay you.
Okay.
So if you get a payment up front, you can then do the work.
Okay. Now, do you find it appropriate to take an amount of 115,000 from a family, from a desperate family like this one, and promise to investigate murder of their child and not revert to them? Do you find that to be ethical?
That's not what happened, Chair.
No, I'm not saying it
If
happened.
that happened,
Let's leave that because you are saying you want to refresh your memory.
I'm looking at my
But I'm
emails
saying
now.
now, generally speaking, do you find it appropriate to take an amount of 150,000, and 15,000 from a desperate family and promise to investigate the murder of their child and not tender them
with even single progress report. Is that appropriate?
That's not what happened.
No, is that appropriate? Is that appropriate?
If it happened, it would not be appropriate.
And I won't be wrong if I say that is extortion.
No,
That is extortion.
it's not what happened.
No, but that is extortion.
Chairman, I have the emails here. And what the member wants to do is to use his parliamentary privilege to defame me. But he's not allowing me to explain what took place.
No, but I've allowed you to
No,
explain.
I'm going to
And you
explain it
said-
now because I found the information.
Yes,
So this is the email that I sent
yes.
to Ms. Sanasi.
What does it say?
I'm going to read it to you. You wait a second, please.
Mr. Yes, yes, yes.
She wrote on the 27th of November 2020,
Yes,
saying that she wasn't happy with the work that had been done because we failed to bring a person that she believed was a suspect to account. And then I point out to her the following. I said to her, Rose, you are not being truthful. Alternatively, your memory has completely failed you. You know full well that since you have all the proof, many times we sent you the proof that we did a lot of work on this matter. Communication was made difficult because your email box was full and did not send back any message that this was so. We cannot be held responsible for that breakdown, which we only discovered when we put a receipt on your email, a received receipt.
yeah, no.
This,
Even if you don't finish, it's
the work-
fine, Mr. O'Sullivan.
No, Chairman,
No, but this is my
the
time.
work we did
Mr.
is
O'Sullivan,
very well
Mr.
documented
O'Sullivan,
and includes meetings with yourself. I want to finish, Chairman.
Mr.
The
O'Sullivan,
work we did is very well documented and includes meetings with yourself, the NPA, and your attorney, as well as substantial investigation work. It was 100% my intervention that got the little boy into school because she had a.
no, it's fine.
Chairman, I'm not going to.
No,
allow this to
let's
happen.
move to
No,
another
I'm not
question.
going to permit you.
No, let's move to
I'm
another
not going,
question.
no, we're not going to move to another question. I'm going to complete my answer to your first question because you're using parliamentary privilege
No, but
to defame me and I'm not going
But
to
you are
permit.
reading emails, and that has no material
The
effect.
email is an answer to your question.
No, but it has no material
I
effect.
said it was
You are just reading an
100%
email.
my intervention that got the little boy into school. I went to the school and met with the headmaster to make sure that the little boy would go to school. But you know that because you thanked me for it. I managed to achieve that in less than a week after you failed for more than 5 months. You have conveniently forgotten the lengths I went to in that regard when you say below you did not even attempt to start the process. It was never a part of our mandate to assist with getting the boy into school, but we did it because we care. We spent a lot of time with the NPA looking at the docket and brainstorming with Advocate Maharaj. Your problem is that you wanted us to do things that would have been unlawful, and we were not prepared to do that. After which you became most argumentative, and I then decided,
Mr. O'Sullivan,
to terminate your
Can I be protected?
I then decided
Chairperson.
to terminate your contract
Chair.
and write off
Chair.
what was owing at that time.
Chairperson, can I be protected?
I record that you wanted us to lie
Chair, can I be
to court
protected?
in Randburg.
Mr. O'Sullivan,
by
you are allowing my
saying
time.
that
Get
Khan was
married.
the suspect in the murder of the deceased,
Chair, may I be
which was not
protected?
true, as we could find no evidence linking him to
Chairperson, may I
the
be
murder.
protected? Chair, may I be
Despite
protected?
looking very hard, lying to the court would have amounted to an offence on our side, something we were not prepared to do. The law is the law and we must all comply with it, despite what we may think about the biological father of your nephew.
It was after this that you became difficult and unreasonable because we refused to wait around the court and lied to them. In any event, it made no difference and the matter was adjourned to allow Terence Baloyi to attend on your behalf. I should mention that prior to that, we have you on record complaining bitterly without good cause against the police and the NPA, and we had to patch things up with them before they would work with us. I'm most surprised that you have taken to this uncalled for approach and hope that you will come to your senses, thereby avoiding the need. And by the way, at this point in time,
Order, Chair.
the account,
Point of order, Chair.
the account was not
Point
paid.
of order, Chair.
Are you done answering the question?
I'm done, Chairman. What I will not do, though, is I will not allow any member of this House to publicly defame me and then try to prevent me from setting the record straight. The woman in question, the client in question, we ran up 200,000 Rand. She paid 115,000 Rand. We wrote off the balance because she asked us to break the law and lie to the court. And the honourable member should not use that and accuse me of extortion. Thank you, Chairman.
Chair, can I proceed?
Yeah.
Chair, can I be protected, please? Because he's chowing my time and he's doing this deliberately.
Look,
He's wrong in, he's reading an essay
Look
which I have
at
not.
okay,
Which,
can talk to you.
no, Chair, I'm saying the witness must respond in accordance with my guidance because I am the one who's asking questions. Now he's doing this deliberately to chow my time. And if you don't protect me, then I'm helpless under the circumstances because you are the chair who should protect me. But let's move on, Chair.
Chairman,
on paragraph 170, you say, the reality is that since Commissioner George Fizas, there has not been a single competent commissioner of police. So, Commissioner George Fizas is a white man, you know that. It's common cause. It's known by everyone.
I thought he was coloured.
Yes, he's colored. Yes. Do you have any proof that you can produce which shows that he was competent?
The reason I used Commissioner George Fivers, Chairman, is because the next commissioner after George Fivers, I'm not saying here that Commissioner George Fivers was competent. I'm saying since Commissioner George Fivers, because the next commissioner after George Fivers was Jackie Celebi, Chairman. So I'm not saying, it doesn't say here, George Fivers was the most competent police official, and since then there hasn't been one. It says since George Fivers, there hasn't been a compliment.
Well, let me ask you like this, was he competent?
I have no knowledge.
You have no knowledge?
No.
Then why are you making this statement?
Because I'm saying...
Why are you making this comparison?
Because I'm saying since George Fivers. I'm not saying George Fivers was competent. I'm saying maybe I should have changed the word after. Take out the word since and write after. Because after George Fivers, in other words, starting with Jackie Celebi, there hasn't been a competent...
Okay. On paragraph 164, you say, open quote.
164.
Yes. I've been reliably informed that MKP, EFF, and Action SA have been working with corrupt crime intelligence officials. Who are those crime intelligence officials that the MK Party, EFF, and Action SA are working with?
If I had their names, I'd put them on the floor right now. But I don't have their names, Chairman. But I have been reliably informed, and the proof is right here in this House.
Okay.
When you have people producing documents which they are in unlawful possession of, by way of example, Act 70 of 2002 makes it very clear that if you are in possession of downloads from somebody, and I'm using this as an example, If you are in possession of downloads of somebody's cellular phone without their consent, you've committed a criminal offense. And by the way, it carries a 10-year prison sentence. And we know for a fact that the people that had those downloads were the people connected to Bashlani and crime intelligence. So the reality is that these documents are being dished around in that fashion. So it's an allegation, and I stand by it.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Even if it's an allegation, here we're doing an investigation. So when you come with an allegation, you must come with proof, because we are not just investigating for the sake of investigating here. We want proof so that we can probe and make a determination. Now, who told you that? Because here we have members who have appeared before this committee, members of parliament. So if they are members of the MK party, EFF and Action SA, who are in cahoots with lawbreakers, they must also come and appear before this committee. Now, who told you? I'm interested in probing this. Who told you that the MK party, EFF and Action SA are working with corrupt crime intelligence officials? Bring that name so that we can take this thing further.
Confidential informant.
So you are putting something in your statement for which you are not willing to testify or to bring proof.
I am testifying, a confidential informant.
No, but I'm saying, give us proof, Mr. O'Sullivan. Give us proof so that we can probe this thing further. I thought here, when you write in your affidavit, you write with an intention of adducing evidence before this committee.
Chairman, what it says here, I'm going to read it. When Mr. McBride was giving evidence in Parliament, I saw him receiving vitriolic attacks by certain persons. This included an Action SA member who was quoting from the contents of several pages of phone records she had unlawful possession of. This is a clear indication not only of the extreme bias of the vocal Mkhonasi supporters in Parliament, mainly from MKP, EFF and Action SA, but also the fact that being in possession of someone's phone records without their consent is a serious crime that could see a convicted person sentenced to prison for up to 10 years. Then I say,
yeah, no.
I have been reliably informed that
Mr. O'Sullivan, Mr. O'Sullivan, no, you are not going to do that to me. Here, I'm saying to you, you are saying the EFF, MK Party, and Action SA are working with corrupt crime intelligence officials. Now, I'm saying to you, I'm giving you a platform to produce evidence proving that averment. Because we want to take it further, we want to deal with the MK Party members and EFF members and Action SA members who are in cahoots with crime intelligence officials who are involved in corruption. That's all I'm asking for.
So I have said, quote, I have been reliably informed. That doesn't make it a fact. I say I've been reliably informed.
Yeah, who informed you reliable? Because that person is reliable. Who is that reliable person who informed you?
A confidential informant, a person that works within crime intelligence.
Oh, so if you are not going to disclose that person, let's move to another question. So it remains a rumor with no proof, a baseless rumor to this committee. On page 50, paragraph 146, you are saying, open quote, General Mkhwanazi's supporters in Parliament, instead of admonishing him for inciting violence against me.
What page?
Page 50, paragraph 146.
140, yep. No, 145, you mean?
146.
Okay. Oh, yes.
Paragraph 146. This is what you are saying, open quote. General Mkhwanazi's supporters in Parliament, instead of admonishing him for inciting violence against me, quickly leapt up his lies and opened the door to two other criminals to come and lie to Parliament, thereby reinforcing his lies, close quote. Who are supporters of General Mkhwanazi in Parliament? Can you list them for us, please?
All the MKP members,
All of them, okay,
all the Action SA members.
okay.
To the extent that the Action SA members even go toy-toying in support of General Mkhwanazi.
In Parliament.
No, they don't toy-toy in Parliament. They toy-toy on the street outside of his office with big placards saying, hands off General Mkhwanazi. So what they do is they generate their own bias there. And MK Party have also come out in support of General Mkhwanazi. So, you know, are you now saying that you don't support General Mkhwanazi?
So you are saying?
Are you now saying you don't?
No, you are not
General
going to ask me questions. I am the one who's asking you questions.
Okay.
This is not funny. I have no business of making jokes with you.
I'd just like to get the
I'm
facts,
doing my
because
job here.
You're asking me.
And then you go on to say, two other criminals. Okay, you are saying we opened the door. Okay, you are saying these people opened the door to two other criminals to come and lie to Parliament. Who are those two criminals?
Named here.
Yeah, who are they? I want you to state them on the record.
Nkabindi,
So Ngabinde is a criminal.
absolutely.
And who?
Pashlani,
Patlane is a criminal.
absolutely.
Was Patlane ever evicted in a court of law?
Ever what?
Evicted.
You mean convicted?
Yes, I mean convicted, sorry. Convicted and sentenced.
No,
Was he ever convicted and sentenced?
he will be.
No. Was he ever convicted and sentenced in a court of law?
Not yet, but he will be.
So how does one become a criminal without being convicted by a court of law?
No, I didn't say he's a convicted criminal. I say criminal. There's a difference between a criminal and a convicted criminal.
No,
If I go out-
and you become a criminal because you have committed crime.
No, excuse me, Chair. I'm trying to give an answer to the question.
No, but
I'm
the
being
question,
interrupted.
and you become a criminal.
If I go out and shoot somebody in the street, am I a criminal after I shoot him, or am I only a criminal after?
No,
if I rob a bank,
become
am I
a
a criminal
criminal
after I rob the bank, or am I a criminal after I've been convicted?
There's only one institution in this country which says you are a criminal, which can say you are a criminal. That is a court of law.
No, that says you're a convicted criminal.
Yes, you are a criminal after you have been convicted. You can't be a criminal. That's why people are referred to as suspects, not criminals.
With
before
respect, Chairman.
Before conviction. So where do you get the audacity to call people criminals when they have not been convicted in a court of law?
If I've seen the evidence, and I've seen that evidence, if they want to sue me for defamation, let them go ahead and do it. And by the way, I've been saying for the last 11 years that Pashlani is a criminal, and not once has I received a lawyer's letter asking me to retract that
So
statement.
these people who are making allegations against you have a right, and they are correct when they call you a criminal, because they are also in possession of a certain evidence.
If they've got evidence that I've committed a crime, why don't they come and put it in front of me?
No, they've come, some of them. Are they correct when they say Paul O'Sullivan is a hardcore criminal? Because they are in possession of evidence as well.
So unfortunately, Chairman, this committee allowed these criminals to come here and accuse me of being a criminal, but don't apply the same test that they now want to apply to me. So you allow them to sit there, and I'm going to quote exactly what you allowed.
Yeah, no, even if you don't quote, because I'm running out of time.
But so
On paragraph 92, on paragraph 92,
the other people can come call me a criminal.
on
but you don't
paragraph
quote it.
92, let's move to another question. On paragraph 92, page 31, you are saying, open quote, according to information I've received on the 3rd of July 2025 and 4th of July 2025 at the police college in Pretoria West, Masemula and Mkhwanazi put the finishing touches to the presentation that Mkwanaze would use to shock the nation on the 6th of July 2025. Who told you this?
A confidential informant.
So all this information, Mr. McBride.
I said, according to information.
No. I'm saying to you, the majority of the information you have tendered in your affidavit is based on people who are confidential. You can't disclose it here. You can't disclose those people here.
If I disclose it here, if I gave the name of the person that supplied that information here, publicly or privately, that person would either be murdered or he would suffer some form of detriment.
So
and if you think the criminal justice system is so good,
so how do
that all witnesses are safe,
so
I respectfully request you to read the newspaper.
How do we test then the authenticity of what you are telling us when you do not want to share the sources? Because the sources should be used by this committee as proof.
Because
under normal circumstances, the sources should be also writing affidavits to say, really, this is what happened. Because now you rely on hearsay evidence, and it's difficult for us to test that hearsay evidence.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the problem we have in South Africa today, that many witnesses will be murdered if they give evidence. And if I talk, for example, about the Matlanga Commission, we no longer have a witness D and we no longer have a witness F. And it's a matter of time before witness A, B, C, E are not around either. The reality of the situation is that there's so much corruption in the criminal justice system, and there's so many criminals with badges. If it's not stopped, this country will go into a decline that it will never recover from.
Let's move to another question. Again, I'm not getting any answer on this one. On paragraph 85 and paragraph 42.
Sorry, one paragraph at a time.
Paragraph 85. On paragraph 85, you are making an allegation there that Kumalo, in fact, not Kumalo, Madondo went to Japan to a workshop. And you further allege that Madondo has a romantic relationship with Kumalo. Do you have proof showing that they have a romantic relationship, Madondo and Kumalo?
The person that supplied the information to us, which is at pages 297 and 298, and 299, and 300, and 301, and 302, and 303, the person that supplied that information.
So you have proof.
Sorry,
that's all. No. I'm saying I'm not saying
that supplied the information about the trip to Japan.
No. I'm talking about their romantic relationship.
Yes, but I'm trying to answer you.
You have proof. You have proof.
Person that supplied the information. About
do you have proof? That is my question. Do you have proof?
I'm trying to answer you.
Do you have proof? Yes or no? That's what I'm looking for.
The person that supplied the information about.
Do you have proof? That's my question. Do you have proof?
The person that supplied the trip information to Japan gave us information that the two of them.
So you have proof?
No, I don't have the evidence.
Okay, let's go to another question. But if you don't have proof, let's go to another question. On paragraph 39, you are making another allegation. 42. You are saying.
Paragraph?
Paragraph 42. You are calling the late Tutumieni a President Zuma's mistress.
Correct.
What do you mean when you say he's a mistress of President Zuma?
Well, I suppose if you have a conjugal relationship with somebody and they're not married, I would.
So they have a relationship. They had a relationship.
Yes.
What kind of a relationship did they have?
Well, a conjugal relationship.
Do you have proof?
Well, the son is the living proof.
Do you have proof? Or they have a son?
They have, yeah.
Do you have a DNA test results?
No, I don't have the DNA test.
So do you have proof that President Zuma has had a relationship with the late Tutumieni?
Dudu Mayeni admitted it in a conversation with another person
So you have proof.
And that person's name is Talenti Maye.
So you have proof.
Proof.
Yes.
Not enough proof, but enough to put in front of this committee.
Mr. O'Sullivan, South Africa is a patriarchal society. Do you know that?
What?
It's a patriarchal society. Do you know that?
What's this?
Do you find it appropriate for you to characterize men here with baseless allegations of romantic relationships? Women.
Chairman, it's common cause in the public domain that Talenti Mayeni
No.
is
But I'm
Jacob
saying
Zuma's son.
you are making a characterization here of women. You are characterizing them by romantic relationships for which we do not have proof. Do you find that appropriate?
In this respect, yes, because it relates to.
So you find it appropriate
In
to say
this-
a woman is so and so's mistress without proof thereof? That is appropriate.
Chairman, the proof is in the pudding. There's common cause. It's been admitted. Talenti Mayeni lived at Jacob Zuma's Forest Town house.
And so that qualifies him to be his son.
Chairman, he regularly repeated the fact that Jacob Zuma was his father.
Olo Sullivan,
Yeah.
may you please stop speaking?
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
It's now time for break. We're coming back at 14 hours. We're going to take the alternate member for 15 minutes from the MKP, followed by Breitenbach from the DA. The four speakers will be Shongwe, Breitenbach, Honorable Thopa, Honorable Malema, and then Honorable Mwango. Yeah. May you please rise and leave the chambers. Your time starts now.
Mfoka Sullivan usondele la sixoxa. Kuze ngathi ngamdlulela inamba. Wathi umoya Mfoka Sullivan wena unentombi othandana nayo. Hello mama. Uphila unjani? Ngiyaphila. Sabona Mr. Sullivan, how are you? Are you good? I take it they've asked you most of the questions.
Pardon?
They've asked you most of the questions that I wanted to ask, but I'll ask you few. What's in this bag? How much is in this bag?
Sorry?
How much is in this bag?
How much what?
How much money is in this bag?
I have no idea.
Then how do you know that General Mkwanaze had money in his account, in his Louis Vuitton bag? Did you see the money?
I never said there was money in a Louis Vuitton bag.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Did you see him being given a Louis Vuitton bag as a gift?
No, I didn't see that.
So how come you say you're saying that he was given a gift of a Louis Vuitton bag which he gave to his wife?
If you wait, I'll show you
Were you there?
No.
You were not there.
But it was all
Was
over
that the person who told you?
It was all over. It was in the media.
Oh. Oh, it was in the media that President Ramaphosa bought money and hid it under the sofa. So was that true because it was in the media as well? Does it mean he stole the money?
I'm not saying it's true here. I'm saying these are the allegations.
Do you believe them?
I do.
Do you believe that Ramaphosa stole money?
I don't know. I haven't looked at that.
Did you look at the other one, the Louis Vuitton?
I did.
What did you look at?
What do you mean, what did I look at?
What did you look? You said you looked into it.
I
What
made
did you
some
look into?
inquiries and I
You made
discovered,
some.
yes.
And you never made none on the parliament.
I wasn't involved in that. I wasn't invited to be involved in it.
Were you invited to investigate Pahlani?
No.
So what do you mean when you say you're not invited on the Pala issue?
Well, nobody phoned me and said, by the way, there was a break-in and money was stolen. Will you assist us with the investigation?
Who said you must investigate Pahlani then? Who invited you?
I didn't get invited. Somebody approached us with information.
How so? Is that the one, the letter, the brown envelope under the door?
Who?
Is that the issue? Is this the story where you say you got an envelope under the door?
No.
How did you get it?
We received a tip-off from an informer.
From an informer?
Yeah, and the informer, well, he's now retired, was a colonel in the police.
Oh, okay. Before we go any further, you said MK members, including Honorable James, were guilty of having information that is coming from intelligence. And you said that's a criminal offense, punishable with 10 years.
What's the paragraph?
The WhatsApp from the WhatsApps.
Yeah, but what's the paragraph number?
No, I'm asking what you said. You said MKP members.
Yeah, but if you can direct me to the paragraph number, I'd appreciate that because
No, you said it here. I was listening to you.
I was reading what was
No,
in
you
the
said it.
statement.
You said it. Remember when you said all MKP members, and including Honorable James, have information that is coming from intelligence and it's punishable with 10
I read
years.
what was in my statement.
Okay.
So if you can direct me back to the paragraph number, otherwise we're going to have to stop while I go looking for that paragraph number.
Okay, while they look for it, let me remind you, you said that we are guilty of that. So I want to ask you, you just said to Honorable Nomvalo, where is this? You got information from reliable reliable, what did you say? Sources, yes. Within the intelligence. Were you telling the truth or were you lying?
I was telling the truth.
So isn't that the same thing you are accusing us of?
What accusation?
Getting information that was not supposed to be in our hands. The WhatsApp information. You can't pretend that you forgot. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, let me find the paragraph.
You know what, tell me that.
I don't think I said,
The chair.
I don't think I said that you were in possession of that
You said
information.
MK, you said, okay, Honorable James then.
Yes.
Yeah,
Are we
that-
referring to
that-
Honorable James or are we referring to MKP?
What's the difference? You know, I'm finding similarities between you and Brown Mukhodzi. You can be the white Brown Mukhodzi.
Pardon?
It's fine, leave it there. Chair said I must not say you are a liar. Chair, please reconstruct this sentence for me. Are you a liar or a slow learner? Because you say you were in an accident, and in this accident, you forget things. You forgot your Afrikaans. You forgot your entire fluent Afrikaans.
Okay,
But
let me explain to you something.
Yes.
Because you make these allegations and then you.
No,
you
I'm
confirm-
repeating what you said. I'm not making any allegation.
Hmm.
Can you fix that? You say what I said.
Okay.
Wena ngufuna evenini ke wena. Mr. Sullivan,
Yes.
there's a white bakkie outside here.
Pardon?
There's a white bakkie, a very white bakkie here.
A what?
White bakkie. Do you know what's a bakkie? A van.
Yes.
It's a van. I think you should be going in that van. You're changing your statements now. Let's go again. How's your relationship with Mr. McBride?
I don't have a relationship with him.
Is he a credible police officer?
Pardon?
Is he a credible officer? Do you find him credible?
A credible what?
Do you find him credible?
In some respects, yes.
Okay. So how come when Mr. McBride is traveling with Mandla Mahlangu, the one you spoke about, who owns a 7 million farm and a house in Savannah, you never investigated that person, including McBride?
Which person?
Mandla Mahlangu.
I wasn't involved in anything that required me to investigate them.
Were you involved in investigating Patlan?
Pardon?
Were you involved in investigating Mr. Patlan?
For 10 months, yes.
You were. And
Yeah.
how did you get into that?
Because IPID refused to investigate.
Okay. This one, Mandla Mahlangu travels with Mr. McBride every day, and he owns a 7 million farm and a house in Savannah. Why didn't you bother to investigate that?
I didn't know that.
You didn't know.
If somebody had come to me and said to me, by the way, this person has a 7 million rand property, it needs to be investigated, or I receive a tip-off, I could have possibly looked at it. But what I can't do is suck things out of my thumb and then go and look at those.
I'm asking you because you say you love South Africa. That's why you decided to investigate and help with the security in South Africa. So your love, is it limited to a certain, or is it pointing to certain people? Or can everybody benefit from your love of life in South Africa?
Yeah, I think they do, yeah.
Okay, when Sbiya was appointed in Gauteng without having a competency, why didn't you investigate that one?
What was he appointed? I don't understand.
General Sbiya, the credible officer, the one you said he has, is the best one of the best. General Sbiya.
Did I say he was one of the best?
Yeah, you did in one of your interviews. How do you regard him?
I'd say he's a competent police official. Yeah.
You know he doesn't have competency.
When you say competent,
He failed competency.
like security
Competence,
clearance?
yes, yes.
I have no knowledge of that.
So you have no knowledge of that. So you just took him under your wing and trusted him and.
I didn't take him under my wing.
Okay, so why didn't you investigate him?
What should have I investigated him for?
For having no competency, for buying a grab, for upscaling his salary from 1.2 to 1.8, for taking a position that he has not applied for, and paying himself overtime.
I have no knowledge of that.
You had no knowledge.
No.
Okay. So when Ramaphosa hides money under the, Mr. Ramaphosa, when he hides money under the sofa, and you heard about it, what did you do? Did you investigate or just left it like that?
I only found out about it 2 years
Did
later.
you investigate or you left it like that?
I investigated the allegations that were put out by Arthur Fraser, and I opened the criminal
Did
docket.
you investigate Mr. Ramaphosa for putting money under the sofa before you investigated Mr. Fraser, who is a whistleblower in this case? Why investigate a whistleblower where there is crime?
Because he
that is
wasn't a
alleged?
whistleblower,
What was he?
a criminal, in
A
my
criminal.
opinion.
In your opinion, Mr. Ramaphosa hiding money under the mattress or the sofa, was that not criminal?
I don't know about that. I knew nothing about it.
Again, I'm going to ask.
And I can't retrospectively go back and investigate something that happened several years ago where there's no trail of evidence.
Do you know Forte University? Do you know about it, Forte?
I know where it is.
There's a gentleman by the name Oscar Mabuyane, who's a choice to Mr. Ramaphosa. When it was alleged that his education or qualifications in Forte was fraudulent or somehow having issues, why didn't you investigate?
Excuse me.
I'm still on
Chair.
the love of South Africa. I'm still on the love of South Africa. You said you love South Africa. And South Africa can't be Patani.
You asked me a question and then
You can answer.
Don't allow me to finish answering.
I apologize. You can answer.
Right. Forensics for Justice is a non-profit company. It doesn't receive any income other than small donations. You can go on the website. On the website are published every year the audited accounts. And you can go there now on your computer and look at it and see it. And you'll see the amount of resources that we have available to carry out investigations. Now, if we were to investigate every allegation against every public official in South Africa, we would need probably 2 or 3 billion rand a year and lots of investigators. We just don't have that. So to sit there and ask me why you didn't investigate that, why you didn't investigate that, why you didn't investigate that, it's just impossible. We have to select the cases where people approach us and say, we've got this information.
I have 3 minutes, Mr. Solomon. Sorry for that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, nobody came to us and told us this Professor, what did you say, Mabula?
Oscar Mabuyane, he's a premier in Eastern Cape.
Okay, nobody came to us and said,
Are you going to investigate since I'm telling you now?
Nobody came to us.
I'm coming to you now. Are you going to investigate?
Well, if you go on our hotline, you can file.
It's gonna take
And
too
then it
long.
will be
Luckily
about-
here, can you, for the love of South Africa that you have, can you investigate that?
We don't take all.
Okay, let me ask this one. I'm a South African and I need to learn something from you since you love us. How do I convince a judge or how do I get a judge to give me a court hearing at 12 a.m. and give me a conviction that I can't be arrested within, unless I'm given a note that says within 48 hours I have to be notified? How do I convince a judge to do that for me at 12 a.m.?
What's 12 a.m.? Can you define that?
Time. At midnight.
That didn't happen.
How? You got a document that says you can't be arrested and you must be notified within 48 hours. And you got that at night, at midnight.
Okay,
Is
so
that
if
not
you-
true?
If you have a look, Chairman, this relates to Section P.
Is it true or not true?
No,
Did it happen?
It's not true.
It never happened. You don't have such a document.
I have such
What
a, but it
time was
wasn't
that court
obtained at midnight.
What time was that court convened? At what time did you get
It
that?
was a normal court day.
During the day?
Yes.
If I have it on record that you are lying, can you hand yourself straight to the police station?
Because you are making a mistake. Let me explain to you, Chairman, and I'm going to finish now because you're now accusing me of lying. So I've made it clear that every time somebody defames me, I'm going to respond. The reality of the situation is, in 2016, after repeated arrests and abuse of my constitutional rights, I launched an application in the High Court.
What time was it?
Well, normal course of business. It was an urgent application.
This midnight court is the story.
No.
It's not a
What-
story. Is it a story or not?
You know what? Let me try and finish because what you're trying to
The
do,
thing is eating on
what
my
you're
time. Why-
trying,
okay,
no,
why don't you
you're
answer
trying
that?
to, you're trying to make false and defamatory statement.
Simple. Did it happen?
The reality,
Was there a midnight?
there
court?
was a midnight.
There was. Thank you. That's all I want.
No, you're
Do you
not
know
going to get
standards?
away with that. The reason for the midnight court was because I had been unlawfully arrested.
So there was a
dragged-
midnight court. The question that I asked.
I had been
how do I
unlawfully
convince a-
arrested.
Okay, Mlungwami.
An urgent application was brought. An urgent application was brought
Wait.
in the urgent court in Pretoria
Can I ask
after I had been unlawfully arrested
Wait, lo baba.
by dirty cops reporting to Paslani. And they dragged me away.
I understand your anger with Pasha. The
I'm
question
not
is not
angry
that.
with you. I'm
This is the
stating the
question.
truth. And what I'm not
How
going
do
to
you
allow
get a
is
judge?
for you.
How do I convince a judge to give me a court hearing at midnight, 12 midnight? I just want to learn, how do I do that? Do I need money, bribe, or what?
You
What
need
do I
to speak
need?
to,
How do I?
you need to
Honorable
speak, you need to
Breitenbach.
speak to my lawyers because
Honorable
the court
Breitenbach.
application was launched by my lawyers.
Paul Robert O'Sullivan, your time has expired with
Thank you,
Honorable
Chairman.
Shong. May you turn to Honorable Breitenbach. She's sitting there. Your time has started, Honorable Breitenbach.
Chairperson, good afternoon, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Apart from the time that you were arrested, I think it was in April 2016, and taken off an aircraft, how many other times have you been arrested? And what was the outcome of those matters?
Thank you, Chairman. So if we go, in fact, it follows on from your colleague. I'm sorry, I can't remember the member's name.
Respond to the
Yes,
question.
if we follow on from that incident he's talking about.
The name is Shongwe.
Thank you.
Please remember
Thank
it.
you.
Niggas were fan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If we follow on from that incident, I was arrested at 4:00 in the afternoon, or 3:30 or 4:00 in the afternoon, on the 12th of February, 2017. And I was taken away to Camille-Drift Police Station, which is the police station just down the road from Sable Hills Estate.
Mr. O'Sullivan, forgive me, I just want to interrupt you for 1 second. And I don't want to prevent you answering the question, because I want the answer. I don't really need all the details of the arrests. I need to know how many there were and what was the outcome of them. Were they prosecuted, were they not prosecuted? Really, that's all I need.
So there was that arrest. One of my staff was arrested. In all, there were 6 trials, and 3 or 4 of the trials I was acquitted, and the others, the state withdrew them or they were struck off the roll.
Okay, thank you. So they went nowhere.
Went nowhere. Not because of any reason than the fact that they were all unlawful cases. And the DPC, I made a formal complaint to the DPCI judge,
Yes.
and they issued a report. And in the DPCI judge's report, they made it crystal clear that in fact, my constitutional rights were violated.
Yes, I have seen that report. Thank you. In paragraph 75 of your affidavit, I think it's on page 25 of the page numbers, you deal with the hugely inflated slush fund or the COVID fund of crime intelligence.
Mhm.
And you mentioned that while it has, the fund has increased exponentially over the years, there's been no discernible drop in crime.
Mhm.
Would you, however, agree that this is largely due to the fact that there's in fact very little activity or legitimate activity from crime intelligence? And that the reason we find ourselves in the position we find ourselves in is largely due to the fact that the National Prosecuting Authority and police departments get no input from crime intelligence because they're not doing their job.
In fact, that's the point I've made in my affidavit, is that crime intelligence have become neutralized. And the proof of that is the riots that took place in KZN, which took the lives of 305 people and cost 100 billion rand in damage economy. And the then head of crime intelligence in KZN was Major General Kamalo, who's now Lieutenant General. No crime intelligence was received about the riots. A year later, he's promoted to Lieutenant General, and placed in charge of the Division of Crime Intelligence. And the money just keeps getting stolen.
Well, that's more or less par for the course for crime intelligence, as we're all aware. In 3 very concise points, please, can you tell me what, in your view, are the main causes of the problems we currently experience in the criminal justice system? Concise, please.
I'll try and be as concise as possible. The problems are deep-rooted corruption, the infighting within the criminal justice system. At the root of that is the crime intelligence slush fund, and the failure or refusal of successive crime intelligence heads and successive crime intelligence finance officers to be held accountable for the use of the crime intelligence funds has resulted in the reality that crime intelligence has become neutralized and it's no longer serving its purpose.
Okay, I'd like to go to the document that Honorable James handed to you. Do you have it? It is a photostat copy of what purports to be a deposit slip for Nedbank.
Yes.
And another smaller document.
I don't have the other document. I only got this.
Oh, no, this is all I need. It's all I'm going to refer to. So, you're a certified fraud examiner.
Correct.
And I take it then that I may assume that you're somewhat of an expert on documents.
Can be sometimes.
Okay.
Depends on the nature of the document.
Well, let's have a look at this one.
This is a photocopy.
Yes, well, of course, that's the first thing. It's a photocopy of a photocopy. It's not even a photocopy. So its provenance is in doubt, and its veracity, the weight of evidence that it carries is not great in the normal course of events.
Well, yes, you're quite right. But
so would you have a look at that document there? It says a total of cash, postal, and money orders.
Pardon me?
It says there a total of cash, postal, and money orders, and then it says 100,000 rand, right just under the date.
Oh, yes, yes.
You see it?
Yes.
Then there's a Nedbank stamp on it.
Yes.
And then in the total block, it says 1 million rand.
Yeah, I think that's not correct.
Well, it can't be. It must either be 100,000 or 1 million. It can't be both.
Yeah, exactly. It's a problem.
And you see that depositor's name and or reference is AN other.
Correct.
Oh, so a bit of a joke.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I don't know where the document comes from, and I assume it emanates from the DSO files somewhere, because this date refers to DSO operations. But there's the deposit slip in itself is, in my view, deeply problematic. From my experience as a prosecutor, I would have had an issue with this document.
Yeah, I've never seen the deposit slip until today.
So I'm not sure of its evidentiary value. You were involved in a matter regarding a number of articles published by Amabungani. You will recall that it was alleged that Amabungani was in possession of documents that had been allegedly stolen by one van Niekerk.
Correct. I'm aware of that now.
And you testified on behalf of, I think, the Moti organization.
They're clients of ours.
Yes, that the documents had in fact been stolen.
In fact, the person that stole the documents is now on trial.
Yes.
For stealing those documents, and a court order was granted that the documents must be returned, and the accused is currently in contempt of that court order.
Well, no, that court order was overturned at some point by Judge van Nieuwenhuizen and said they must be kept in the offshore location where they were kept and not altered or damaged in any way. That was the result of that. Judge Holland Muter issued the order to say return them, and then it was overturned.
No, the order that they must be returned was taken on appeal, and the appeal was withdrawn, and that order is now valid.
I see. And you say that Mr. Van Niekerk is on trial.
Correct.
And what is the position with that trial, do you know?
I think discovery took place in December. And to my knowledge, the trial should be starting either in March or April.
But in that affidavit, which is the point I want to get to, is you in your affidavit discussed the issues of the metadata and how that would demonstrate that the documents were in fact stolen.
Correct.
Now, are you yourself an expert on analyzing documents to the extent that you can sensibly discuss the issues of metadata?
We have the software that enables us to download.
No. Are you sufficiently an expert to do that?
I consider I've done it for more than 15 or 20 years, so I have the experience. There is no specific qualification that says this is the qualification you need.
No, of course not, Mr. O'Sullivan, but I have been a prosecutor in 1 or 2 trials. And in order to demonstrate expertise, you need to demonstrate a long period of proficiency and qualifications and expertise, and to discuss issues of metadata. In my view, you need to be, sorry, Andile, could you just sit back, please? To discuss issues of metadata and what it means confidently in an affidavit, you would have to be an expert. I'm asking you if you are an expert.
No, but I referred to a metadata report that had been done by
Someone else?
Yes.
Yes, but you'll agree with me that if you're not an expert, you can't do that.
No, we just referred to that metadata report.
So that's a little dodgy to then include in your affidavit a view based on someone else's view. That's not really acceptable.
Well, it might be considered that.
It was certainly found that way by Judge Van Nieuwenhuizen, you will recall.
I don't know about this Judge Van Nieuwenhuizen.
You mentioned Mr. Mdluli from Crime Intelligence and his employment of his family members.
Correct.
While he was in charge of. Now, Mr. Mdluli's travails are many, and in my view, transgressions also many, but that's not what we're here to discuss today. But as far as you're aware, are his family members who were employed, qualified or otherwise, still employed at Crime Intelligence?
My understanding is that some of them were dismissed, but some of them are still there.
And despite all of the time that has passed, no one has managed to get rid of them?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, I'm done.
Thank you so much, Honorable Reitenbach. You have requested that you may want to be released at some stage.
I'll be back. I just want to go through
If you feel the pressures of time, you must know that I have granted you permission to leave and come back. Honorable Thopa, your time starts now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. O'Sullivan?
Are you participating as a full member or as a...
No, as an alternative.
Okay.
Chairperson, paragraph 164. Mr. O'Sullivan, you make quite that bold allegation that there's many members of parliament who are involved with corrupt crime intelligence officials. Were you saying earlier that you can't or you don't want to say who you're speaking of?
Yeah, I explained that the informant is a confidential informant. So this is an allegation. It's not an allegation that I can present with any evidence. I can just state that I've received the allegation.
Right, so you're saying there's no evidence at your disposal currently?
Only information. I said I've been reliably informed, which means it's hearsay evidence.
Thank you. In paragraph 152, you speak of General Palani's interference with witnesses by interviewing them yourself or that he was interviewing them himself or he had other people interview them. Is this correct?
That's correct. The documents in question were submitted at the High Court.
Thank you. In paragraph 147.17, you then stated there that the salesman, I believe it's the salesman of the expensive sound system, was identified and interviewed by yourself. Is that correct?
Sorry, what's the paragraph number?
147.17.
Yes, he'd be interviewed, but he wouldn't give me a sworn statement.
But you interviewed him yourself.
Yes, because when it became apparent,
And then am I correct in to say that you were the complainant in that case?
but IPID had refused to carry out the investigation. So we continued with the investigation ourselves.
Am I correct in then saying, well, let me ask it rather this way, is it normal practice for a civilian or a complainant to interview individuals? And IPID was involved prior to that,
IPID wasn't involved.
right? Is it normal practice for a civilian or complainant to interview a witness?
We interview witnesses all the time.
So it's normal standard procedure.
Pardon?
So it's standard procedure for the complainant to interrogate the witness.
So in this matter, Forensics for Justice were the complainant through me. And the purpose of the interview was to get information that could be given to IPID. And all the information we got was supplied to IPID.
Thank you. In paragraph 14713, so it's in a similar section, you sat with the interview with General Patlale's driver.
Correct.
Is that also normal?
I was requested to sit in on that interview.
Surely, IPID was capable of interviewing the driver and tracing the driver. And I wonder, Mr. O'Sullivan, was it the request of yourself to sit in that, or that of Mr. Mashlangu?
It was Mr. Mashlangu who asked me to.
Oh, what did he mean when you guys spoke about in your statement? You mentioned that he wanted to get buy-in with white people.
Mr. Mashlangu felt uncomfortable with. He thought that because the person was white, I think a white Afrikaans guy, he felt that the driver may not cooperate with him in respect of detailing the payments that were made out of the boot of the car.
So it was just a front. The color was just a front.
Well, he felt that if a white person was in the interview, he might be more cooperative.
Thank you. In paragraph 18, you spoke about leading from the front. This is paragraph 18. Drug trafficking, human trafficking. Paragraph 18.
Let me just find it.
You spoke about leading in the front, from the front, drug trafficking, human trafficking, etc.
Correct.
You also stated that you were requested to donate 8 hours of your time.
Correct.
And that you were doing about 40 hours per week.
Mm-hmm.
And I do understand that you had the financial means to do so. The question though is again, is it normal for a reservist to lead such a mammoth task? And is it normal for a reservist to lead such a mammoth task when there are people in the SAPS chains that must have been proficient at the time? You can understand why I ask.
Yes, in fact, there were quite a number of reservists who worked substantial numbers of hours, and we were quite successful in the projects that we managed.
Now, I understand. My question is it normal for a reservist to take then such a stance to lead from the front when there are people within the SAP as permanently employed that I'm very sure could have done the same task?
It's not normal, but it happens.
Right. Mr. Sullivan, through you, Chair, who did Mr. Celebi appoint that you said belonged in jail? If you can just give some names there, it's in paragraph 35.
Well, the one person was in jail, that was Richard Ndluli.
Is there anybody currently employed?
Did you say paragraph 35?
I think so, yes, paragraph 35.
No, I can't see it then, paragraph 35.
Could have a wrong paragraph number by accident, but it is where you speak of
I can't even get this one open now. Where you spoke of Celebi appointing people that belong in jail. I mean,
If you can direct me to the paragraph. So that I
I'll
can
come
see
back
it.
to that one, just for time constraints. I think paragraph 37, it seems that you're saying that the once former President Zuma became the president of the ANC. I think it was in the December 2007. It is the ANC under his leadership that called for the closure of the Scorpions as they were effective against corruption. Is my understanding correct?
I'm not sure I understand what your understanding is.
It was under President Zuma's leadership of the ANC that the Scorpions were closed.
Yes, I believe
And
that.
they were effective at the time because they were going for politicians and high level.
What paragraph are we talking about?
37?
This is after Polokwane.
Yes, it's at the end of the paragraph.
The conference called for the ANC policy to disband the Scorpions. I think that's common cause. And the disbanding of, my understanding is that the disbanding of the Scorpions was intended to curtail high-profile corruption investigations. And if you look at the Glenister judgment, it's quite clear that that application was intended to either save the Scorpions or to have something that stood independent from the police. And that's what led to the changes in Section 17 of the Police Service Act and the creation of the DPCI.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. It might be common cause for some of us, but many people don't know all these. This is why I'm asking these questions. Is it correct that within 2 years, the Scorpions were totally disbanded? That's from 2007. And this was the mark of the start of the significant corruption we see today. Is that correct?
What paragraph are you on now?
It's straight after that paragraph. You just said within 2 years, the Scorpions were totally disbanded.
Yeah, I think it was 2.5 years.
Would I be correct to assume, because as you allude to the witnesses, Mr. Celebi and Mr. Mbeki, who tried to help him, former President Zuma was a catalyst to what we see today as one of the major reasons that we're sitting here.
Is this in the same paragraph?
Yes, that whole paragraph speaks about that. Paragraph 37, line 4.
Yes. What is the question?
I said, would I be correct to assume that when you allude to this section, you speak about the relationship between Mr. Celebi and Mr. Mbeki, who had tried to help him, and former President Zuma? Was it a catalyst to what we see today as the major reasons that we are sitting here?
I think it could be part of it, but I can't say it's all of it. I think one have to look at the defective aspects of crime intelligence and the abuse of the slush fund.
Yeah, I'm just saying, was it a catalyst?
I think it could have been.
Thank you. In paragraph 147, Mr. O'Sullivan, you stated that you were tortured for 3 days. Who tortured you? Where did this take place? And do you have any evidence, photos of anything of this?
So
torture marks?
If you take a look at the act that deals with torture, it's all set out in the complaint I made at the time. So, thanks. If you look at the definition of torture, and I'm just going to call it up quickly, you will see exactly what the definition of torture is.
Mr. Sullivan, sorry, I've got very little time from a full member. So just, do you have anything, any proof of a torture of a physical nature? Let me rather put it that way to you.
There's different types of torture. It wasn't physical.
Okay, how were you tortured? You can just give me the reason how you were tortured, Mr. Sullivan.
Okay, Act 13 of 2013 sets out quite clearly what torture is. And it states quite clearly, torture has the meaning assigned to it in Section 3, and it's defined as the purpose of this act. Torture means any act by which severe pain or suffering, whether physical or mental, is intentionally inflicted on a person for such purpose as to either obtain information, punish him or her for an act he or she or any other person has committed, or intimidate or coerce him.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. I understand. I'm asking, how were you tortured then? If you can explain to me.
Okay, so I was taken and placed in a cell with rats running around and sewage on the floor with nowhere to sit. And I was repeatedly told that I'd be in prison for the rest of my life. I will be charged with treason. And that process went on for 3 days and nights. And I wasn't allowed to sleep.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. And I'm asking these questions, not that I'm saying you're saying the truth, not saying the truth. What I'm saying is many South Africans go there, and it's why we're sitting here. Because I think many South Africans sit in cells that are dirty, sewage on the floor. And that's exactly what we do as oversight. And we need to better on that. In the same paragraph that you spoke about this, you also spoke about your phones were tapped. Who was responsible for tapping your phone, and do you have any proof of that?
Crime intelligence. And there's a sworn statement that's not included here. But there's a sworn statement by I think the guy's name is Isaac Meir. And in that sworn statement, he sets out how my phone was tapped.
If you could just please provide that to the committee at your earliest convenience.
I'll have to find
I think my time should almost be done. Just want to quickly go back quickly. Paragraph, where I said paragraph 37, 36. It seems that you were saying that the President Zuma and the ANC leadership. No, we covered that.
Pardon, which paragraph?
I think it was paragraph 36. I asked, would I be correct to assume what you have alluded to now in the witness statement is that you, Mr. Salebi, Mr. Mbeki, who you said to try help him, and former President Zuma was the catalyst? I think we're just clarifying that that was the paragraph we were alluding to early on, but you did answer the question. Paragraph 150, you mentioned you received death threats. You wrote to General Palani to inform him. I guess you believed he was making the threats, and you copied President Ramaphosa. And you do say then that you had no doubt that President Ramaphosa will say he was under the spell of Zuma. What did you mean by this, and what did former President Zuma have over President Ramaphosa?
Well,
and is this your opinion?
It's an opinion.
Or was it something that was communicated to you?
No, it's an opinion. And if you have a look at page 1082, that contains the actual threat where they threatened to kill me. 1082. If you have a look at page 1082, it says, and this is the email that I sent to Pashlani on the 21st of November. And I've copied and pasted the threat in there. And it says, "Hello, Chief. This is a warning to you. We are aware that you are working for a big foreign spy, Paul Sullivan, who is funded by his masters. This man is in cahoot with Robert." Obviously, they mean Robert McBride. Lot of junior policemen, the police com, and lot of senior policemen who are paid by him with money from UK Kingdom. Unfortunately, you became part of them. You must stop now. We know where you stay and your family. Paul is a stupid old man. His days are numbered. We are on his heels. You must either choose to die with him. We are watching you, boy. We are about to finish Paul. We have everything on him from his family in the UK. He is a foreigner. Robert isn't clever. Tell him to leave this spy. I will see if you are listening. I'm
Mr.
not
Sullivan, sorry, I
going to
do need
warn
to
you again.
interrupt you. I understand that that's what the letter's content is, but my question is, you say that President Ramaphosa was under former President Zuma's spell.
Yes, and
Was that your opinion?
I'm
That's all
saying,
I want to know.
and I said, yes, that's my
Okay,
opinion.
that's, sorry, I've got very little time. Then you spoke about these death threats. Were there any attempts on your life at the time, at that given time? When, how did it happen?
Yes, there was attempts on my life at that time.
All right. And then in paragraph 10, you spoke about you were headhunted by Chubb in 1995. Why did they headhunt you specifically, and what skill sets did you possess at the time?
Let me just find that.
Thank you so much.
Okay, fine, it's finished.
The 15 minutes
Thank you, Chairperson.
have expired. The next speaker is Honorable Malem.
Thanks, Chairperson. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, you have admitted to have received money from DSO, right?
Correct.
And therefore, these documents that are presented before you are not in any way suggesting that they might be fraudulent. They're just confirming exactly what you have confirmed, that you have received money.
Well, I've never seen the documents before, but the document would appear to me, if I recall correctly, the amount that was paid to me at the time was 100,000 Rand, not 1 million Rand.
The question was not, have you seen the document before? The question was, what is reflected on this document is exactly what you have experienced in your account.
Yeah, but not the 1 million.
Why? No one has said 1 million. 1 million, the person was trying to.
It says 1 million.
No. There's no one who says 1 million.
The document says.
No, the document doesn't say 1 million.
It does.
If you look at the printed statement,
yes.
It says 100,000.
Correct.
Yes,
Yes.
that's what it's saying.
Yes.
So to try and delegitimize what looks like a legitimate document is unacceptable.
I'm not trying to.
Not you. I'm just saying, following up to what was the impression that was created here, that this might not be correct figures. Why were they giving you money?
As I've said to you, they were refunding some of the expenses I'd incurred.
There's nowhere the written refund. There's no way. The first document says a request for an advance from the DSO confidential funds.
I haven't seen that document.
Have they not shared the document with you here?
That's all I've got. Just that. I've not seen anything else.
Yeah, there is a document here from Scorpions
I've not seen
that says
I've only seen it.
they're giving you advance.
I've not seen it.
And there's two documents. The one says request for an advance from the DSO confidential funds. And then the other one says application for reward, Paul O'Sullivan.
I've not seen it.
Nowhere do they suggest that you are being refunded for anything.
Thank you.
So in a way, you are part of these people who have been benefiting from this slush fund.
Chairman, that allegation was made earlier. The slush fund I was talking about was the Crime Intelligence Slush Fund. Any payment that's made by the NPA or the DSO is not being made from the Crime Intelligence Slush Fund.
No, it's the same thing, Chief. It's the money that they don't account for. The DSO confidential fund.
Oh, I know nothing
It's
about
police. Police money.
This is the first
Government
time,
money. It's the public money.
This is the first time I'm seeing this document. And in fact, what they did internally, I don't know about it. I just know that they made a contribution to some of the massive expenses I'd incurred in respect of investigations that I carried out in relation to the two projects. The one was called Project Coffee, and the other one was called Project Bad Guys.
Yeah, it's written here, Project Bad Guys, brackets, coffee.
Yeah, there were
Coffee leg.
two projects. And it related to international drug smuggling syndicate with tentacles around the world. And this is not a reward. It says here it's a reward for information, but I'd never seen this document before. It wasn't a reward for information. It was refunding of expenses or partial refunding of expenses.
It makes the situation worse, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, because it means the money was released under false pretext.
Well, I know nothing about that.
Because if it says reward and you call it a refund, it means whoever went to apply for this money lied
I don't know.
that you are being rewarded.
I've only seen the document today for the first time. But it lists a number of names and people that went to prison. So, yeah, I'm seeing it for the first time today.
Okay, let's leave that one. At least we confirm that you have received the money. We're just not finding each other about why you received the money. I just want you to assist the committee in relation to your professional background. So, did you complete O level or A level?
O level and 1A level.
1A level.
Yeah.
What that is equivalent to what in South African terms?
I don't know how you equate it. I suppose it would be something like a matric.
So you've got matric.
They don't have a matric.
No, I'm saying it doesn't matter what they call it.
I think
there.
it would be called the equivalent of a matric.
You've got an equivalent of matric.
Correct.
From there, which post matric or post A1 level did you go to?
So
University or technicon or anything of that sort?
I went to a technicon, but I'm not prepared to discuss my educational background.
Which one?
I said I went to a technicon, but I'm not prepared to discuss my educational background. I made that clear. And
No,
the
you're going
reason-
to have to discuss your educational background because you took our money. We hired you
No, you
at
didn't.
AXA.
I
At
didn't.
AXA. No,
Okay.
that's our money.
Okay.
You only get that money if you have reached certain particular qualifications. So we want to see if you received that money legitimately.
Which money?
AXA, you worked for AXA, they were paying you a salary.
They paid a salary.
Yeah.
And I gave them a good return on that money.
No, it doesn't matter. Did you get any tertiary qualifications?
Yeah, I did.
Which is what?
I'm not prepared to discuss it.
But I want to check if you're qualified.
You go ahead and check.
No, I want to check with you if you are qualified to be head of aviation security.
Well, then you should perhaps speak to
And if you look at the report of the 2002, there is no even such a structure in the organogram of AXA. In the report of AXA, there is nothing called group aviation security, group heads aviation security. You are the only person who's using that concept. No one at AXA is using that concept. Even the advert, there were 2 adverts that year which were taken out. None of those adverts say group head aviation security. They say aviation security.
So I think, I don't know where you're getting your information from, but I think it's defective. I'd like to refer you to a page in the annexes. Come to the page number now. I'd like you to refer to page 62.
Yeah.
And page 63.
Yeah.
And page 64. So on page 62, it's addressed to Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, Director, Executive Group Security. Page 63, it's addressed to Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, Group Executive Security. On the Business News or Engineering News article, which is page 64, if you look at the second paragraph or the third paragraph on the left-hand side, it says, according to AXA Group Executive Aviation Security, Paul O'Sullivan, this is substantially more than was likely to be allocated had the 2001 terrorism attacks not occurred. And it talks about 150 or 140 million rand budget to improve security. So perhaps those 3 references would indicate that there is in fact a position called Group Executive Aviation Security?
No, the two heading don't speak to that.
Pardon me?
The two heads, the two things that you referred me to under Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, Director, Executive Group Security. That's number one. Number two, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, Group Executive Security.
Correct.
There is nowhere where they call you Group Head Aviation Security.
So that my job title was Group Executive Aviation Security. So if you look at the page 64, on the third paragraph on the left-hand side, it says, according to AXA, Group Executive Aviation Security, Paul O'Sullivan. So
No. That's what you call yourself. That's not what your employer calls you. I mean, this is an article. What you are referring me, it's an article of a newspaper, and that's how you would have said, this is how they must address you. But where you are being addressed officially in the letter of the institution, it says Director Executive Group Security. Then the second one, it says Group Executive Security. Nowhere do they refer to you as Group Head Aviation Security.
So those people wrote what they thought was my position. My position at the time and my contract of employment was Group Executive Aviation Security.
No, Mr. Paul, I'm saying to you, even the advert that was advertising that position did not write Group Aviation Security. It wrote Head Security.
It's 25 years ago.
Yes, then you arrived there and gave yourself a title that is non-existent.
No, that's not
because
true.
it's not there in the organogram of the institution. There's no such a position. In their report, if you go and read their 2001 annual report, which will probably be published in 2002, if you go and check that report, you will realize that there's no such a position in that structure.
Chairman,
but let's pass that.
I'm just making the point that I was employed at AXA and I was employed in the position of Group Executive Aviation Security.
But say, I'm going to have a problem because you cannot refuse to tell me what are your tertiary qualifications, yet you occupy a head aviation security position, which its equivalent now, as if you look at the adverts this year, they require master's degree and some 5 years experience. So I could imagine during your time, there's no way, even the one that I'm referring you to, it says it requires a degree or an equivalent. That's why I want to check your qualification to match it with the requirements so that I can make a determination that you are indeed employed through your qualifications.
And am I correct in thinking, Chairman, that that's in the terms of reference of this committee to look into the qualifications of a civilian that has nothing to do with it?
It has got everything to do with it.
We're going back, no. We're going back more than 20 years. Okay, and my qualifications were obtained 40 years ago. So I am not going to get into a debate. I have rights, and my rights include the right to privacy. And you would know from the Constitution. And my right to privacy, I will maintain. And you can dig into my right to privacy if you want. I'm here voluntarily, and I'm not going to submit myself to providing information which I believe you're not entitled to. So you can repeatedly ask for it, and you can make all the assertions you wish, but I'm not supplying you.
You know why you're making this a big issue is because you lied yesterday and told us about a technicon that is non-existent.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's not there. You did. You told us that you went to some Manchester engineer or something. The chair can confirm that.
Okay.
You said that yesterday that you went to Manchester Technicon or something. And then when we went to research that institution, you said you went to a training in engineering. Yeah. We did not find such an institution existing.
Yeah, okay.
So, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, You occupied a senior position without qualifying because you had infiltrated the system.
If you believe that.
And
But you're wrong.
part of our investigation, the reason why we go to qualifications is we want to demonstrate that these people they don't have the necessary skills, yet they occupy strategic positions because of their proximity
In the police.
to those, not in the police.
But aren't we supposed to be looking, Chairman, at the allegations from the KZN Commissioner of Police, and instead you're now diverting? So what you've actually done, Chairman, is you've first of all invite me here, I come here, and now what you're doing is you're trying to impugn my character, and you've been doing it for the last 5 hours. And, you know, I'm not going to cooperate with that.
No. You're going to cooperate. Look,
No, I'm sorry,
you
won't tell me what I'll cooperate with.
you went to mess up our IPT and our justice system, our criminal justice system. We're trying to establish as to who is this person who is alleged to have done the following in the institutions that we're investigating. It is in that context that we're asking you about yourself. And it shouldn't be difficult for a person who has taken an oath to tell the truth, but nothing else but the truth, that I went to school and this is why. I'm not asking you whether you passed with this higher degree or not. I'm just asking, where did you obtain your qualifications? Because yesterday you told us about a different technicon that is not a Manchester technicon.
Okay,
And then you are doing engineering.
You get the transcript of yesterday. and
Now
I think
today-
you'll find your mistake. And
Chair, can you please intervene and perhaps remind him of what he said?
Mr. Paul Robert O'Sullivan, you went to Manchester Technikon.
no,
And
I
you-
said I
and
studied
you-
at Manchester, and somebody said, "Is it a technicon?"
If you listen to me, so
Okay,
that
sorry.
you know what you are going to respond to. You went to Manchester Technikon and you obtained a higher certificate in electronics. That is the evidence that you deposed here
Yes,
yesterday.
that's correct, and that is
Yes.
correct.
Okay.
But it's absolutely not called Manchester Technicon. But you know, somebody said, "Is it a Technicon?" I said, "Yes," but it's not. But anyway,
You see, you are now changing that, now that you are no longer prepared to talk about your qualifications. But I just demonstrated to you, you spoke about your qualifications yesterday. And you were not qualified to be employed as head of anything at AXA because you didn't possess the necessary qualifications. Number two, which I want to ask is, after you went to, the military intelligence, did you work anywhere else except when you left the military intelligence?
did I work anywhere? What?
Did you work anywhere after you left military intelligence?
Yes, I did.
Where?
I'm not telling you
Why?
because it's none of your business.
It's none of my business. So, okay, that's fine. You don't have an answer. And I know you don't have an answer because the question after that was going to be, where did you get the money to invest in the property investment? Because you were just from school, went to military intelligence, and then the next thing you come to South Africa for tourism, you love the place, then come back to South Africa to invest in property development, and not only in South Africa, but in different kind of countries. Where do you get that money from? Because military intelligence will not have given you such pensions.
No, pension. I don't get a pension at the age of 26 or 20.
That's what I'm saying.
I
Where did you get the money
property development, and I made profit.
Where did you get the money to invest in the property development?
The first development I did, I borrowed the money from the bank, and I made a profit. And I reinvested that profit in another property. And I made a profit there. And I reinvested that in another property. And I made a profit there. So that's how property development works.
No, I don't buy that story. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, property investment is a very expensive investment. My suspicion is that you were given money out of the military intelligence to go and be an investor in different countries to continue saving them, inspiring those countries on their behalf. But you must look like you are an investor.
With respect, Chairman, I think the honourable member has been watching too much TV
Why?
because you're speculating.
You have never worked to get money to qualify to engage in property investment.
How do you know that?
That's what you told me, at least. You went to work at military in intelligence, and then from there you worked in a firm. You can't tell me, because if you tell me that firm, I will be able to evaluate, to check,
No.
and make 1 + 1 to see if we can make such money to invest in property investment.
With all due respect, my property investment activities took place probably when you were still a baby.
Yeah.
But the reality of the situation is, if a person is an entrepreneur and he makes money, how can you then jump into the conclusion that that person is being paid from a government fund or something of that nature? That's pure speculation, and you don't have a shred of evidence. So what you're actually doing is you are making these speculations. It's your idea, and it's wrong.
No.
And I'm just pointing out that you are wrong.
No, my idea is that because I was a baby, and it's not my problem that I was a baby, it is my mother's problem. She gave birth to me at that time. I've got nothing to do with what I was at that time. So because you were an old man, you have to teach me how you came about to become a property investor. You can say I'm formulating it because we've put you there, and we want you to educate us as to how did you become this big property investor from just military intelligence.
I won't say I was a big property developer, but I was a property developer. And when you bring money into South Africa, you convert it from pounds to rand, you get quite a significant amount more rand. And if you look at the property prices overseas and you look at the property prices here, you can buy more property here for the same amount of money you will buy much less overseas. And I decided to get involved in property development. And if you find that suspicious, it's a problem. And I believe the reason you're finding it suspicious is because you and certain other members of this committee are looking for ways of covering up the criminal conduct of crime intelligence officials and the abuse of the slush fund. And that's why we have people like Pashlani, who's on trial at the moment, getting away with the crimes that they're committing, because Parliament, or certain parts of Parliament, are not exercising their duty of care and their duty to look after the interests of the country.
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, if you know me, I'm not part of the nonsense you're talking about. Not me. I'm not part of any nonsense you're talking about. I'm not part of any slush fund or anything. I question people the same way I'm questioning you, all of them, including Lieutenant General Mkwanazi. I questioned him because I'm about the truth and nothing else but the truth. And I'm not going to be patronized or be intimidated by anyone, not me. They can try with other people, not me. Okay. So you must never ever group me with people who are involved with some people who are doing wrongdoings in the crime intelligence. If you have been following the proceedings here, you will see that I've taken the same posture with everyone. You are talking about former General Patlani is still coming to us. We are not done with him. When his turn comes, we'll attend to it. You are saying you are a certified fraud examiner.
Mm-hmm.
Who certified you?
The Association of Certified Fraud Examiners.
So, association where, here or in the USA?
It's a US, it's based in Austin in Texas.
So they give you a certificate which you perhaps attached here, which we can make reference to confirm that you are a certified fraud examiner.
Well, if you look at page 73,
Yeah.
and if you look at page 67, so page 67 says Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, South Africa chapter number 91, ACFESA, Certified Fraud Examiner of the Year, 2014, was awarded to Paul O'Sullivan for his contribution to the fight against fraud and white-collar crime. And if you look at the page 73, it says again, Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, South Africa chapter, ACFE, hereby awards Paul O'Sullivan with the Certified Fraud Examiner of the Year Award 2022, with all rights and privileges under the bylaws of the ACFE SA chapter.
So what requirements must one have to be admitted into doing this type of qualification?
I'd have to go on the website and have a look because, but you have to take exams, you have to undergo quite a lot of training. Yeah.
So now what I want to understand is that were you expected to have some pre-qualifications before you entered this?
I think so, yeah. You'd have to go on the website and have a look at what the requirements are.
The issue of security clearance, you said to me at that time when you were head of aviation security, the issue of security clearance was not a requirement.
That's correct.
No, but when we look at the necessary act that was applying at the time, that was a requirement.
It became a requirement in 2003.
That was after you left?
No, before I left. It was made a requirement in 2003.
And then when they found you without having the security clearance, what happened at the national key point?
Then I could no longer be the national key point officer, and I could no longer be sitting on the National Aviation Security Committee.
Have you ever been found guilty of a GBV?
What's GBV?
Gender-based violence?
Yes, in 1999, I paid a 500 Rand admission of guilt fine for an alleged assault. And in retrospect, I probably shouldn't have paid the fine, but my lawyer at the time advised me that either there would be a trial or I could just pay the fine and it wouldn't be a criminal record. Unfortunately, I paid the fine. It was made a criminal record, and then it was subsequently, what do they call it? Expunged from the record.
Do you still have your firearm license?
Yes, I do.
Is it not the requirement that when you are found guilty of such a thing, they should withdraw your firearm license?
So there wasn't a trial and I wasn't found guilty. I just paid an admission of guilt fine. It's like if you're driving at 150 kilometers an hour and the speed limit is 120, you get a ticket in the post and you can either go to court and challenge it and then you get convicted and then it'll be on your record, or you pay an admission of guilt fine and then it doesn't appear on your record, although that is now changing because I think with the new, what do they call it, AARTO Act, even if you pay an admission of guilt fine now, it becomes part of your record. But at that time, it wasn't the case.
Have you ever faced any allegations of sexual misconduct?
No.
There was never an allegation that you were accused of raping an underage girl?
Definitely
who
not.
was in the Randburg area, who was
absolutely
a close, who was a daughter of a close friend?
Absolutely not. I mean,
and that will mean you have not even tried to pay any bribe to those parents to.
I've never had such allegations made. Nothing of any nature whatsoever.
What is your relationship with McBride?
Robert McBride. I have no relationship with him.
Professionally?
When he was at IPID, yes.
What required you to work with him at IPID, which makes it difficult to work with him when he's outside IPID?
Because I'm not involved with him now. When he was working at IPID, he was the executive director of IPID.
Mm-hmm.
And he was unlawfully suspended. And he was off work for, I think, 10 or 12 months. And during that period, I opened a criminal docket against General Pashlani. And that was in February, I think February the 16th in 2016. And after I opened that docket, there was no investigation. So for 10 months, there was no investigation by IPID. And because they refused to investigate, I continued gathering evidence myself. But after March, I refused to supply any of that evidence to IPID because they were leaking it to General Pashlani. So at the end of October 2016, the Constitutional Court found that Robert McBride's suspension was unlawful and he was reinstated. And after he was reinstated, immediately after he was reinstated, I reached out to him and I said, hey, you know, we need to pick this docket up. I opened it 10 months ago and there's been no investigation. And that was my first proper sit down with him to explain what happened on that docket. He then appointed Matthews Sissoko to put a team together. And the head of that
sorry, Mr. O'Sullivan, there's a request that you speak to the mic.
Oh, sorry. So he put a team together. Let me just move my chair. He put a team together and the investigation was carried out. And during the process of that investigation, 3 weeks into the investigation, there was a threat to murder myself and to murder Mandla Mashlangu, who was leading that team. And as a result of those threats to murder myself and Mandla Mashlangu, we had further meetings and it was decided that we needed to find out who these threats were coming from or where they were coming from. And they managed to trace the phone to a police official that worked at OR Tambo, but the police official claimed that he lost his phone the day before the threats were made. So it never got anywhere. And I mean, then what happened So that was in November, towards the end of November 2016. On about between 10 or 12 or 13 of December, we had a braai. It was a year-end braai. And Mandla Mashlangu was there, Robert McBride was there, Cedric Nkabindi was there. There were two other guys, I can't remember their name, from IPID. And I was there. Some of my staff were there. I think 3 or 4 or 5, maybe 6 of my staff were there. And we had a braai, and it was a year-end braai, and that day I was flying overseas. And 3 days after that braai, General Prince Mokateri, who was then the unlawfully appointed head of DPCI in Gauteng, leaked a media article through a private investigator by the name of Chad Thomas to the media. And the article alleged that a secret meeting took place instead of a braai, and that the purpose of the secret meeting was to discuss overthrowing the government, and that the persons present at the secret meeting, apart from myself and McBride and others, was the DA and AfriForum and a journalist. Of course, the whole thing was fabricated.
See, I'm being very patient, but my time.
But the media made a big meal of it, a massive meal of it. So I then invited General Mokateri to take no, not I. Robert McBride invited General Mokateri to take a polygraph test, and he agreed to take the polygraph test. And I said to Robert McBride, he should also take the polygraph test. So he did take the polygraph test. And after he took the polygraph test, which he passed, and the question was, were you at a meeting where you talked about overthrowing the government? And he passed. And the question for Mokateri would have been, is this case you opened for allegedly overthrowing the government real or not real? And he refused to take the polygraph test. So that was kind of the end of it.
That's fine. And then Naim Kasim, what is your professional relationship with him?
Naim Kasim, if I go back to, trying to remember the year, either 2011 or 2012, I'm trying to remember the year. Naim Kasim was a client. He came to us. He asked us to carry out an investigation in respect of certain events that had taken place with him. He owned an OK Bazaar in Brits. And he alleged that certain people had threatened him and beaten him, and he had the video evidence and stuff like that. So we sat with him, we interviewed him, and we carried out an investigation.
So he was a client?
He was a client, yeah.
Moti will also be a client?
Today.
Moti is your client?
No, the company, there's a, Zunaid Moti owns a group of companies called the Moti Group. And today...
Now I'm talking Zunaid Moti.
Yes, Zunaid Moti is not a client.
It's not your client?
No, but he
You don't work for him?
No, he owns a group of companies, and the group of companies are clients of ours.
How many passports do you have?
4.
Yesterday you said 3.
Yeah, so because my passport was running short of pages, I got a second passport. So I have 2 South African passports, 1 Irish passport and 1 British passport.
No, you did an interview, I can't remember, with you in a book where you said you've got 4 passports.
Yes, I have 4 now as well.
Yeah, South Africa, Ireland, Britain, and then the 4th one?
South Africa.
So you have 2 passports of South Africa?
Yes, because when you want to go to a country, you have to have pages in your passport. If you If your pages run out, you can't enter a country because you need to have so many blank pages. Also, if you want to get a visa to go somewhere in your passport, you have to leave your passport at an embassy.
No, but those are passport books. Passports means passport, as in.
Yes, I'm talking passport. You have
The one that is full, it doesn't matter if it's full. I just wanted to know. Because when I say how many passports do you have, I mean, which many countries do you belong to?
three.
Yeah. South Africa, Britain, Ireland.
Correct.
Only.
Yes.
So you have 3 passports, not 4.
Actual
Passports
documents,
mean
I have
you're-
4. I have 2 South African passports, obviously valid.
Thank you so much, honorable members. That time has come to an end. Honorable Matthys. No, I'm not taking. We are pressed for time. I don't want to come and find myself in trouble with the latter speakers. Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. O'Sullivan. Have you ever applied for security clearance in any country?
Only in South Africa. In fact, what happened was when I filled in the forms and I handed them in, they said to me, but you've got dual nationality. And I said, yes. They said, then you can't get security clearance.
So did you submit your application though?
I handed it to, I can't remember the name of the person now, a general. When you hand it, you have to be, when you hand it in, you have to have a sit-down meeting with them and they go through your forms. And when I sat down, this would have been back in 24, 25 years ago. And when I sat down with him, he said, oh, but hang on a minute. You have dual nationality. And I said, yes. He said, then you can't get security clearance.
So there was no process that followed?
No, it stopped.
Have you sent any messages or communicated with Denayo Mokwela?
Who?
Denayo Mokwele.
I don't know. Who's that person?
You've never sent her any messages. She's the one that has been arrested with General Khumalo for apparently submitting illegal qualifications.
Ah, the brigadier.
Yes.
Yes.
You have. Did you call her a little girl?
No.
Okay.
I requested a meeting with her because we wanted to find out. And she said to me, I'm not prepared to speak to you. You must speak to HR of the police.
And then you didn't say anything. You didn't refer to her as a little girl.
No. In fact, I sent her an email, I think. Can I pull up the email and read it to you?
I don't think it's necessary at the moment. If you're saying you didn't, it's fine. We will move on. Have you ever been charged in any other countries? Or have you ever been charged in any other countries?
No.
So you've got no convictions in any other countries?
None at all.
When you left South Africa now recently, when did you leave?
I can't remember the date, but it was last year.
And then when did you return?
I came in and out. So I went to, I think so I went to the UK, I came back, I went to Australia and then to Fiji. I came back from Australia and then I went back to the UK.
Just kind of asking you, when did you come back?
I can't remember the dates.
So we can confirm with Home Affairs.
Yes, you can confirm with Home Affairs.
No problem. Did you provide a security clearance certificate to Parliament? Or you just wrote to us saying that your life was under threat?
I don't understand. Did I?
No, I'm saying, was there a security assessment done? Did you provide a security assessment from a credible institution?
No.
So it was Parliament acted and provided state resources for your security based on your email saying that you have a security your life is
I
in
sup-
danger.
What I supplied to Parliament was the evidence.
Oh, what was the evidence?
The I don't have social media, but somebody downloaded it and provided it to me. And I sent that to,
Oh, it was social media, okay.
yeah, where they were threatening me. And they said that I should be shot or there should be a shootout. And whoops, there should be a shootout with me.
And is that in your experience, is that should be something that, credible for a government institution based on a social media post?
So
Instead of doing an assessment, because my understanding is that a security assessment can be based on evidence that there may be a threat.
So if you have a single message where a person's threatening you, then I think that would call for a bit more of an investigation. But we're talking about, I think, 20 or 30 from different people on social
What
media.
I'm saying is that you submitted evidence, right? That there are people that are threatening you on social media, but there wasn't an assessment on whether those threats were legit or not. And then Parliament came to the rescue and provided you with security using state resources without a security assessment.
That would appear to be the case.
Okay. Let's talk about AfriForum. When did you become a member of AfriForum?
In 2016?
2016. Do they fund you?
No.
So, and then beyond you paying your membership fee?
I pay 120 Rand a month.
120 a month?
Yeah.
Must be nice to be AfriForum. And then do you fund them for anything else outside of your membership fee?
No, I don't.
For cases you have never given them any money, donations in kind?
I think I might have given them a donation.
More or less, how much, do you remember?
I think it was a bottle of Jameson whiskey.
Oh, so they shared it amongst themselves, or it was for the director or something?
I gave it to Kali Creel.
Oh, okay. And you said in 2016? 2016. And what informed your decision to become a member of AfriForum?
In 2016, I got invited to a meeting with Kali Creel. And I think it was Mampela, what's her name? Mampela, I'm trying to remember, we call her Ma. She found me, she said she wanted me to have a meeting with Kali Creel. So I went to the meeting with Kali Creel. And Kali Creel told me that AfriForum wanted to set up an anti-corruption unit and to have internal investigations going. And would I be prepared to sit with them and give them advice about how to do, not how to do the investigations, but how to set up such a unit. So I sat with them. I think we had several meetings, and then I can't remember the name of the lady now, but they introduced me to a lady who became the head of anti-corruption at AfriForum. And then I consulted with them probably 2 or 3 times.
Okay.
And I subsequently found out that they then started that unit, and I believe they offered position to Advocate Gerinel and some of the other
Mr.
people.
Sullivan, you're not really answering the question. The question was, what informed your decision, not how it happened and the meetings, but from what I understand, and I think we can safely summarize that it was because they wanted to set up an anti-criminal unit.
It informed that, and plus the fact that they had a telephone number that you can ring.
Okay.
If somebody tried to do something to you.
But it was around crime.
Pardon me?
But it was about crime, their
Yes,
response to
yes,
crime.
yes.
Okay, so I think we covered. So this comes, okay, let me ask you this before we go. Do you align with AfriForum's claims that there's a genocide here in South Africa?
No.
But you're still a member and you pay 120 Rand every month to them?
Yeah, so, you know, I pay my taxes too, but I don't align with everything that
I'm
goes
just
on in
asking
South
because
Africa.
this is a voluntary thing. If there's two
Yeah.
things that happen in this life when
Look-
you are born, is that you're going to die and you're going to pay taxes.
Yes.
Joining AfriForum is the
if-
choice.
If I'm satisfied to pay 120 Rand a month, because in return for that, I have a toll-free number that I can call.
Oh, okay.
And when I'm not in the country, my wife can phone that number.
Oh, okay.
If there's some
So with
incident,
someone with such means, you need to subscribe to an organization who goes around and says that your beloved country that you love so much during apartheid of 1980s, you will be a member and give them 120 Rand a month.
so I believe that the Constitution gives people the right. to
Yeah, I'm agreeing. You have a
That's
right.
right.
I agree. Okay.
And I don't have to explain.
No, you don't. We got it. Thank
I'm
you.
happy for that 120 Rand a month, to have the ability to
Yeah.
have a toll-free number that I can call.
Oh, okay.
And to be frank with you, I was very happy that AfriForum, when they could see all the injustice that was going on.
Okay, I'm
with
not asking
myself,
you what you're happy with
well,
AfriForum.
they
That's
came,
not,
they
no,
came
no.
to the party
No,
and they
but
assisted.
yeah, I am very glad that
Okay.
that was not the question.
All
So do you see how that recommendation letter that was read out earlier, where someone recommended recommended to the Home Affairs Department back in the 80s, that you must get a work permit, and it specifically said that you are going to be of benefit to the white community. And then you said you don't remember,
No, I
you were
didn't
just
say I
told to
don't
sign it.
remember. I said I never saw that letter.
Okay.
I saw it for the first
But you
time.
said you were told
yesterday.
to write it. So do you
No,
see how
no,
that
no,
thing
no.
aligns?
Sorry, Chairman, you're getting mixed up between the handwritten note. In the handwritten note, I didn't say I will be of benefit to the white community.
I didn't say that also.
It was a
I
typewritten
said a recommendation letter. Do you see how it lines up? How it can be aligned, that how you are a benefit to a white community that goes around and tells the whole world that there's a genocide in our country. Your relationship with members of parliament, do you have any? Do you engage members of parliament?
No,
Have you ever engaged any members of parliament?
from time to time.
Which ones?
Diane Kohler-Barnard.
What do you engage her about?
Well, I haven't engaged her for quite a while, but it would have been about corruption. I would have supplied her with evidence of the cases that we have opened, because at one stage, I'm going back quite a few years, Diane Kohler-Barnard was the, what do you call it? Shadow something to do with safety and security.
And on that matter, did you, your communications, because she also was a witness here and we asked her the same question about her relationship with you. So your communication, was it also around the operation get rid of General Pakhlani?
No.
Okay. And then who else?
I think I might have said hello to Honourable Ian Cameron at a fraud conference last year.
We're not asking about just hellos. You also came to greet us here yesterday. So we're talking about where you have a direct line, like how you have direct lines to a lot of high-ranking officials in the police. That, no, is there anybody else?
Gilnis Breitenbach.
How often have you guys, or how often do you communicate with her?
Maybe once or twice a year.
Okay.
And it would be in a friendly way, you know, a phone call, how are you, you know, what. Because at the time of, I'm trying to remember what year it was. At one point in time, she was a director or deputy director of prosecutions. And She was targeted by others in the NPA. And my understanding, and you would have to ask her, my understanding is that she was targeted because she was doing investigations which related to.
Did you assist her during that period?
No, I didn't.
So you just spoke, okay.
I just spoke to her and I wished her all the best.
Okay. And so are there any other MPs from any other parties that you have relationships or have engaged with? Because just the Democratic Alliance.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think obviously my dear friend,
Don't call
Mr.
my
Malema,
your dear friend.
it's
your besties.
him and Ivory.
I know.
Him and I sit and have a whiskey once a week.
He doesn't drink whiskey. Let's talk about the police. Your house was raided, or not raided. I'm just trying to find.
Thank you so much. The 15 minutes has expired.
Yeah.
Honorable Sangwen.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Honorable Souls, you are next.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Good
Sorry with the twisting and the turning there. Mr.
Chair, sorry, I must understand. Sorry, Honorable Sangweni.
What happened?
Chair, I must understand. Why am I next?
Bangazita has made an arrangement with Honorable Sangweni to speak now.
And
Thank
then
you.
then it should just mean he follows and then I go after him.
After her is you.
That's not the order, Chair. I'm after IFP. And Chair didn't speak about or with me about that arrangement.
It can be IFP now if you want, Honorable Sol.
Sorry?
I can be IFP. You know, we're one government, all of us, me, you, IFP.
With respect, Honorable Songani. Chairperson, I'm an equal member here. If there's arrangements made, include me. Don't just tell me from the bench. As a result, this wasn't discussed with me. But I will follow through on the proper rotation. If it's IFP, then it's me. I must be included in such arrangements. I can't be coming here and just here and I'm told. Doesn't work like that, Chair. Show me respect also.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Mbangazita, for allowing me to go in your spot. Good afternoon, Mr. O'Sullivan. I'm going to start here because I've heard you raising this issue with a number of the members just on the terms of reference. So the terms of reference require us to investigate any related claims regarding corruption, financial or otherwise, bribery, misuse of public resources within SAPS or any other institution, and then evaluating the extent of misconduct, unethical behavior by members of SAPS and any other relevant individuals or institution. So I need you to understand, our engagement in that light. You testified here, and I think from what you've heard coming out from the members, there's obviously a lot of concern about what is perceived as your infiltration of the intelligence services. And the SAPS and intelligence services. So tell me, this process, yesterday you were asked about your appointment as a police reservist. What was the process for the appointment of a reservist? You indicated the husband to your PA saw you, but what was the actual process?
So let's just pick it up from my memory. My secretary suggested I should meet with the husband, which I did. And he told me that I would have to go and do training. I would have to fill in forms. And they would carry out the criminal record check on me. And if I passed the training, I would become a police reservist. And that's what I did. And when I became a police reservist, my initial activity as a police reservist was crime prevention, which is...
May you please get to the microphone?
Sorry. My initial work as a police for service was crime prevention. And then, not Major Edwards, but another person, I can't remember his name, and I think he was a colonel. It's a long, long time ago. He said to me, actually, there's a course coming up. You can go and do some training to become a detective.
Okay, so I want to come back to that, Mr. O'Sullivan, but just tell me, do you remember what the requirements to become a police reservist were?
Yes, you had to be able to give, I think, 8 hours a week. You had to have no criminal record. You had to be able to drive.
Let me tell you what they are now. So, in order to be appointed as a reservist in the South African Police Service, you must be a South African citizen by birth. You must be between the ages of 25 and 40. Then there's a whole other a number of requirements which I won't go into. But then a person may not be appointed under the following circumstances. So you cannot appoint anybody who is in private investigation services and then it breaks them down. So there was no requirement to be a South African citizen when you joined the police reservists?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, having ascertained that then, you now say that you joined this, so at this point, I think you're probably a permanent resident. You join criminal detection, you said.
So, when I first joined, I was based at what was then called Halfway House. It's now called Midrand. And we were doing crime prevention duties, which they were pairing us up with permanent members of the service. And you had to wear a uniform and you go out with them and you did crime prevention patrols. Sometimes you'd be doing first attendance at a scene of a crime or a traffic accident or something of that nature. And then I think 2 or 3 months after that happened, I was invited by a colonel, I can't remember his name. He said to me that there's a training course going, we need some reservist detectives. And the training took place in Pretoria. And you had to be able to spend 3 or 4 weeks full-time on this training. Would I be prepared to go? And I said, yes, I would like to do that. So I went.
Okay, I know what you are talking about because reservists have 2 categories. One is functional policing, which is a general policing function that you're talking about, and you only wear uniform there only after you've completed specific training. Then the second category is specialized operational support, which would then be the people who have particular skills or expertise, such as detectives. Now, my first issue is you saying it was only after 3 months instead of the ordinary 3 to 5 years that you can move from functional policing to specialized. Yours only took 3 months?
That's what they asked me at the time. So I don't know what it is today, but then that's what they asked me to do. So I was happy to do that. And then after I completed that training, they assigned me to Boyson's police station. And I went and I worked there as a detective.
Okay. So to now move from this category of specialized operational support to move to it, you must have had particular skills or expertise that could be used by SAP, perform specific functions within his or her expertise. So you joined essentially functional policing, you were identified for training, and then you moved to the second category, which is only reserved for people with specialized skills where you didn't have any.
So I think at that moment in time, what you've just described now, and I mean, obviously I haven't been in the reservists for almost 30 years, so it's a long time ago. But I think the current situation isn't what prevailed back then. And I don't have any copies of what prevailed then, but I don't think it was anything like you just explained.
Okay, so I suppose, coming into a foreign country, you are a permanent resident, you move quickly. Okay, let's leave it. You're saying you don't quite think it was the same. But in your opinion then, Mr. O'Sullivan, don't you see anything strange with a former foreign intelligence operative coming in and, whether the rules were tightened or not, but coming into the country, then over the next couple of years, becomes so deeply embedded in our law enforcement and even intelligence structures of essentially what is another country? I mean, you were a foreign intelligence operative, like we've gathered. Is this normal to you?
I don't know what's normal, but at the time I didn't see anything wrong with it because I wasn't going to be involved in any intelligence activity. And by the way, at the time, I was a long time out of doing any work of anything to do with military or intelligence. I was a long time out of it, probably 10 years or more. So I ceased to be involved in any intelligence activity 10 years before I joined the police service.
But I mean, the training stays with you, right?
Well, I suppose some of it, but as I pointed out before, I was involved in counter operations, so I wasn't involved in spying and stuff like that. So,
Okay, I'll come to that. Now, during the training, you mentioned that President Ramaphosa was one of the 1,500 reservists you trained. Who else did you train? I'm sure you may remember some of them. And how did it come about that you got to train President Ramaphosa?
So at the time, President Ramaphosa wasn't the president. He was a businessman. And how he came to be on the course, my understanding, and maybe you need to ask him, but how I understand he became on the course, he was a chairman or director of a company called, if I think, maybe JCI, something like that. So I had bought some properties from JCI, by the way. They were selling stands at a development in Dainfern. And I bought some properties there. These stands were being sold cheaply because it was just started, but as it grew, the value of the properties went up. And I think I bought three stands there. And then what happened, although that had nothing to do with Cyril Ramaphosa, these courses would take place, and I was not involved in the decision as to who should be on the courses. I would just arrive there, and we've got a new course starting, and I would see the students that would be sitting there. So I had no knowledge.
Sorry to interrupt.
My understanding is that, I'm trying to remember his name now, Mayor Khan, at the time was the CEO of South African breweries. And Mayor Khan apparently had a meeting with Cyril Ramaphosa, Mr. Ramaphosa, and suggested to him it would be good to demonstrate the need to have more police reservists because crime problems in Johannesburg were becoming a bit hectic. And my understanding is that he decided, oh, this is a good idea. At the time, he was living in Fairlands or in Northcliffe, somewhere there. And he took a decision that he wanted to become a police reservist. Now, after he completed his training, he would have then been assigned to Fairlands Police Station. So I would have not been involved in whatever work he did after that. But I was only responsible for those aspects of his training that sit in here. I was not involved in his firearm training or his marching.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. What led to Ms. Sarah Jane Trent terminating her employee in your company?
I think she'd been there about 7 years, and she indicated that she wanted to move on. If you've got a small business, you can reach a point where there's no further room to grow. And she indicated that she wanted to move on.
Okay. Are you still on good speaking terms with her?
Yeah. In fact, when she left, she said, oh, must I hand my laptop back or whatever? And I said, you know what? It's yours. You can keep it. She'd been using it for a number of years.
Okay. I'm going to try and move quite quickly before I run out of time. I'm going back to the permanent residency. You said to Honorable Malema, you had money to purchase property because of the rand-dollar exchange rate. Now, around 1984, the exchange rate was close to parity. I think it was £1, rand pound. It was £1 to R1.60 for most of the decade. Do you still stand by the fact that you raised your money through, those fluctuations in exchange rate?
Yes, in fact, at the time, Chairman, we had a thing going in the country which was intended to induce investors to come into the country, and they called it the financial rand. So I can't remember what the ratio was, but they practically doubled your money. And at the time, when I brought the funds in, the first batch of funds, the exchange rate, if I remember, was 190 or 181 or something like that to the pound. And we ended up getting 3 rand to the pound. So it automatically boosted the amount of cash that you brought in. But you couldn't bring that cash in and then have it as cash. You could only bring it in if you invested. So you had to buy property or you had to invest in a company or something like that. So I brought money in on the financial rand.
So let's talk about the investment then. So in 1986, you invest in property in South Africa. In 1989, you apply for permanent residency and you say as a person of independent means. Now, owning property or investing in property in South Africa does not automatically lead to permanent residency. I mean, regardless of how long it's been held. And I think you'll know the criteria for residency. So I think the only exception to that is if your property price or the property value is in excess of 12 million rand in today's money net worth, then you become this financially independent person who can then get a permanent residency. So is this the point that you're making, is that the portfolio that you held at that time was so large that it was only on the basis of it that you got your permanent residency?
No, so it wouldn't be whether you have property or not property. You had to demonstrate that you're a person of independent means. And I don't know what the rules were that they use, but you sit down and you explain what assets you have and what liabilities you have. And they make a decision then that you either are a person of independent means or you're not. And they decided that I was a person of independent means. I had to attend South Africa House in Trafalgar Square in London and be interviewed. And I carried out the interview. And I think 3-4 months later, by that stage, I already owned a house here, but I only came as a visitor. And 3-4 months later, I got a phone call from the embassy and they said, okay, your application has been approved. You must come in and pick up your permanent residence certificate. So I went in and I picked up my permanent residence certificate. And then I had to activate it within 3 months. So I had to come and live here within 3 months, which I did.
Okay. I suppose the point that I'm getting to, Mr. O'Sullivan, is that a lot of things either changed for you or you managed to do a lot of things that ordinary people don't get to do, So you were either extremely wealthy for your permanent residence could have been processed that quickly. You moved quickly through the reservist program. Yeah, but I'm just saying there's something there. You were asked yesterday about your knowledge of the situation in South Africa, and I'm linking this to what you were talking about, your work in counter-espionage. So you insisted that you worked largely with the Irish Republic Army, counter-espionage as it relates to the IRA. Am I correct?
I didn't work with the IRA.
I mean, you did counter-espionage work in relation to the IRA.
The counter-terrorism activity.
Okay. IRA is the Irish Republic Army, am I right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you're of Irish origin, you lived in the UK, and you did work with the IRA. I would assume,
For the record, I didn't work with the IRA.
what is the English term? Oh, I think I'm losing the word. You were working against the IRA, you were investigating, spying. I'm sorry, I don't know the right word to use.
So the purpose was to make sure, it was to combat the terrorist activities.
Of the IRA.
Yes, in the early 70s, things were happening. They were setting off bombs here and there.
That's where I'm coming. That's where I'm coming, Mr. O'Sullivan. So the IRA is long thought to be the armed wing of Sinn Féin. And I'm sure as you were countering the work of the IRA, you would know that. Sinn Féin and the African National Congress have got a very, very long relationship dating back to, even before the early 80s, but definitely while you were busy with the IRA. You also, your roots to Ireland, you've spoken about, you had Ireland, Netherlands being some of the most vocal anti-apartheid movements at that time. Now, with you working to counter the IRA, you have never come across the history of South Africa, the African National Congress, and the struggle that was being undertaken in this country.
So I think this was, Chairman, this was put to me yesterday, and I explained that I was very young then, and I was low down on the pecking order. I wasn't involved.
But Mr. O'Sullivan, your work is to know what the IRA is doing, which speaks to all of their tentacles, their Sinn Féins, and
It was operational work. It wasn't intelligence work. It was counter-terrorism. It was operational work.
so you don't need to understand anything about them in the course of doing that.
If I was at this level, and there were other levels, it would be the people up here somewhere, the senior people, that would have been involved in all that. I had no knowledge. I didn't even know what the ANC was in those days.
Okay, I find that strange to believe, but it's okay. Not that I'm saying everybody should know about the mighty African National Congress.
Well, of course I know now, but then I had no idea, none whatsoever.
So you never come across, whether it's in Ireland, Netherlands, UK, anti-apartheid movements and what they, you had young people, President Mbeki, they were marching in the streets of London. You never heard of such a thing.
I heard about the anti-apartheid movement, so I was aware of that, but I didn't understand the relationship between the ANC and the IRA. I had no knowledge.
But anti-apartheid movement in South Africa, did you understand that relationship?
I remember there was, trying to remember the song now, and I used to like it, Johanna.
Let's move before you start singing, Mr. O'Sullivan.
I remember that song, and I used to like it. And to be frank with you, my activities had nothing to do with Africa. But to be frank with you, I actually didn't like what I saw going on. Now, and I can tell this little story if you want, but
Please
you
don't.
may not want.
No, I don't. I'm running out of time because the point that I was driving is you said you didn't know anything that was happening.
Yeah, at that time. But later, 10 years later, when I came here for holiday, I started meeting people and I got friends. And I remember having one friend. He's since passed away. He was a lot older than me. And I hired a car. And I invited this person to go with me on a trip to Kruger Park.
Mr. O'Sullivan,
And when we got to, well,
I promise I'd like to hear the story, but I've got my answer. I need to move.
When we got to Kruger Park, I had to make him sit in the back seat because he was black.
Okay.
And if he was to sit in the front seat with me, I would be told that, there's something not right here.
Okay. Mr. O'Sullivan, you've just confirmed that you don't have security clearance. And when you were talking today, you said it's not the function of someone with no security clearance to be managing informants, speaking about General Mkwanas. So how is it your function to be managing informants when you don't have security clearance?
I'm not a police officer.
So that means that you can do as you please because you're not bound by having a security clearance?
But I don't manage informants.
But you've been telling us about your informers and your informants and
With all due respect, just so you can understand the difference, managing informants means that you have an informer who's working in a criminal syndicate and you're paying them and they're bringing information to you and you task them to go and find out this and go and find out that. I never did any of that. We have
not sure because your evidence speaks to people you pay for, hotels, for travel, for this. It's essentially the same thing.
We had people that would contact us and give us information. That's what we call casual informers. They come and give you that information.
Okay.
I never managed any informers whatsoever. The police, crime intelligence manage informers.
Okay. How is the National Commissioner of South African Police Services appointed, Mr. O'Sullivan?
If I understand correctly, it's a decision of the president.
So why do you say in paragraph 90 that Ele pushed his favorite Masemula to be appointed National Commissioner if this is a decision of the president?
Sorry, what paragraph is this?
Paragraph 19.
So the reason I say it,
90, sorry.
the reason I say that, and again, you could say that that's probably speculation, but curiously enough, I met him again the day before yesterday, the Honourable Minister of Finance. And in 2022, I sat on a plane with him from Durban to Johannesburg, and we had a long discussion because at that moment in time, there was no permanent commissioner of police. I think it was January or February 2022. And I had a long discussion with him, well, an hour on the plane. And he pointed out to me that they had a short list and these were the people and what.
Sorry, this is the Minister of Finance.
Correct.
Can you give us a name?
He wears a hat.
Godongwana.
Pardon?
Minister Godongwana.
Yes. He was on the plane day before yesterday when I flew to Cape Town. And I said, hey, you know, we greeted each other. But the reality of the situation is, I obviously receive information. And the information I received was that they wanted to push General Reed out from the police service. And General Reed, I can't remember what his exact position was, but he oversaw another general that managed procurement within the police service.
Sorry, Mr. O'Sullivan, that's not what I was asking you. I was asking you why you would say, or maybe let me rephrase. So Minister Ele has got no authority to appoint a national commissioner, which sends me to my next question. What role did you play in the appointment of the national commissioner? Because in media interviews, you seemed to be very vocal about the process. What role did you play?
I was approached
by who?
Bajani Chowki. So I have to tell the truth because I've sworn to tell the truth, and I don't think I could say anything different to that. I was approached by Bajani Chowki, who at the time was special advisor to President Ramaphosa. And he informed me that they were looking at appointing a permanent appointee. This was now after Keklet Sitoli had been relieved of his duty. And they asked for informal advice. So I asked, well, if you give me the names of the people, which they did, I said, we'll carry out a lifestyle audit of these people, which we did.
Sorry, who's we?
Forensics for Justice.
Okay.
So we carried out a lifestyle audit, and I then sent a report to Bajani. I think there were 8 names on the list. Pardon? Sorry, I think there were 8 names on the list. And one of the names was Masemola. And one of the names was Mkunazi. There were several other names as well. I mean, if you wait, I can call up the report and we can discuss it. But my recommendation was that there were 6 names on the list that would have been unsuitable for appointment because of their lifestyle.
What would have made Mr. Chauke come to you? What were you, what value? Okay, let's move. How is the National Police Commissioner removed, Mr. O'Sullivan?
There's 2 ways. I think the president can remove him, or the president can convene a formal inquiry to determine fitness to hold office.
So an individual like you cannot remove a National Police Commissioner according to the Constitution. So when you said to General Pahlane, I will now turn my attention to having you ejected from your position, what do you mean and how were you going to do that?
I meant by that the criminal charges would result in him being removed from his position.
So do you make it a norm to go around intimidating people and even to the extent of attempting to extort people like General Pahlane, people like General Masemola, the list goes on, the attorneys for Krecha, the Mapungane journalist, why do you do that? I mean, I've got text and text of messages that you sent here to General Pahlane. He came before us and he gave evidence that you have been threatening him. Amongst the things you said, if you do not take action against Munu now, I'm turning my attention back to you. You fix Munu and Kresha, I will lose interest in you. If you don't, I'll be all over you like a bag-fitting suit. Hey, Pahlane, if you think this is a dream, you better wake up. At some point, you, who did you call? It was Mr. Duplessis. I think Mr. Duplessis, you said, hi, scum, where is it now? But I think you get the general sense. And I mean, we've got the evidence also from Mr. Ngabinde. What is happening here, Mr. O'Sullivan?
Well, I suppose one could say that conduct might not be as professional as it could be. But when you're dealing with corruption and criminals, and there was no doubt in my mind by that stage that I was, that's the way it would work. And I've got somebody, for example, trying to kill me. And I'm using as an example, you talk Radovan Krejci's attorneys. Obviously, they weren't trying to kill me, but their client was. In fact, I think there were 6 or 7 multiple attempts where he tried to have me murdered. And I've got sworn statements to that effect. And the attorneys were protecting him. And the attorneys were making false allegations against me.
Sorry, Mr. O'Sullivan, but you see, to General Pahlane, you say you will do as I please, as I want, otherwise I will turn my attention to you. Is that not extortion?
No, I don't think that's what I said. I think I said what you need to do is take action. So what was happening at that time?
No, you said you fix Mono and Kresha and I will lose interest in you. If you don't, I will be all over you like a bag-fitting suit. So did you not then go out and manufacture all these allegations against Pahlane so that you could be the bag-fitting suit?
No, I didn't.
And you don't think this was extortion either?
No.
Okay. Because I'm gonna run out of time, I want to move to this final one. It was one of your emails also to General Pahlane. You said to them in an email as far back as 2016, and finally I should mention that I have now formally notified the British and the US Secret Services that the leadership of SAPS is knowingly supporting Al-Qaeda by protecting Al-Qaeda money laundering in South Africa, as your systematic corruption-driven failures are a threat to the Western world. Enjoy your weekend, Mono, and don't any of you or your accomplices dream of taking unlawful action against me. You'll wake up in a nightmare. Now, you have been pains to tell us that you left intelligence services, but in this email, which was 5th February 2016, I think I've seen, does this not demonstrate that you still have ties with British intelligence services?
No, because in fact, you can go online now and you can file a report. You can go online and file a report, for example, with British. And by the way, a docket was opened against me for that. And I had to give an explanation as to who I notified. And I provided that explanation. And it was done online. So you can go online and you can send information like that.
Okay. And then your relationship with the US Secret Service?
It's an online portal.
Okay. So what then did you expect these foreign intelligence services to do with that information once you'd filed it online?
Well, in fact, I didn't expect them to do anything. What I expected General Pashlani to do was to take action against General Munu. That's what I expected to happen.
Do you find it proper, Mr. O'Sullivan, that you come into this country, you seek permanent residency, I'm not sure if ultimately citizenship, then instead of going, for example, to the South African State Security Agency when you have problems with the higher echelons of our police service, you think that the right thing to do is to report to foreign intelligence services?
So the report to those two intelligence services was in respect of the Al-Qaeda link.
Did you report it to the South African State Security Agency?
The South African State Security Agency at that time was captured.
According to you?
I think according to everybody.
Okay. My last question in these 3 minutes that I've got, you said, Mr. O'Sullivan, to Honorable Ola, you would not...
Sorry, to who?
Honorable Ola, sorry, the gentleman behind me.
Sorry, thank you.
You said to him that you would not recognize a grabber if you saw it. Would you recognize dismantled pieces of a grabber if you saw it?
No. I've never seen a grabber in my life.
So
I hear about them, but I've never seen one.
All right. So, I mean, there's allegations that are being made, and to some extent, I think some of them come from General Mkhwana's, that on or around the 31st of January 2017, you attempted to secure, formally it's called a cell phone interception agent in the UK. You planned to have it disassembled in Liberia, and it would enter South Africa through various ports of entry in pieces, thereafter reassembled. Did you ever attempt to purchase a grabber, dismantle it in the UK and bring it into the country unlawfully?
Never in my life.
Okay.
Sorry, Chairman, are you saying that General Mkwasi gave that evidence? Because
it's in piece and bits everywhere, including from the city of Johannesburg, where it is alleged that General Sibiya purchased a grabber, and this grabber would have come from you facilitating it through illegal smuggling in a dismantled fashion. Okay, I think maybe I could stop there. No, I've got one question in the minute. In one of your paragraphs, you said, paragraph 57, you contend that there is a third force. Sorry, I'm paraphrasing, but it's on paragraph 37. There's this third force that's working with all of these forces and their reach extends to the National Assembly. What did you mean by that?
Okay, so what we have a situation where, and I think it's common cause now, that there are certain, when I say this, the National Assembly, I'm talking about Parliament. And I think it's a fact of life that if we turn the clock back, the intelligence services were being managed by a Minister, David Mkhlobo. And while David Mkhlobo was the Minister of Intelligence, he was running a parallel intelligence organization.
Through Parliament?
But he's a member of Parliament, so his conduct reaches into Parliament.
Can give us any evidence of that? I mean, you're literally saying, you're casting aspersions on the National Assembly. So if there's a third force operating within the National Assembly, we'd like to know.
Okay, so I do believe I'm going to refer to an email that I sent on the 6th of June, 2018, to the National Prosecuting Authority. And because of my lack of trust for the intelligence service in this country, which I consider to be captured, and because of my lack of trust for the police service at that time, which I considered to be captured, I didn't know who to send it to. So I sent it to the Director of Public Prosecutions in Gauteng. And it's a sworn statement by an individual. And he sets out in detail, and by the way, I didn't invite him to come and tell me this. He approached me. He sets out in detail, and he provides evidence with bank statements. And he lists the names of all the people that they were carrying out this unlawful surveillance on.
Thank you so much.
In the National Assembly. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan. Thank you so much.
Who is the next speaker? Yeah, I saw that I ran into trouble with Honorable Souls for speaking too much on things that I did not know. So can you please guide me? Who is the next speaker?
It's me, Chair.
I'm ready if.
Okay. Because I don't know what your arrangement is. I just fell into things I did not understand because Honorable Sanguni just came to me and said, no, we're okay. And then my assumption was that...
Chair, can I come in? Sorry, can I come in, Chair? Honorable Mwango and I, for all intents and purposes, we could have swapped spots. We didn't consult Honorable Souls, and for that we apologize. I think at the back of our minds, we thought that we would be swapping, so Honorable Souls will still have.
The person you must apologize to is me.
And you too, benevolent, wise, all-seeing Chair, we apologize. Thank
Because I fell a victim. Honorable Souls.
Sorry, Chair, can I ask for...
Let me apologize to you for calling your name without understanding that you were not the next speaker in line. I want to profusely apologize for that. I was under impression that the arrangement included you. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Chair, can I just ask for a short break? I need to use the washroom, and I also need to stretch my legs a bit. Short, maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah, we were going to break after this speaker. So we will break now until past.
Thank you, Chair.
Is it fine with you?
Yes, thank you. Chair.
Until past. Is it 4:30 or 5:30? Yeah, 4:30. Can we stand up, members, and stretch our legs? Honorable Adams and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, no, you can stand there. Do you know each other? Eh? Do you know each other? Okay. Or you are only meeting now? And I see you are exchanging numbers. Yeah. Okay, no, thank you. Bangazita. I think we had enough break.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
It's until 20 minutes past 5, no?
Thank you, Honorable, excuse me, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Honorable Mr. McBride, not McBride, O'Sullivan.
It's Mr. Paul Robert O'Sullivan.
At least we did not hear me. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. O'Sullivan. I'm greeting you. Thank you. Well, my first question would be, how did you become a certified fraud investigator? Is there a particular qualification that is required for one to become a certified investigator, fraud investigator?
So the correct terminology, Chair, is certified fraud examiner. And I think in my affidavit, I made a typo. I said certified fraud investigator. Or did I? Let me have a look. No, it says certified fraud examiner. So you have to go through quite a bit of training. You have to demonstrate, apart from the courses that you go on, that you have worked in fraud investigation, and then you have to pass exams. And I think the exams plus minus 2 or 3 hours each, and there's 3 or 4 of them.
Okay, thank you. Who is the certifying authority?
The Association of Certified Fraud Examiners.
Thank you. Is there any difference between the certified fraud examiner and the fraud investigator? What is the difference?
So you
except
have,
in semantics.
I think probably there would be certain people that would describe themselves as fraud investigators, and they may have certain skills. And then the only difference being that the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners is a professional body. And if you have been certified by them, you're entitled to call yourself a certified fraud examiner and put the letter CFE after your name.
In paragraph 9, you say you actually joined the South African Police Service as a reservist in around 1990, 1991. You, at one time, you actually received an award as the best performing police officer of the year in Johannesburg.
That's correct.
So what was outstanding about your performance as a police reservist?
So there'd been a number of cases in the Boysens area. So Johannesburg was split into all the police stations in the Johannesburg area. And obviously at that stage, all of the investigations that I was involved in the police were in the Boysens area. And there'd been a number of investigations which we've been quite successful at, where after giving evidence in court, the magistrates sent through commendations about the quality of the evidence that was given in court. And then I received personal commendations from the station commander of the detective branch, which at that stage was Colonel Badenhorst. And I got a phone call one day in 1994, and I'm told, you have been nominated as the Policeman of the Year for Johannesburg. So then I received the cup, and there was a newspaper article, and I looked everywhere for it, but I couldn't find it. But there was a cup, and I kept it for a year and then handed it back.
Thank you. As a police reservist, was there any specific role assigned to you as a reservist that you were actually specifically, expected to perform? What was your role specifically? Was it a general crime prevention, or there was a specific role that you played as a police reservist?
So in the first period, it was crime prevention, as you've suggested. And then after I was posted at Boysens Police Station, I was in the detective branch. And then I would accompany another detective. So detectives, it may be different now, but 25 years ago, detectives didn't go on duty on their own. They went in pairs. So I used to go, I used to get paired with another detective, and we would go and work shifts. And sometimes we do what we call hot cases. That's where an incident takes place and you get leads and you run with the incident until you can crack the case. So they call it the first 24 hours. I think some people refer to it as the first 48 hours, but some cases are cracked if you work on them quickly. And what I used to do was say, hey, you know, whether it was intuition, I suppose it was in my DNA to follow certain cases and crack those cases. And the people that I worked with were quite impressed. And we used to do that and crack those cases. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Are you aware that at the time of your joining the South African police, the South African police was actually very notorious for its brutality to suppress popular uprising by oppressed people, Black people in this country? You should have been aware at the time when you joined. What really motivated you to join as a reservist at that particular moment in time?
Chair, if I can say, today is the 12th of February. And on the 12th of February, 1990, Nelson Mandela was released from prison. And the country had started to move in a direction where it was moving towards democracy. And I think by 91 or 92, I was involved with a company called Sage Properties. We were running a large property portfolio. And I was approached by an agent who said they wanted to rent a building for the ANC. And they identified a building at 16 Frederick Street. So a lease was drawn up and the building was let to the ANC at 16 Frederick Street from Sage Properties. And a short while after that, an oil company called Shell, they decided to donate a building called Shell House to the ANC. So they would no longer have to pay rent. And it was agreed that they could move out of 16 Frederick Street. And there was I motivated to the board of Sage Properties that there should be no penalty for, terminating the lease early. So that happened. And at the same time, I met the then legal manager of the ANC. At that stage, there'd been no democratic elections. But I met the legal manager of the ANC and we became friends. And his name was Matthews Porsa, and we're still friends. And around the same time, around the same time, I took a decision to help in the police by reducing crime in Johannesburg, but obviously not in a way that would have been, well, there was no constitution then, but not in a way that would have been unconstitutional in terms of some of the things that had previously been going on between the police and the majority of the community.
Well, in fact, concomitant with that, the release of Honorable President Mandela in 1990, but violence actually, especially at that time, especially black on black violence was at its peak.
It was mind-blowing.
During the time when you actually signed up as a police reservist. So someone might actually want to understand, because there was overwhelming evidence that the role of the police during that time was not very helpful. So much so that actually other people said that there was a third force which was fanning those flames of violence. Would it be far-fetched if people were to say, perhaps you could have been part of that? Viewed as part of that force?
Yeah, no, it would absolutely be far-fetched. In fact, I remember an incident that took place in Rosettenville in 1993. There was an organization, a right-wing organization known as the AWB, or the AWB. The leader of that organization was a person by the name of Eugene de Blanche. And in Main Street in Rosettenville, or just off the Main Street in Rosettenville, there was a house that had been illegally converted into a shebeen. And it was a Saturday night, and I happened to be on duty together with another detective. And we got a call on the radio that the AWB had pitched up at this house and surrounded it. And they were all dressed in military uniform or military style uniform. And they were carrying flags with like a swastika type of thing on it. And what they wanted to do was to burn down the house, but it was full of people inside. And myself and the colleague that was with me, we took the initiative to go there immediately. And despite being outnumbered, all of these people were armed. We placed ourselves in front of the door of the house. Cellular phones weren't available then, but we called on the radio for backup. And lots more police came, and we suggested that they break the windows at the back and let the people out through the back door, and that's what happened. And 6 weeks later, or 7 weeks later, these same people, we recognized them. We saw them breaking into what was then called the World Trade Center in Kempton Park and brandishing firearms, and they drove what appeared to be an armored vehicle through the doors. And at that time, the negotiations were going on, what was known as NEDLAC. And those negotiations were intended to be part of this transition from apartheid to democracy. And those negotiations were going on, and these AWP people, they tried to interrupt those negotiations. So I actually did participate in preventing that activity because they formed a unit in the police then called Peace Accord. Peace, not police. Peace Accord, but it was a police unit. And they wanted volunteers that were prepared to go and be part of this Peace Accord unit and liaise with the ANC. And the person we were liaising with was Tokyo Sekwali, Mr. Sekwali, and obtain information about that they had about people involved in right-wing activities. And as a result of that, I participated, of course, not in the planning stage because I was still quite young in those days, but I participated in raids that were carried out overnight on a number of properties where the people were arrested. And I remember going into the houses and seeing cupboards full of canned food and stuff like that. So I think it would be very far-fetched to say that I was part of a third force, when in fact I was trying to contribute towards the cessation of this anti-democracy activity.
Okay, thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan. Did you have any particular experience in the aviation security prior to your appointment as the group executive at AXA?
Yes, Chairman, because when I was working in the border police, because I understood the aviation business, which I did, I mentioned yesterday that I had my own aircraft. I also had shares in an airline, a freight carrying airline. And that airline was called Africa International Airways. It no longer exists. We had a couple of DC-9s, and we used to move freight up and down in Africa. And most of that freight would have been foodstuffs and that sort of thing. So I had a particular interest while I was working at the Border Police in aviation security. And I undertook training with ICAO. And the training was in aviation security management. So I became a certified aviation security manager. So I had that experience and that knowledge. And I also had taken the initiative to bring about a lot of changes at the airport, in particular Johannesburg Airport, which there was rife with crime. And those changes were quite successful.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. We have a constraint of time here. I take particular note that in 1995, you were elected chairperson of the CPF in Johannesburg, which one regards as a strategic economic hub of South Africa. And in year 2000, you became part of a multinational team in border policing at Johannesburg International Airport. Yet another strategic national key point, which is critically important for economic development for a young democracy then. Now, some people might actually argue that that was too quick for you to actually climb the ladder, as it were, of promotions and getting into strategic, structures of this country. And some people might actually view that with a lot of suspicion because it resembles a typical modus operandi of agents, if I may say so, of some dubious forces that were hell-bent on undermining the future of this democracy. How would you actually respond to such?
Thank you, Chair. The role as the chairman of the Community Policing Forum in Johannesburg came about because I was a general manager of a property company which owned several hundred million rands worth of property in Johannesburg CBD. And the difficulty we had with the spiraling levels of crime in the city center was that if those levels of crime did not come down, the value of the property portfolio would be reduced substantially. So I think that particular community police forum was formed as a result of us getting the property companies in Johannesburg CBD together to look at ways of reducing crime. And there were two initiatives. And the one initiative was called the City Improvement District, which was sponsored by Anglo-American Properties. And the other initiative was to form a community policing forum, which was sponsored by Sage Properties. And when it was formed, we got a number of people who were property owners who joined the community police forum. And then there was a discussion and an election took place, and it was an informal election. And they asked me to be the chairman of the community policing forum. But that was a civilian role. It wasn't anything to do with being a policeman. And the purpose of it was to create what I suppose you call relationships between the community and the police, with a view to carrying out closer ties between the police and the community to ensure that crime would be reduced. And that's what led to the installation of the commencement of Johannesburg City Watch and the installation of closed-circuit TVs in the streets. So that was more of a crime prevention role. And the work at the airports came about purely by accident I was approached by Superintendent Paul Mills, who was in charge of the border police at the airport. And he approached me, and I'd never met him before in my life. And he told me that they wanted to form a reservist unit at the airport. And he knew that I'd been training reservists, and they specifically wanted to have reservists that had language skills. In other words, people that could speak French or German or Italian or Russian or Bulgarian, Gujarati, Chinese, that sort of thing. So obviously I had knowledge of some of the students that we trained that could do that. So I put word out and we managed to get a few students together. I think there was about 35. And in fact, by that stage, they were reservists. We got about 35 reservists. And they were all brought to the airport and we started that reservist unit. And the intention of that unit was nothing more, nothing less than to reduce crime.
Well, thank you. In paragraph 33 of your testimony, there is somewhere you mentioned that you were elected as vice chairperson of the National Aviation Security Committee. However, you were asked to resign. Why was NICOC not happy about your election to that position?
So
NICOC and
The
General Selebi.
National Aviation Security Committee was a national committee that dealt with the implementation of the ICAO 17 rules. Now, the ICAO 17 rules is to make sure that the airports in South Africa would meet the global standard for ICAO 17. In other words, to prevent terrorist activity in the aviation industry. And because AXA owned 10 airports in the country, the head of security for AXA was automatically on that committee because the National Aviation Security Committee dealt mainly with the airports that were owned by
But now why NICOC was not happy with your appointment?
Well, they didn't,
including General Selebi.
they didn't have a problem in the beginning. There were no issues in the beginning. We used to sit on those committees and everything went according to plan. But after a decision was taken to cancel the contract of Kusalani Security, that caused animosity. And the animosity led to Jackie Selebi going to, or having somebody else go to NICOC, because I don't think, I wasn't involved in NICOC. NICOC had a member sitting on the National Aviation Security Committee, but I didn't sit on NICOC. And Jackie Selebi, I think, did sit on NICOC, and he raised the fact that there's a lack of security clearance for the people that sat on the national. He didn't mention my name, but there was a lack of security clearance for the people that sat on the National Aviation Security Clearance, and National Aviation Security Committee, and he believed that all the people sitting on that committee should be in possession of security clearance. And they then started a process at the beginning of 2003. And that process meant that I couldn't get security clearance, and therefore NICOC had already passed this rule, if you like to call it that. It was a unilateral decision, and now I could no longer sit on that committee.
Was it not that they had discovered that you were a potential security risk because of one, you did not have that top secret security clearance, and secondly, that you actually were in possession of, multiple citizenship?
No, unfortunately, at that stage, there was no requirement for members of the National Aviation Security Committee to be in possession of security clearance. It was something that was retrospectively brought in, or well, it was brought in afterwards, after the cancellation of the Kusalani contract. And it was initiated by Jackie Salebi, asking for the people that sat on that committee to be in possession of security clearance. Nobody had ever spoken to me about security clearance for the first, let's say, 18 months that I was working at AXA. It just popped up out of the blue.
Let me put it this way. Can you elaborate on how you came to know about the General Salebi, President Mbeki plan to arrest Mr. Zuma?
So
which you are actually alluding to on paragraph 37 of your.
I came to know about it through the spy tapes. So if you go back in time, and I think I explained it, but I'll explain it again. The attorneys of Jacob Zuma approached Mokoteri Mshay after Vusi Bikoli was suspended. And when they approached Mokoteri Mshay, they made a representation in terms of, I can't remember the section now of the National Prosecuting Authority Act, where you can make a representation about criminal charges. And they made a representation. And in making that representation, they played the tapes and they provided copies of the transcripts of the tapes themselves. And that wasn't the only thing that happened, because around the same time, and I can't remember if it was before or after that event, but around the same time, Nomkhoba Jiba had been suspended. And she was the deputy or acting national director of public prosecutions. She had been suspended, and she brought a court application to have her suspension set aside. And when she brought her court application to have her sentencing set aside, she attached to that court application the transcripts of the so-called spy tapes, the same spy tapes. So now it was in the public domain because somebody gave that to a journalist at the Mail and Guardian, and the Mail and Guardian published the details of those spy tapes. And that's where, in those spy tapes, you've got these conversations that were going on between a person called codename Luciani and another person called Leonard McCarthy.
Okay, thank you. In paragraph 56 of your testimony, you say that, and I quote, Mkhwanazi was not truthful. That is Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was not truthful when he made press conference on the 6th of July, 2025, and when he appeared before this committee. Can you at least identify two untruths that you identified in his testimony? Just two.
Well,
of time.
There were several, but the ones that come to my mind immediately are that General Mkhwanazi created the impression that I would call it a criminal enterprise, that a criminal enterprise consisted of members of the National Prosecuting Authority, judges, senior members of the police, and that the purpose of that criminal enterprise was to derail investigations that were allegedly being carried out into another criminal enterprise known as the Big Five cartel. And ironically, nobody could produce any details of who this Big Five cartel is. And when the questions were asked, when the media asked who's this Big Five cartel, nobody's been able to say. When they give evidence, who are the Big Five cartel? No, we can't tell you. So that's the first point. Second point is it was alleged by General Mkhwanazi that I had captured IPID. That was a complete lie. It was also alleged by General Mkhwanazi that I was a foreign agent and I'm running the country. That's a complete lie.
With regards to your having captured IP, Mkhwanazi's averment was corroborated by Mr. Nkabinde,
Well, of course it
who
would be.
actually appeared before this committee.
Of course it would be, because General Mkhwanazi and Cedric Nkabinde, you can take the evidence of Humbalani Kuba, and I can just take you there very briefly, because what it does, in fact, is it completely dispels this idea that, and I don't want to eat into your time, so I'm looking for it quickly, but there is a affidavit by Humbalani Kuba that was provided to the, here it is. It's a page Q1090. It's a very short affidavit. And I would like to, suggest that we have a quick look at it, because this is the affidavit. By the way, I pulled this from the website of the Sondo Commission. This is the affidavit that Humbalani Kuba placed to the Sondo Commission.
I'm sorry, I did read that.
Okay, well, the relevant portion, if you turn to page 1092, paragraph 9, he says, on or around February 2018, I was informed by General Nemotansela that there is someone who would want to meet me privately in Sandton. I refused to meet with such person in Sandton and insisted that the person should meet me in Pretoria. I then went to a location within Pretoria to meet General Nemotansela, accompanied by Mr. Matt Lekeng and Mr. Gibson. However, the two investigators remained in the car. During the meeting, General Nemotansela introduced me to General Mkhwanazi. I know General Mkhwanazi from the investigation of the rendition case, which I dealt with in the past, and have respect for him. General Mkhwanazi told me he had a 204 statement from Mr. Nkabinde. So I'm just saying this links General Mkhwanazi with Mr. Nkabinde.
I've read that.
So that explains the corroboration that took place 9 years later at this committee.
Well, in paragraph 62, you are actually alleging that there was, in inverted commas, rampant criminal activity within PKTT. And you're basing that on 4 SON statements, which were supplied to you by an anonymous supplier.
In fact,
and you also characterize those gifts, the exchanges of gifts that actually took place there, as gratification given to those police officers. It would be interesting to me to know how did the entire investigation in Fort Hare end up, because those gifts were actually coming from Mr. Plaiki, who had been introduced to the team as a contact person because he was director of internal investigations in the university. And he was introduced to the team by even the rector of the university, that in the event they needed anything, he is the contact person.
That's the way I understand it.
How did the whole investigation end? Are you aware of that?
No.
Now, let me tell you, the very same Platke who actually
I know that part. He was arrested and charged with murder.
Gifts was actually the one who was arrested by the very same people. Would you therefore say that those gifts were gratification?
Correct.
Why so?
If you look at Act 12 of 2004. It's defined in section 3. It defines what a gratification is. And those gifts, whatever you want to call them, they amount to gratification in terms of section 3 of Act 12 of 2004.
Thank you. On paragraph 69, and if I may quote, you say one of the central players in the capture of the criminal justice system is Mr. Peggy Tel. Can you substantiate this allegation?
So I've actually given some examples. I don't know if I can reach that example right now, but I've given the example of a gentleman by the name of Chamani. If you bear with me a second while I look at my index.
So I have only 5 minutes left.
No, I'm sorry, I can't find it quickly, but there
Okay,
are
now let's
in here a letter where Commissioner Masemola introduces everybody in the police to the new head of legal services in the police. And it's a gentleman by the name of, I can't remember his first name, but his surname is Chamani, C-H-A-M. Here we go. It's page 242. So if you have a look at that 242, there's a file note, and I sent this file note back then.
Okay, can we move on, please? Because I honestly do not have time. In paragraph 160, we are characterizing Lieutenant General Mkwanas as a criminal. What are the bases for your allegation?
So he entered into a corrupt relationship with, first of all, Nkabindi, secondly, with or attempted to enter into a corrupt relationship with a person by the name of Humbalani Kuba. And he attempted to enter into a corrupt relationship with the late Mr. Mandla Mashlangu. And that attempt went to the extent of drawing up an affidavit for him. And that affidavit, Mandla Mashlangu had got cold feet and decided not to sign the affidavit. And that affidavit would have been an affidavit that would have impugned the character and integrity of Robert McBride. In the case of Cedric Nkabindi, he offered him a job as a brigadier in the police, in return for which Cedric Nkabindi would supply him with an affidavit which would impugn the character of Robert McBride. And he attempted to do the same with Humbalani Kuba. So that activity alone would be classed as corruption as defined in Act 12 of 2004.
Thank you. I went through your testimony here, and it has actually amazed me how easy you find it possible for you to just throw wild accusations against the character of people, and without actually any substantiation. You actually call people criminals. You actually even alleging that Ms. Mieni was Mr. Zuma's mistress, and you can't even substantiate all of those things. Why do you find it easy to actually put people in such bad light without any evidence?
Well, I suppose you would call it tit for tat. So if we go back to the 6th of July, the conduct started by, as an example, General Mkonazi. General Mkonazi then went to the Madlanga Commission,
Honorable Souls, can you grab the microphone and start questioning the witness?
Thank you, Chair. So I'll be going until Chairperson, you and I must always agree first. Until what time am I going?
O'clock.
What time?
O'clock.
At
The
6?
the next o'clock is 6, yeah.
You know, that's not 40 minutes.
Yes, it's 40 minutes from now.
Mr. O'Sullivan, good evening to you. Good evening. You must indulge me for a few minutes as I just provide context for how I'm going to approach this. So indulge me for a minute. I must be frank with you. How I was introduced to you, not in person, but through the committee engagement of you having to come here. And I must be frank with you, I hate how you introduced yourself to us. As someone who encountered you for the first time, you came across as very rude. You came across as someone with a disregard for us in the legislature and the executive. Then when I listened to you and you testified, you further confirmed that here in how you addressed our leaders, for example, our President, His Excellency President Ramaphosa, by addressing him on a first name basis. Then your posture of dictating conditions to us created a perceived expression of a default colonialist mental setting. But Mr. O'Sullivan, no matter how I feel personally about how you've been introduced to me, and it's important that I remind myself why I'm here. I'm not here to assess how your behavioral conduct is or the lack thereof, but I'm here to test the submissions that you put before me or before us. And when I look at the submissions that you put before us, no matter how I feel about your posture and your demeanor, I cannot ignore, when I read your submissions, your heroism. I cannot ignore your sacrifice and your immense contribution in your fight for justice in our country. And so if I strictly just look at that and look away from how I was introduced to you and your perceived posture, I want to say to you, based on what I read here, thank you very much for your sacrifice. You're a hero. But like I told Mr. McBride, even heroes have holes. Our shared Christian faith teaches us about Jesus, who's more than the hero, is an actual savior. Yet even Jesus had holes in his body. But the difference with Jesus was when Thomas doubted him, he was willing to let Thomas feel the holes and test it for authenticity. And he still ascended into heaven with holes. Now this committee process, I feel, is here to test those holes and also to affirm the truth and test what you've put to us, whether it's the truth. So that's how we're going to start, Mr. Sullivan. My first question to you given your access,
Pardon?
given your access and your executive appointments without tertiary qualification, did you benefit from the apartheid system in terms of opportunities because you are white?
So my approach to that is that I didn't.
Sorry?
My response to that would be that I did not approach or benefit from the apartheid system because I'm white. However, I want to qualify that, because if I have to be brutally honest with you, in the initial years when I came in South Africa, and sorry, I'm in a bit of pain. When I first came in South Africa, it might be construed that I did benefit from the apartheid system, because it might be that after 1994, it might be that I would not have received permanent residence. It might be that the rules changed and I would not have qualified for permanent residence. But after democracy took place, I threw myself headlong into trying to help the previously disadvantaged community in South Africa. And I'm still doing it today, by the way. And I don't publish any of this. I don't go to the media and say, look at what I'm doing here. There's an informal settlement near my house in Sandton. There's about 175 people living there, and some of them are school children. And every Christmas and every Easter, we put on parties for the children. In addition to that, they don't have electricity. So I purchased solar panels and put them on the roofs. And the year before last, I donated a very large gas braai facility for them. I communicated with the city of Johannesburg and asked them to put in, and they did put in, 3 toilet blocks and sewage. I managed to get that done for them. And I still, to this very day, communicate on a regular basis with those people. And I've been trying to assist them, but that's just one project. There are other projects as well.
Mr. Sullivan.
Okay, sorry.
No doubt. What you've now added is you're not just heroic, you're not just a hero, you're also a compassionate one.
Yeah.
And I'm not disputing that. What I'm dealing with that question is that, let's be logical. When someone like me sits and I look at how is it that you held executive positions without the necessary qualifications, the only answer that's plausible is that the system at the time benefited you because you were white. If I look at the letter that was written on your behalf by the Member of Parliament, the tone of the letter also speaks to the fact that there is an understanding that because you're a white man, there would be some concession and benefit in terms of opportunity. The MP says in the letter, it would be a great benefit to white people in South Africa. When you write, you make sure to stress that you are learning Afrikaans. There's an undertone of intentionalism based on how the apartheid regime would give opportunity to white people in senior positions without qualification. Now let me qualify to you that I put that to you, that the reason why that was overlooked is because you are white in an apartheid system. But what you did with it is that when you entered the door, you then used your entry to fight crime, to fight corruption, and to do what you've just explained to me now. Even in our system now, the system benefits certain people that hold senior positions without the necessary qualifications. But some of them are using it for corruption. So it is from that angle that I come from to say that the apartheid regime has benefited you. Now, before we delve into your evidence, yesterday you testified that in the spirit of transparency, you testified yesterday that a Mr. Mia spoke to Mr. Nare and said that the general will get them out. He's in the pockets of, you mentioned the name, I forgot the name. I received a message yesterday from Mr. Mia's wife stating, after she heard your testimony, somehow found my contacts and shared with me that her husband says, when Mr. Mia was arrested on the 9th of January 2014, there was no instance at any stage where he met Jacob Nare during the arrest process. At the time, he was not even aware that Jacob Nare had been arrested. He only first saw him later at the Weinberg court on Monday, the 13th of January. What's your response to that, Mr. Sullivan?
Chair, I wasn't involved in that took place at that moment in time. My involvement in that was that at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning on the 9th of January, at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning, it was daylight, the sun was just coming up. I had received information that there would be an attempt to kill me that morning. So I had decided to evacuate my family from the house the night before. And I'd moved them somewhere else. And I left my cellular phone inside the house. And the reason I did that was because the information I received was that crime intelligence individual who has since been arrested and detained was working with the people that were planning to kill me. And the team of people that were planning to kill me, it's alleged, and there's a trial going on. One of them is this chap, Mr. Mia. And when they were all arrested, unbeknown to me, this fellow called Nair or Neri, Jacob Nari or Jacob Nair, I don't know how you say it. I used to call him Jacob Nair. The crime intelligence colonel, a person by the name of Kimber, I can't remember his first name, but he had a nickname which was Killer Kimber. And they had already been working together with this chap, Jacob. And he had provided, and he had made recordings of discussions he was having with them. And he made a sworn statement stating that which I alleged yesterday. And I've seen that because it's part of the docket against Radovan Krejcir and the 7 other people that were out that day to have me murdered.
All right.
So that's, you know, I have no first-hand knowledge. I wasn't present when these things were said, but I've seen the sworn statement.
All right. Now let's begin by debunking the allegation here that you were paid from the Secret Service Fund. Now I've read this statement and I have a different view from what has been said earlier. So just so that we confirm, the document that you have that we were given by Honorable James, that document You did not produce it to the committee. It was brought by Honorable James, and today is the first day you see it, correct?
The first time I've seen it today.
Right. So you are not using this document in order to make us see you in a certain way, because you've never seen this document.
That's correct, sir.
Now let's go. I think it's important for us to debunk this. This document says a request for an advance from the DSO confidential funds. But if you look at what you produced or gave us on page 282.
282. Let me
Yes. If you look at that attachment.
So let me just go to it.
282.
Okay.
If you look at that attachment, this money for the transfer, for the procurement of a multi-center payment that was made from the secret fund, it is listed there as secret services account.
Correct.
So would you agree with me then that if this document that you were given, if this money, this 100,000 came from the secret or the slush fund, it should have had written on it the secret services account and not what is written on here, the DSO confidential funds. Would you agree? So the money that you were paid was not from the secret services account.
No, it came from now. I didn't know where it came from then, but now I can see it came from the Scorpions confidential funds.
Absolutely.
Which
And
was
that's
the
not,
National Prosecuting Authority.
and that's not the secret services fund.
No, the Secret Service account is run and managed and controlled by the police, not the NPA.
Yes. So we are debunking the notion that you were paid from the secret services account based on what was produced here.
Yeah.
Let's go a little bit further. If you look at the document, it says that because of your information, cannabis weighing 1,114 kilograms was discovered.
Cannabis or hashish?
Both.
Okay. So I haven't.
On page 4, I don't want us to
say I haven't read this document.
Mr. O'Sullivan,
Okay.
I don't want us to spend a lot of time here. I just want to use what was given here, not by yourself, to debunk the notion that you're not a credible witness. On page 4, it says there, in a document, not that a document that you produced, it says the combined value of the 767 kilogram of hashish and the 1,114 kilogram of cannabis confiscated by the DSO amounts to 56 million, which is only part of the full consignment valued at more than 200 million rand. So your efforts and what you have provided has allowed the DSO to seize money or things to the value of 56 million in comparison to 100,000 that you have been given. I end with this. On page 5, the document that was produced here by Honorable James says, Mr. Solomon, for this, he made use of his own camera, vehicle, and aircraft rental. O'Sullivan funded all his own operational costs. O'Sullivan effectively beat SAPS at what they were expected to do.
Sorry, what page is this?
That is page 5. Not a document that you produced, evidence that was produced by others. This document says of you on page 6. It says Mr. O'Sullivan did not give this information for financial gain. With him, it is a matter of principle. It is acknowledged that O'Sullivan and Commissioner Celebi
are at loggerheads, but this information has been properly handed to the DSO and independently verified by Mr. O'Sullivan. Mr. O'Sullivan has a motive of revenge against Commissioner Celebi, but this case, other than him being a policeman, does not at this stage aim in any way to implicate Celebi directly. It is recommended that Mr. O'Sullivan be paid an amount of 100,000 as a reward in lieu of his time, effort, money, successful recovery of a large consignment of drugs, and the prosecution of the syndicate. So not only was that consignment retrieved, but there was also 4 arrests made. Leslie Ellen Curtis was arrested and given 10 years imprisonment. Chris Alblas, 10 years imprisonment. Petro McKee's 30 months imprisonment. A document not that you've produced, but that was given here by Honorable James, shows you to have contributed largely to the fight against crime. I was just trying to use that to debunk the notion that you misled the committee in saying that you didn't receive the funds from the slush fund. Now that there is some pointing to you as a credible witness, I want you to help me now quickly, and I want you to be very concise, Mr. O'Sullivan. When you looked at the press conference of General Mkhwanazi, what impression did that give you? Very concisely.
It gave me the impression, and I stated this, it gave me the impression that he was planning a military coup.
So as an expert of forensics and fraud and your experience in the military and police, what was your major concern for the country and the safety and security of this country when you saw that?
Well, Chair, I'm trying to give a quick answer, but I have to qualify it because at the time when he gave that media conference, I knew of his history because he had been involved in this incident that took place at Arpit. So I knew that he wasn't this knight in shining armor that he was portraying himself to be. And when I read between the lines, and I don't know if it's true, but I believe it's true, I'm the only person that paid somebody to have that whole press conference transcribed. And the transcription is included in my annex sheets. And that transcription makes it clear that that whole media conference was intended to create the impression that there was a faction war. When I say war, a faction fight between what I would class as the Mkhwanazi team on the one side, and that team would have included General Masemola and General Khumalo, and the other team on the other side was, according to General Masemola, according to General Mkhwanazi, included General Sabia, the head of IDAC. I don't remember the names, but he said certain judges and prosecutors who were in the pocket of a big 5 cartel. And I formed the opinion that this was a whole distraction. And the distraction, by the way, if you look at the transcript, it's clear that the main gripe he has was that people in crime intelligence had been arrested and charged with corruption on what he considered to be HR issues. And I saw this whole media conference as being a red herring to distract everybody's attention away from the ongoing theft of public funds from the crime intelligence slush fund. And in order to do that, we create chaos. What is the purpose of having the whole of the senior management? If you're going to have a media conference, why do you need the whole of the senior management of the KZN police? Why do you need to have 8 people, 4 on each side of you, or 6 on each side of you, dressed in combat uniform, wearing face masks? The whole thing was stage managed. And the only purpose, in my opinion, of that conference was to destabilize further the already unstable criminal justice system.
On page 217, you don't need to go there. I hope that you can remember just because of time. There are affidavits from a few officers about the Fort Hare affidavits. These are members in the PKTT.
That's correct.
Why did you submit that evidence? What are you trying to tell us?
Because these were sent to me.
And it was sent in 2024, I see. It was not sent. So the motivation for sending it was not after the press conference. It was before the press conference.
Correct.
What is the contents of those affidavits?
The contents of the affidavits, as I explained earlier, Chairman, are that a person who was actually the main suspect in that particular leg of the investigation was bribing the members of the PKTT. He was supplying, I can't remember who got what, but 10,000 to one guy, 2,500 to another, 5,000 to another, and a bag of new clothes to another. And if a suspect is going to be providing gratification to people that are supposed to be investigating these crimes, it ends up being a distraction. It creates a loyalty between the person paying the gratification. Because with gratification, there's always what we call a quid pro quo, which means I scratched your back, now you must scratch mine.
Are you testifying to this committee that affidavits was given to you by members of the PKTT, some members in the PKTT, admitting that they have been receiving bribes?
No, Chairman. The affidavits were given to me by a member of the PKTT who knew about these bribes and didn't want to be a party of it, and he sent them to us.
But essentially the contents points to the fact that some PKTT members are receiving bribes.
That's correct, Chairman.
You then, 2025, there was another affidavit by someone named Nenji. Briefly, just concisely tell us about that affidavit on page 310. Once again, this affidavit is dated February 2025. So your motivation here, once again, could not be because of the press conference of General Mkhwanazi. You had this affidavit before the press conference and before the committee was formed. Take us through it quickly.
Chairman, it's quite a long affidavit. But am I allowed to just give you a synopsis of it?
If you can do it very briefly, Mr. Solomon, I'd appreciate it.
The synopsis of it is, this fellow called Nangi, or Nanji, I don't know how to say it. And I've never met the person. I've spoken to his attorney, and his attorney wouldn't discuss the case with me. We received that document anonymously, once again. You can go on our website. You're able to upload documents anonymously. And we have a toll-free line that enables people to provide information anonymously. Now, the affidavit of this fellow Nangi or Nanji is, according to him, because it's an affidavit, according to him, he's innocent of all the charges that have been alleged against him. However, we keep an open mind on that because it may well be that he was involved in the crimes that he's accused of, which is allegedly kidnapping and demanding a ransom for the return of the person that's been kidnapped. And according to his affidavit, he was kidnapped and brought to different locations, not booked in terms of the police regulations. The police regulations require that if a person is arrested, they must be booked in to a police station and into the SOP 14 register immediately. You can't wait 3 or 4 days. So he was taken from A to B and C to D, and the people involved in his kidnapping were private security industry people, together with police officers from crime intelligence. And the last leg of this gentleman, well, I use the term gentleman loosely. The last leg of this gentleman's journey, according to his affidavit, was he found himself at what he describes as a black site, which was a farm somewhere in KZN. And whilst he was on that farm with another co-accused, the two of them were kept in separate rooms, and they were alternately tortured. And the torturing he describes in detail included what's known as waterboarding, where they put a plastic bag over the head and they put a tube in the bag and pour water into the bag so you feel like you're drowning. And you can't breathe, so you actually can lose consciousness. And that he alleges that happened several times. He alleges that he was very badly assaulted, and there's photographs showing the nature of the assault that took place against him, and that a pair of garden scissors, I think he means these shears that you cut the grass with or the hedge with, were used to assault him in his testicles to the point that he was bleeding in his urine. And finally, he said that while all this was going on, the senior cop that was there, Colonel Darwood, who has, to my knowledge, a history of this type of conduct, and I know that for a fact, because that's the same Colonel Darwood that kidnapped Sarah Jane Trin from our offices in February 2017. And the same Colonel Darwood was involved in an unlawful arrest of me. And the same Colonel Darwood was involved in the unlawful arrest of Advocate Gerrie Nel about the time when he wanted to prosecute Jackie Celebi. But the most telling part is that at this black site, this farm, he alleges that General Mkhonasi was there. And in General Mkhonasi's presence, Darwood continued assaulting him. He doesn't allege that General Mkhonasi assaulted him, but he did allege that General Mkhonasi told him that the other co-accused, a person by the name of Malotshwa, he said Malotshwa should have been better off committing suicide because of the torture that he's going to be facing. And Darwood allegedly, according to the statement, phoned Nangi's wife on the phone without realizing that Nangi's wife recorded the call. And in that call, which was made by Darwood in the presence of General Mkhonasi, he told Nangi's wife that if you can't tell us where this kidnapped victim is and do it quickly, we're going to cut your husband up into pieces and send him back to you in a cardboard box. And the transcript is included in the documentation.
We now have 5 minutes left, and I want to break it up in this way. 2 minutes. Tell us about extrajudicial killings from the PKTT and the property purchases that you mentioned here, that we spoke about earlier on 282.
Okay, so if I deal with the alleged extrajudicial killings And I say alleged because we got approached, and it's in the statement, so I can look, but I prefer to just do it from what I can remember. In the week following the 6th of July press conference, we received a call on our hotline, which is 0800 118 118. And the person that phoned that number left a message. And one of my staff phoned him back. And he said he would only be prepared to speak to me because he had some very compelling information that he wanted to share. So I had a phone call with him, and I recorded the phone call in case it was something very important, and it turned out it was. The person alleged that he was a member of, he called it PKTT, but I don't think it is PKTT. He said he's a member of this team. And the allegations he made was that they go around, they directed what they do, and they paid, and they're not police officials, but they're actually private civilians. And that they were recruited by a fellow who calls himself Baba Ndlovu in KZN, and they were taken to a training center where they spent several months doing training. And when they completed the training, they were then told, okay, you're going to be paid 20,000 Rand a month. And the 20,000 Rand a month, you'll be paid in cash. Now, then they were told, now you must come and do some work because you've been trained for this work. And the work they were told they had to do was to help with crime prevention. And according to the statement of this chap, because we took a sworn statement from him.
You've got 2 minutes.
Okay, sorry. He alleges that
They killed innocent people.
yeah, and that they would sometimes kill them thinking they called it street cleaning, and that they would only find out afterwards that the people were innocent. And we therefore decided to provide a copy of we provide the originals in terms of Section 27 of the NPA Act. We provided same to IDAC, and we also provided same to the KZN
All right.
IPID.
In our last 2 minutes, 1758, in our last 2 minutes, tell the country the slush funds used to purchase properties.
Yeah.
And then who approves those purchases and for what reasons it is. And then you've got literally 1 minute, Mr. O'Sullivan. Let's
Okay.
go.
So the value of the properties, I can guess because there's a figures there, but I can't look for it. It's approximately 120 million or 130 million Rand. We got this information. And when we got the information, I carried out some research, and obviously we had the ability to do so. We used a site called Way Back When, and we managed to download the property advertisements for the properties in question. And with those property advertisements, we were able to then, with the documentation that we've been supplied, we then pulled the title deeds of the properties from the deeds office, and we were able to see that the properties had actually been purchased for a price higher than the advertised selling price of the properties. And then I was able to get the documentation showing how they would be paid for, and it was signed off by General Leshaba, General Kamalo, and General Masemola. And then we were able to establish, because we had the title deeds, we were now able to establish that the properties had now been registered in a private company of PTY Limited. And we found that the directors of that private company were 2 employees of crime intelligence. And this is the final 30 seconds. During the period in question, South Africa was going through a very depressed, and still going through a very depressed property market. I was questioned earlier about why I decided to disinvest from property in South Africa, not my own house, obviously, but other properties. And I decided to disinvest. I sold a property in February 2025 that I paid 14 million for. Actually, I 12 million plus stamp transfer duty and the cost of getting it rezoned. So it cost me 14 million Rand. I sold it in February last year for 7.5 or 7.7 million Rand.
Honorable Vessels, may you please have your microphone on? Your time starts now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good evening to Mr. Sullivan. Good evening. I don't have a lot of time, and there's actually such a lot to delve into. There's a lot of issues that I don't think we've even touched on. Allegations that have been made against you, but also allegations that you are making. But let me start where Honorable Sangoni took us to paragraph 90 of your statement, which refers to the appointment of General Masemolo as the National Commissioner. And she asked you about your involvement, and you spoke, you testified that you were asked to provide information to assist by Mr. Choke on behalf of the President. But you were the keynote speaker at the BizNews, let's call it BNC, London conference in 2024. Is that correct?
Well, I can't remember, but I remember doing a presentation at the BizNews conference.
At that conference, you also spoke, as you do in your statement, and earlier today there was reference to that, about since George Fivers, the commissioners, you just better articulated it during your presentation then, because you said that since Commissioner Fivers, no national commissioner has completed their term. That's actually a very good point, which you don't make in your statement now, but let's leave that. During that presentation, you then say that Mr. Choke came to you and asked you to vet the shortlisted candidates for the National Commissioner on behalf of the President, because the President can't utilize intelligence services in South Africa. Do you remember that?
I can't remember the wording I used, but I think I might have said something like, my assumption was that the President didn't trust the intelligence services. And I think that came out of the fact that for the period before 2018, things were in a bit of a mess. And it was, when I perhaps used the term vet wrongly, because we're not in a position to vet.
Okay, because that's important.
What we actually were requested to do was to make sure that none of the potential candidates would be problematic in terms of corruption and so on and so forth.
You go further in that keynote address and you say that you looked at if they are competent, if they have the necessary skills, and then if they have any exposure to financial problems, corruption, and so forth. Now that is vetting, but you now say that you actually just looked at lifestyle.
Well, that is a form of vetting. So we call it lifestyle vetting. So if you want to do a thorough vetting, you would also do what we call security vetting, which we can't do. That would only be able to carry it out by National Intelligence Agency or whatever it's called now.
Can we agree that you are not and were not in a position to look at a shortlist and advise if a candidate is suitable for the position of National Commissioner in terms of skills and competencies and so forth?
Yeah, so we didn't advise in the report, and I have the report, we didn't advise whether they had the competencies or not. What we said was the key competencies that should be required of a National Commissioner of Police would include the following areas. And I think that would have included, if I go back to 2022, it was March 2022.
That's correct.
And I have this date. I have it here.
Okay, let's move on to the part that you did refer to now as well, the lifestyle audits. You then refer in that speech to General Masimolo, and you then say that he's not suitable, according to you, because he has revolving door credit, he has a lot of exposure. My question is, how are you in a position to do credit checks on a person? How do you have that access?
So all certified fraud examiners have the access. So if you are carrying out a fraud investigation, you have the access to the systems that enables you to be able to do a lifestyle audit on somebody. Now, it's not a thorough lifestyle audit, but enables you to see whether a person has credit. And in fact, you can walk into any bank and apply to open a bank account. They'll carry out credit checks on you. So those procedures are available to people that have lawful access, and you have to sign and pay to do that. And that's why we have that ability.
Okay, I understand that. Let me ask you this, because I do believe that you've played a very important role in South Africa in the past in exposing corruption, especially with regards to the late Commissioner Jackie Selebi, and so forth. And I think the Honourable Souls also referred to certain cases where you assisted quite a lot. My question to you, though, is, do you believe that the ends justify the means in all cases?
It's hard to say. If you have a corrupt commissioner of police, or if you have a corrupt divisional commissioner of crime intelligence, I think you should go to all lengths that you can lawfully to try and stop that.
Okay. Let me make a jump back to the BizNews speech. In that speech, you also you refer to the current national commissioner, and you say with regards to his financial exposure, but you then go further and you say that he also is implicated in corrupt activities where he signed off for vehicles that were overpriced, inter alia. The question is, you now mentioned that if you have a corrupt police commissioner, you must go to all means to expose that.
All lawful means.
All lawful means. Have you ever laid criminal charges against General Masimolo?
Correct.
Have you?
Yes.
For this?
Yes.
You have an investigation firm that we established, and you yield revenue from that firm.
Correct.
But you also, and that we also heard from other witnesses, such as what's his name, Robert McBride, that told us that you are resourceful to provide information and intelligence to IPIT in his time and in his tenure. I asked him the question, he didn't actually answer. What I want to ask you is, in exchange for the information that you give law enforcement authorities, do you ever ask for information in return?
Never.
Because a lot of the investigations that you do in the private sector do require access to certain means that I don't think, even as a certified fraud examiner, you can have.
I 100% agree with you. And the type of access you're talking about, we don't go anywhere near it. And that would be obtaining copies of people's bank statements, obtaining copies of people's cell phone records. And when people approach us and ask if we can do that, we send them packing. But there are people out there that can do that. And that comes about through a process called corruption. They bribe police officials to get that information. And those, I was a victim of it myself, because Radovan Kretcher bribed the station commander at Bedford View Police Station to get information on me. And he did a 205 application and obtained copies of my cellular phone records. I sued Vodacom because Vodacom supplied my cell phone records to Radovan Kretcher.
So you've never obtained?
Never. And
Never.
Never. And we would never do it because, for the simple reason, once you step over that line, you can't step back again. You're now committing a criminal offense if you read the legislation. So if you commit that criminal offense, aren't you now lowering yourself to their level? And my approach is, we will fight hard, but we will fight fair. We will never break the law knowingly to do what we have to do to bring about the end.
Then very quickly, I want to refer you to paragraph 113 of your statement, where you speak to General Mkwanazi that purchased a company known as Dream Deal Trading and Investment, Pty Limited.
Correct.
What is the relevance of that? And I understand you say that this company was owned by someone, a convicted fraudster.
Correct.
But regardless thereof, what is the relevance of General Mkwanazi purchasing that company to the other allegations that you make against General Mkwanazi?
The relevance is only that if I'm a divisional commissioner of police or a provincial commissioner of police, and I decide I want to do some private business, I should ensure that my probity, my way in doing business is above board. And if I'm going to do business, I should do two things. First of all, I should notify my employer, which is actually in the police regulations. You're not allowed to be in private business without approval from.
But do you know if he obtained approval or not?
So we don't. So what I did, when I got this information, I decided to include it because he should have applied. And that's why I asked the question, whether Mkwanazi applied for and obtained permission for SAPS, for this private business, and what is the business of the company? But if I want to be able to demonstrate my own probity, I would be able to say, well, actually, I wouldn't do business. If I'm going to buy a company from somebody, shouldn't I, if I'm a lieutenant general in the police, make sure that I'm not buying a company from a person that's been convicted of fraud? And the failure to do that indicates that you're prepared to take risks of that nature. We have a number of clients, and when clients come to us, most of them are corporate clients, but we have a few private clients that come to us. And when a private client comes to us and wants us to carry out an investigation, the first thing we do is we invite the client to enable us to carry out the probity check on him, because we want to make sure that he himself is not involved in criminal activity. And a classic example I can give you is a man by the name of Robillard, who approached us and asked us to carry out an investigation and offered to pay us. In fact, made the bank transfer right there and then. And after he made the bank transfer, we carried out our probity, and I immediately refunded the money to him and said,
Okay.
we're not prepared to work for you.
I have a minute left. You deny that you're a foreign intelligence operator?
Absolutely. And I'd qualify that. If I'm a foreign intelligence operator, I haven't done a very good job of keeping a low profile.
I'm getting to the profile. You deny infiltrating IPIT.
Absolutely.
You deny impersonating IPIT officers.
Absolutely. And we have tape recording to prove that.
But can it be plausible that what motivates you is the one simple thing in the world that motivates the majority of people, and that's money. And can it be the public image? Because you got a platform from the Jackie Celebi case. And does that in
Honorable-
return and in
Honorable
exchange
Justin.
to revenue? See, Chairperson.
May you
that's
please switch off your microphone? Chief Whip.
I didn't hear the end of the question, but the
Mr.
answer.
Paul Robert O'Sullivan,
Sorry.
this is the time for the chair. You look at me.
Chair, I'm in a lot of pain. I need to get the way. I'm in a lot of pain.
No, let's take a break. Let's take a
Can we
10.
not finish? How long, Chairman?
Those who are still to speak, may you please raise your hands. Look at the hands. Yeah.
Oh, it's killing me.
Look, this is the time that elders used to tell those tales.
I'm just in a lot of pain. So if we can please move on. I don't want to take a
Yeah.
break. I want to move on and get finished.
Do you want a break or?
No, I want to move on, Chairman. I want to get finished.
Well, no, I sympathize with you. I know it has been a very. In fact, we have been warned before we had a witness at your age, Miss Mary DeHaas. This time she was pleading with me to say, Chair, can you allow me to go and see my relatives? Yeah, my sympathies. Let's take this. We are very close to the finishing line. Can we twist your arm a bit and get to the finishing line?
Let's try it. I really want to get
Yeah.
away because I'm in a lot of pain.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to beg you to have the courage of John Aquari. John Aquari ran an Olympic race with a dislocated knee. Chief Whip. Chief Whip. Must we give you a stretch break? The Chief Whip says we must give you a stretch break.
Well, maybe I can use the bathroom.
Yeah.
So maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Chief Whip.
No, thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, and we brought until 4 minutes past 7.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm here until he says I'm with you up until 4 minutes after 7. I hope it's not too long. No, thank you very much, Mr. O'Sullivan. I think the first question I just want to ask you about is that in your knowledge, do you are spies permitted to disclose their identity? Okay, no, I'm saying in your knowledge, having done the work that we've done over decades, does a person who is a spy permitted to disclose that I am a spy?
I think that would defeat the object. So a person, if he's employed as a spy, it would be very silly to come around and say, by the way, I'm a spy. So what would be the purpose of disclosing his career as a spy?
Okay. So in which case, that answer is also saying to us, even if you were a spy infiltrated into South Africa, you are not going to tell us that.
Well, if what you're saying is true, then you would be right. But I can't imagine for the life of me that a person could be a spy for 36 years and get involved in the charitable activity that I've been involved in and all the other things that I've been involved in.
Yeah.
And for the record, this is exactly what the late Jackie Celebi said, is that I was a spy. Now, if I was a spy, let's just take a hypothetical position. If I was a spy, after Jackie Celebi had exposed me for being a spy, wouldn't I then have been recalled and said, oh, he's been exposed, let's get him out of there? They call it an extraction. And then, unfortunately, it wasn't just Jackie Celebi either, because General Pashlani came along and said exactly the same thing. And that was 10 years ago. And now we have General Mkhonasi alleging exactly the same thing. So it seems to me that it's like every 10 years, there's an allegation that I'm a spy. And it's clear that if I am a spy, I'm a very bad one, because I've allowed everybody to tell every 10 years, there's a whole big lot of media attention on the fact that I'm a spy. So I can categorically state that I am definitely not a spy and never have been.
Yeah. Well, I also hope that you will accept the fact that it is not always the case that when you are a spy, you are prohibited to engage in other activities as a cover-up.
Well, I suppose that's possible, but
I think that should be the case, not even possible, because if you are not engaged in other activities that are intended to cover up who you are, then somebody makes an allegation against you, it will be easy for that allegation to be believed. But in order to rubbish that allegation or to work against it, you've got to intensify on this other aspect of your cover-up in a manner that confuses the society between what you are what you are, and what other people are saying. Shouldn't that be something we can also expect?
But then shouldn't my cover-up jobs be something like a cutlery salesman or a refrigerator salesman or something of that nature? If my cover job, as you call it, is to be a reservist in the police, isn't that like a bit obvious? So I think the mentality of saying because that person was a volunteer in the police and because he took a decision to start exposing corruption, he must be a spy.
Are you aware of the statement that was once made by one of the US senior officials? I'm told, I read about it, that he made that statement with reference to his discussion to President Oliver Tambo, that South Africa is too important to be left to South Africans. Are you aware of that statement?
I'm not aware of that statement.
You're not aware of that statement?
But I think it's good enough to be left to South Africans.
Is that so?
Yeah, I don't think it should be a country where people on the outside should be interfering. I've been a South African now for a very long time, and I'm a proud South African. And I'm happy to serve my country. I'm happy to do what I do, even if it causes controversy, because at the end of the day, it results in a better life for all South Africans.
Yeah. Earlier on, I mean, yesterday I said I'm going to make a follow-up on this question about your decision to come to South Africa at the time at which you did, in the early 80s or mid 80s, so to say. And the fact that you were making that decision already as somebody that is a military intelligence operative or a member of a military intelligence of the UK. From the records that, and I think the answers you provided to us, I see you shaking your head. Are you disagreeing with that now?
Yeah, I'm absolutely disagreeing. At that time, I wasn't involved with the military in any way, shape, or form. I was on holiday, and my work at that time, which was back in the UK, was with a company called IBM, which is a computer company.
So you had left your service from the
long time
military intelligence.
A long time before that.
At the time.
A long time before that.
Are you familiar with the book that is titled To Catch a Cop? That book, are you familiar with it?
That book wasn't written by me.
Yes, but I'm saying, do you know of it?
Yeah, I know about the book.
You know of what one of the what is said in that book. I want to quote that paragraph and hear your comment about it.
Go ahead.
It says that Paul first visited South Africa in 1978, and on a break from a secret mission, doing intelligence work for the United Nations Police Service in what was then called Rhodesia. And while he says he likes South Africa as a country, he didn't like the politics. And then you are quoted as saying, so I quote, I like the place. I liked the place and came back in 1984. I liked it some more and came back again in 86 and liked it a bit more. And in 1987, I bought a property here to use as a holiday home. Were you quoted accurately here?
No.
It's a distortion.
So I think the book was written by a journalist, and it's like the movie script. I don't know, I can show it to you if you like, because they wanted to make a movie about this book. And if you look at the movie script, in order to sell these things, what they like to do is put what they call spice in there, make it sexy. But I can assure you that was either a misunderstanding, but you know, a book is written. I can't tell a person, no, you can't say that they wrote it, but it didn't bother me.
Okay.
If it bothered me, I would have probably stopped the book from being published, because why on earth would I want to have all that in the public domain if I was a spy?
Why were you not? Why were you unbothered about somebody saying you came from UK to visit a country in the continent of Africa on a secret mission? Why are you unbothered about that?
Because the book had already been published.
No, but you're saying you would have challenged it.
Well, if you're going to challenge, let me explain something to you. Oscar Wilde is probably the greatest example of somebody who takes on a person who publish information that's not correct. And Oscar Wilde sued a newspaper called The Times of London. And he sued them for making defamatory comments. And eventually, I think somebody said, you know, it's better not to sue people that buy ink by the barrel. So I see a lot of defamatory things said about me in the media. And if I had to sue each and every one of those persons, I would have a team of lawyers working 7 days a week with litigation. And what would it do? It would be a very big distraction to me because I use this following analogy.
Okay.
If I have to stop and throw stones at every dog that barks at me, I'm never going to get to where I'm going. And my approach is very simple. I ignore all this stuff because I just haven't got time to deal with it. And that's probably one of the reasons why I don't bother with social media.
Okay. Let's come back to this question about, if you spoke with authority about the fact that a meeting took place between the then President Thabo Mbeki and then Minister Bridget Mabandla, in which they discuss and
sorry, what paragraph is it?
No, don't go to paragraph here because it might take longer. I'm just going to refresh your memory.
Yeah, but I need to see the paragraph because...
Okay, but it's okay. You can look for the paragraph, but I will explain what I'm talking about. It has to do with the issue that former President Mbeki, when he was president at the time, and Minister Mabandla, sought to persuade, they were involved in an effort to stop the suspension. I mean, to avoid the charges being laid against Mr. Jackie Slip. So there's a conversation that you gave us here. You were explaining that they interfered politically. Let me summarize it in that way. That there was a political interference against actions that should have been taken on Mr. Jackie Slip.
I opened the docket in that regard.
We opened the docket in that regard.
Yes.
But on what basis, how did you know that there was that involvement, which included your assertion that this also has to do with what ultimately was supposed to be done to charge Mr. Zuma?
Because...
How did you know that this thing was happening? Were you in the meeting or one of them told you?
No, because at the time when this took place, but it only came out later. At the time when this took place, Jackie Celebi, there was a arrest warrant issued. And it only came out later when a meeting took place with the president, Thabo Mbeki, and he was informed. And this is fact, it's common course, it was all over the media at the time. And what they said was that a meeting took place to inform the president as a courtesy that the intention was to arrest Jackie Celebi and to carry out the search of his home and his office. And it's my understanding, and it happened like a long time ago. It's my understanding that that meeting took place on either a Saturday or Sunday afternoon, or it took place on a Friday afternoon. But a day later, Vusi Pikoli was suspended. And after he was suspended, a gentleman by the name of Mokoteri Mshay was appointed as acting NDPP. And after he was appointed as acting NDPP, there was a big concern by Jackie Celebi that Mokoteri Mshay might not carry out the instruction that was being given to him not to execute the arrest warrant. and arrest Jackie Celebi. So Jackie Celebi arranged with Richard Ndluli, who at that time was the head of crime intelligence in Gauteng, to tap the phones of Leonard McCarthy, because Leonard McCarthy was the head of the Scorpions at the time. And if they could hear him saying, we're going to arrest him on such and such a date and so on and so forth, that never happened. But what they got, they believed, was dynamite. And in 2010, Richard Ndluli was arrested by DPCI. And he was arrested for the alleged murder, kidnap and murder of a gentleman called Opa somebody, I can't remember the surname. And this person had been the husband of a woman that Richard Ndluli was allegedly having an affair with. So after Richard Ndluli was arrested, he was suspended. And when he was suspended, or whilst he was suspended,
I'm going to request that.
but it's very important because this is the logic that.
But I wanted to, with respect, I wanted you to lead us into how I got to know this is credible, I can believe.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. And there's no 1 minute version because you have to take all these chain of events and those telephone tapping of Leonard McCarthy's phone resulted in a whole lot of tapes being made, and the tapes were all transcribed. Now, they cherry-picked those tapes. They took those tapes that they wanted to use. And in the case of Richard Ndluli, he submitted those tapes to the new president at the time, which was Jacob Zuma. And he said, look, Mr. President, I was looking after your back and there's the proof of it. Now, the bottom line is they couldn't keep security around those tapes, so they ended up all over the place, which included in the Mail and Guardian. And they ended up being used by Nomkhobo Jiba in her disciplinary inquiry. And those tapes clearly showed that there was a conspiracy to get Jackie Celebi off the hook, and in return for getting him off the hook, he would then arrest Jacob Zuma, and they wanted it done urgently. It had to happen before the Polokwane conference. And if they could arrest him before the Polokwane conference, then it would neutralize the intention of Jacob Zuma to become elected as the new ANC president.
Okay, I'm fine now with what you provided. Are you in the position to share with the committee? Will there be a way in which you can provide that evidence to the committee that the conversation took place and this is the evidence of that conversation?
Well, we're talking, I opened the docket and you go, I'll have to dig that docket up.
Okay.
That docket was like 15 years ago.
Okay.
So I'll have to go looking for that.
I want to request, Chair, that we ask for that information to be submitted, because that is the evidence we are standing on to justify that even at that time there was a political interference,
correct,
through the head of state to intervene in the prosecution process. So I think it will be important that we be favored with that information so that we are not only depending on the.
Can I suggest
on the newspaper headlines?
Can I suggest, Chairman, because this happened a long time ago, can I suggest that wouldn't it be better if they get a copy of that docket?
It's okay. Maybe let's deal with that when you are answering questions from the chairperson. I want us to proceed because you are eating on my time if you are searching for it now.
Sorry.
Yes.
Carry on.
Just a follow up on this audit, lifestyle audit. My understanding is that before the police, which are law enforcement agencies, get into personal information of citizens, they require some approval by the court of law to justify that they are going to go through to Msenintuli's finances and whatever else to determine whatever information they are looking for.
Yeah.
When you conduct a lifestyle audit and you are not, why are you insulated from that requirement?
There's no such requirement. The National Credit Act provides for, and it lists the circumstances in which credit information can be obtained. And we obtain that credit information for fraud investigation purposes.
So your limitation with lifestyle audit
Mhm.
has to do with credit information. It ends there.
Well, the credit information indicates the credit exposure of the person, the loans the person has taken out, the bonds he has, that sort of thing.
Okay.
So it's not a lifestyle audit which involves, for example, knowing where you go and eat or where you go for holidays and stuff like that. It's not that invasive. That type of lifestyle audit would require the cooperation of the person that's being audited.
Yeah. Now, on your statement, the affidavit, your statement on paragraph 42, you make references to the fact that the then President Zuma and other politicians tried to stop you from fighting corruption. Who were the other politicians? And how did they intervene to stop you from fighting corruption?
The then Minister of Intelligence was a chap by the name of David Mkhobo.
And what did he do?
So we had all these police officials that were attacking me at the time. And they said that they're bringing all these criminal charges against me. And in fact, I was unlawfully arrested and charged, and I was held with my handcuffs behind my back, and I was told, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. This is going to happen, that's going to happen. And then when they start bringing all these criminal charges, General Mokateri told me to my face, we're prepared to cut a deal with you. I've discussed it with the prosecutor. If you give up your citizenship and pack your bags and leave South Africa, we'll drop all the charges against you. So that kind of explains what the motive was going on. So I decided to start the process to try and get evidence of this conspiracy. So we asked them to put it in writing. But before it was put in writing, they didn't put it in writing. But before that, I said, okay, well, let's have a meeting then. You have a meeting with my attorney. And my attorney went to a meeting, and my attorney was told in no uncertain terms that the Minister of Intelligence wanted this to happen, and it had to happen very quickly, that I must be out of the country. So, and it wasn't just the Minister of Intelligence either. It was the Minister of Police. The Minister of Police was also involved.
Who was it? Do you remember?
Is it, I might make a mistake and then I'll be accused of naming the wrong person.
So the Minister of Police at the time at which Minister David Mahlobo was a Minister of State
Yes,
Security, so it's the minister at that time.
Yes. Would I
Okay.
be correct in saying clerical?
Okay. Well, I may not
Yeah,
remember
I can't
as well,
remember.
but I get your point.
Yeah.
There is this issue about the computer. What we are calling is a metadata computer used on the report prepared by Mkwanas. I don't know whether we were referring to a particular report or the statement he delivered on the 6th of July last year. But you are making the point there on paragraph 47 that this was done from head office computer. What are you driving? What do you want us to understand about that?
Okay, so when the original media conference took place, the impression was given that this was an initiative of General Mkhwanazi. And if this was an initiative of General Mkhwanazi, that would imply that he'd done it without permission from another person. So the information we got from an informer was that
From an informer?
An informer.
Okay.
The information we got from an informer was that, in fact, General Mkhwanazi, together with General Masemola, met on the evening of the 3rd of July in Pretoria at the Police Training College. And when they met at the Police Training College in the evening, they spent the whole night putting together this, what do you call it, PowerPoint presentation that was then shown to the media on the afternoon of the 6th of July or midday on the 6th of July. Now, after that presentation had been finished, a couple of the journalists asked for a copy. Actually, I think more than a couple, quite a few of them wanted a copy of the presentation because they wanted to use aspects of it. And obviously this played into the hands of General Mkhwanazi because he wanted a lot of public attention around this 6th of July media conference. So without thinking, he instructed his spokesman to, send it to them, give it to them. And then I didn't see that media conference, but I got a phone call about 40 minutes afterwards from a journalist who said, "Are you aware of what's happened here? Will you prepare to comment?" I said, "I don't know what's happened. I can't comment. How can I comment?" He said, "I'll send you a copy of the presentation." So he emailed it to me. So I gave it to one of my staff and I asked her to produce a metadata report on the document in question. And that metadata report detailed the computer on which the presentation was converted from PowerPoint to PDF.
Okay. And then I'm fine. I wanted to understand how was that acquired and confirmed, but I think we've dealt with that issue. Now, I want us to talk about what we were told by Mr. Nkabinde. No, don't worry. It's just it's the aircraft. It's the plane.
What is it?
It's the plane. You are not
it
in
came
bed.
in very loud through my ear.
No, don't worry. You are still okay.
Scared the life out of me.
Yeah. So, Mr. Nkabinde told us about a meeting in which a few people participated on that Pahlana task team, including yourself. But on your side, if I heard you very well, what you have indicated to us is a bribe.
Correct.
But what seemed to be common between what Mr. Nkabinde said and what you are telling us are the participants, even in the bribe.
I don't agree, because he said
Who was not there.
He said that there were members of the DA and AfriForum there, and there was nobody there. There was nobody there from the DA or AfriForum. I'm sorry, Chairman. I am really, really, really battling now. Chairman.
Soviet.
I'm in a lot of pain. I've really been as good as I can, but I don't think I can go on any longer because I am in a tremendous amount of pain. If I sit another 5 minutes, it will be the best I can do. I'm very sorry, but I just can't sit any longer, and I can't stand. I need to go and lie down, and I need to do it soon. Otherwise, I'm going to be in agony. In fact, I'm already in agony. And it's not that I'm trying to avoid answering questions, Chairman. came here at 10 o'clock this morning. I've sat here, I've answered all the questions I can, but I just can't continue sitting any longer. And it's a medical issue. I just can't continue sitting.
Honorable members, can I have indication if you want to say something? Honorable Malema, Honorable Chief Whip.
Chair, the rotation can't work. We have to adjourn. If he says he feels pain, you can't do anything about it. There's nothing to be calling political parties 1-1. When he says, I'm in a situation now, there's nothing we can do. It will be unreasonable to want to insist on continuing when a witness tells you, if in the next 5 minutes you're proceeding, I'm going to be in trouble.
I'm in trouble already, I'm afraid. I'm starting to feel my legs going numb. I've showed you a picture of what my spine looks like, and it's been reconstructed. And I'm sorry, but I just don't think I can continue any longer because I'm really feeling excruciating pain.
Chief Whip.
No, Chair, I wanted to suggest that, I mean, in a similar way as Honorable Malema, I think if it's impossible to proceed, it's impossible. But I want to propose that we therefore leave the matter to you and the legal team because we are not done with the witness. And the plan was for yesterday and today, but we couldn't finish. And I think, and I hope you will leave here with an understanding that we are not done and we should therefore be getting another opportunity to conclude our work. That's all I'm pleading for. Otherwise, I'm sympathetic to his conditions and that we may have to consider adjournment now. Thanks.
Chairman, if it's going to be another few minutes, I'd rather get it over and done with because my plan is to fly. I have still got business overseas, which I've interrupted to come here. And I need to be back overseas to deal with that business. So if I know it's only going to be another 5 or 10 minutes, what did somebody say?
Okay, let me check with you. Well, I think you are presenting a valid case, like members have said. And you would know that we have been very, very reasonable with you from the point we started engagements. Let me check. You had earlier said that you are coming back to South Africa at the end of this month, isn't it?
Yes, Chairman, but that will now be later because I've lost some time on the things that I was busy with.
Yeah. Are you probably going to come back sometimes before the end of March?
Yes, I would definitely plan to do so.
Chief Whip, him says he can be here before the end of March.
Can I just ask a question, Chairman? If we can finish it now, how long are we talking about?
Chair, I think the ANC is still on the platform. When it finishes, the MK must take another 40 minutes.
And
then the DA must take another 40 minutes. Then the legal team must take its own time. And we might have follow-ups on what the legal team says. So there's no 4 minutes here.
Yeah,
I'm not hearing any one of you cheering up, say, come on, Paul, come on, Paul.
Pardon me? Sorry, I can't hear you.
The 24th.
I don't know. I'd have to look and see.
We can call you first on the 24th. You should be out after 2 hours.
It means I have to fly down again.
Well, from Joburg, yes.
You know what? Let's just soldier on. I need to get this out of the way. I need to get this finished, Chairman. It's disrupting my life. Pardon me?
No. Look, honorable members, I don't think that even if we were going to sit here and try to reason each other, we can mitigate the circumstances that the witness is presenting to us. We have to come to the end of the proceedings, and then we will discuss. There will be discussions between the witness and the legal team to see how we can allocate other time to come and conclude these proceedings. Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure whether I heard our witness well when he says, you know, this thing is disrupting his life. He wants to finish it off. Now, my proposal would be, if that's possible, if there's medication, maybe we break for lunch, for dinner, and then we come back, we finish. Otherwise, if he has to fly back here, it means it's no longer the citizen here. It looks like he has already, it's now somewhere in Europe, but we have to finish it, whether it's today or if he's prepared to come back. But for 2 hours, I think he can take it. I don't know.
So we're now talking about finishing at 9 p.m. Is that what we're saying, Chairman?
Yes, that is essentially what is being said. Not even 9. We need an hour with the two honorable members. We need roughly 30 minutes with our legal team. And there may be members who may want to clarify certain. You are a witness of interest. And it has not been said by these members. It was said by yourself. Remember yesterday, you said, I want to be given enough time.
Yeah, but I thought we'd be finished by now. With all due respect, I think if we can finish by 9, I'm going to suffer the pain and let's get it over and done with. But if it's going to be past 9, Chairman, I can't carry on. Let's try and make some accommodation. I've been as flexible as I can. I have come here, I have done out of my way. I would have been happy to start earlier this morning. If we can get this out of the way in the next 2 hours, I would say let's do it. But if that means somebody can't have 40 minutes, they must only have 30 minutes. Can't you just make an accommodation so that we can finish this, Chairman?
Yeah. Look, my challenge is that if you present to us that you are in pain, none of us is a doctor here or has expertise in medicine.
I've been in pain all my life for the last few years. So at the moment, it's just very bad pain. But if I know that we can be finished at 9 and I can be gone, I'm going to soldier on and do the best I can to get out of here.
And I see if there are members who will want to ask clarity-seeking questions.
Chair, the difficulty with your question now is that questions of clarities, we don't blend them. They arise in the course of the engagement. I was not done with the witness. It may very well be that when I conclude, some of my colleagues at the end of the proceedings would want to do follow-ups. So I don't think it can work to plan it in that way. That let's know from ahead of time whether there will be further clarification. And the last point I want to say, Chair, is that when we have a witness before us, it is also in the best interest of our proceedings that we are somehow guaranteed about the capacity of the witness to remain with us and to respond to questions effectively. And I don't think that if we proceed now, that guarantee is going to be with us. That's my greatest fear about what the witness is now suggesting. Because it may then imply that, I mean, you can't change your story over a minute. I can stay for 5 minutes, I can stay for 2 hours. There's something fundamental wrong with that line of thinking. Thanks.
Yeah, no, honorable members, I have already had a sense of what decision you want. That under the circumstances, Mr. Paul Robert O'Sullivan, unfortunately, we may not be able to proceed. The 2 hours may not be enough for us to deal with our business exhaustively. So we have engaged with you very successfully.
Can I make a suggestion,
And
Chairman?
we are going to have those engagements again to look for a suitable date.
Would it be possible to be back at, say, 5 o'clock in the morning?
Tomorrow,
Tomorrow morning, 5 o'clock, I can come and sit here and do 2 hours. I will have had a few hours lying down. Pardon me? I don't know about that. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Hence, I was saying, Chair, I think if we can go for a break, it takes medication
I don't have any.
for more than an hour, or you relax for an hour. Then we can finish around 10, 11.
Well, I'm not able to finish at 10 or 11. Sorry, what I need to do.
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, you are the one who put us in this thing. We're proceeding very well. And you said to us you are in pain. And you are not saying to us alone that you are in pain. You are speaking to the country and to an extent the continent and the world that you are in pain. After you told us that you are in pain, and then we still insist that we must proceed, we're going to appear like horrible people who are inconsiderate. So a witness before us must be fit and proper. You just told us now you are not fit and proper because you've got a difficulty. So it can't be you who now says, okay, I can take 2 hours, I can take 5 minutes. After you said to us, I'm in pain now. I'm quoting you verbatim. You said, I'm in pain now. Once you say you're in pain now, we must stop now. There's nothing we can do because we are going to look. The next thing, something bigger happens to you there. It's going to be our responsibility. So we must not look irresponsible. We want to conclude with this thing, and we hope that you and the legal team, you will find a way and a date which is going to be shorter, not even long, not the whole day, 2-3 hours, then we are done. You are off this matter and you consider it on other things. But it will be unfair for you to ask us to proceed after you said to us you are in pain, meaning you are not fit and proper to appear before us. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, that is it's a very good summary, you see. When the chief whip came here to the presidium, he was whispering the same to me to say, what if? And I don't think that we should take lightly what the witness has said, and Honorable Malema has said it oppositely.
Yeah, let me, Chair, through you, second Honorable Malema on that, because, and the chief whip, if he has said that to you, perhaps it would be proper, because I was out, when this matter was discussed, but I understand, if he is in pain, and if anything happens here, we'll be in trouble. I think that let's be accommodative for him, and let's see. I'm not sure about the date, but let's have the date, because this ad hoc committee must finish its work, and there's timelines. The speaker, has gave us an extension in the past, and I think as well, this must come to an end. It can't go on forever, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, so, Advocate.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, I propose that we adjourn and we fix a date like we would in a court so that we can you can direct, the witness to appear on the 24th of February when we have two witnesses lined up, two other witnesses who would be a few hours each.
Yeah. No, honorable members, we have established a very good relationship with the witness. In the 2 days that he has been with us here, the relationship has been cemented. And I'm confident that the engagements that we had with you, we will continue with them and find a suitable date that is to each one of us comfort. And then we will come back and conclude the business, Mr. Paulo Sullivan. We must apologize for any inconvenience that could have been caused on any part of the parties involved. It's a situation that is beyond our competence here. And we can't risk anything. Your life is very important to you and your family and the constituencies that you serve. So we must attach a very high premium on your life. So we want to thank you so much. Number one, that we thank you because when there were uncertainties as to whether you were going to come here, you kept on engaging us. And let me say it here that you are the one who wrote more letters to us than we wrote to you. If you remember the number of emails every morning when I arrived here, Bonani was sharing with me your emails that you sent with suggestions of what you thought could be done. And at the end of the day, we were able to find each other and reach an agreement that you will come back and appear in person before the committee. And I must also thank the members for their patience. I can tell you, it has not been easy, but at the end of the day, we got it right. So in the same spirit and inspired by the historical developments of this day, 36 years ago, 11 February, I can safely say that we are going to hold each other by the hand and walk forward to the day you will be coming back here. Any 1 minute remark you want to make?
Sorry, Chair.
Do you have any remark that you can make in 1 minute?
What must I say?
Would you like to make a remark? Anything you'd like to say in closing?
No. I think I just want to go and lie down because I'm in a lot of pain. Unfortunately, it is what it is. I've shown you a copy of how my spine looks. It's not good. And this is the price I pay for being a crime fighter, because I was shot and that bullet damaged my spine and I'm now suffering badly because of it. So I would like to just arrange a date where I can make sure I can come back and finish this off.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, we have come to the end of today's proceedings. You can rise and leave the chambers.
Sorry, I just can't go on any longer. I'm in too much pain.
Hmm?
What must happen, Bongi, what must happen about these files?